to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Don't be fooled by the people you meet on social media. It may start as an innocent conversation, but anyone who tries to sell you pills or powders is nothing more than a drug dealer. And if you think tiny amounts can't do much harm, think again. Fentanyl can end it all. Know the truth about fentanyl at learnmoreaz.org. Don't be fooled. Don't be faked out. Visit learnmoreaz.org. Sponsored by Substance Awareness Coalition Leaders of Arizona.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now. Take a bow, Eduardo Rodriguez, the Diamondbacks' biggest game of their season to date in Pittsburgh yesterday, and he was dominant. 8 innings, just 5 hits, and 0 earned runs, and the Diamondbacks got a massive 3-0 win over the Pirates' Torey Lovullo on the series.
After that first night, it was a heartbreaking loss, and then a big win yesterday. We had to capitalize on it, and today it was all about Eddie. He drove the bus for us today. What more can you say about what he did?
The Snakes are now tied with the Philadelphia Phillies for the second wild card spot in the NL, and they have a much-needed off day today, but will start a 3-game series with the Guardians tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals continue with training camp as the Hall of Fame game is just 1 week away, and the Hall of Famer himself, Larry Fitzgerald, will join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world. Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sobolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
A tremendous Thursday morning to all you Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today? If you're dragging, don't worry. We're almost at the end of the week. Almost. Jared Carlin, freshly shorn.
Yeah, he got his yearly haircut.
Uh-huh.
I get about 3 haircuts a year.
Do you really?
Say. The last one I got was in March, right before my mom likes my wife doesn't care. Long hair, crazy hair, short hair, whatever.
She just loves you for you, Jared.
Right. No, she just hates me equally each way is what I'm saying. But my mom really likes me with shorter hair. So right before her birthday in March, I got a haircut. And then right before we're going on vacation this weekend, so to satisfy. I know when I see her and she goes, "So, honey, getting a haircut pretty soon, or your hair's getting a little woolly there, isn't it?"
That's a great impression of your mom.
Wait a minute, how do
That's
you know?
when you know it's time to get your hair cut. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
So I trimmed the beard. I got a haircut. I look a different person.
You look almost, dare I say, borderline professional today.
Except his shirt. Have you seen his shirt?
He's got a guitar on his
shirt. He's got a guitar shirt.
Yeah,
I think Nick would like that in his.
That's something that would be in my closet.
Yes. When I bought this, you could see it. I had no idea it had a guitar on it.
Come on!
I swear. I bought it. I got it at a secondhand store, and I just saw all the colors and stuff, and I loved it. And then I took it home, and when I put it on and looked in the mirror, I was like, "Oh, it's a guitar. That's pretty cool."
Oh my goodness! Wow.
You might want to look into that. That may have been worn at one time by Wilt Chamberlain, Jared.
Oh, that's
possible.
right.
That might be worth
same
$250,000, Jared. You might want to check.
It did have stains on it.
Oh boy! Oh boy! All right, everybody else good? You got anything going on, Sammy?
No.
Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all. Get him all coming. Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
I love that you know better not to ask me what I got going on.
Oh, no, listen, I figure this is half your show, and you can just put out there. You don't need me to cue
that's
you.
True.
You know what I mean?
But, it was a shrewd move.
What do you
by
got going on, Vinny?
Nothing.
Okay.
Start the show,
Start the show, Ferret. No disrespect intended, Vinny.
None taken. D-backs finished their stay in Pittsburgh with a 3-0 win over the Pirates at PNC Park. Gabby Moreno jacked a 2-run homer off of Jared Jones in the 4th inning. Max Kepler knocked in Moreno with an RBI single in the 6th. But the real story of the game, the pitching of Eduardo Rodriguez, the veteran left-hander, in complete command all day long, throwing 8 shutout innings while allowing just 5 hits and 1 walk. He handed things off to Brandon Garcia, who shut the door in the 9th for his 2nd save of the year. Erod picks up his 10th win. D-backs 5th shutout of the year. They win the series, take 2 of 3 from the Bucks, and coupled with the Phillies' loss to Miami, move into a tie with Philadelphia for the 2nd National League wild card spot. D-backs a much-needed day off today before they start a 3-game series in Cleveland against the Guardians starting tomorrow. Also, the shortest game played by the Diamondbacks this year. 2 hours and 9 minutes.
Checks out.
That's funny because I went out to the Kenny Dillingham press conference, which we're going to get into today. And on my way home, I'm thinking, all right, if I get home, I'll catch most of the game. And they were like in the 3rd inning already. And I'm like, how fast is this game going?
Like an hour into the game, they were in like the 5th inning already.
Yeah, it was incredible.
It breezed by. D-backs manager Torey Lovello did say after Wednesday's game that Paul Sewald has been removed as the team's closer for the time being, and that Lovello will use Garcia, Kevin Ginkel, Juan Murillo, or Jonathan Loaizaga in the role depending on matchups. Sewald tied for 3rd in the National League with 24 saves, but has blown 2 of his last 3 opportunities, including Tuesday night's win in Pittsburgh. So we'll see what's up with that situation. Cardinals continuing training camp at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. They've got a session today, but you can't go to that one. It's not open to the public. Tomorrow's practice is open. That's at 1:45. It's free, as is parking, but of course you know the drill. And if you don't, you need to download digital tickets to gain entry. You can get those at azcardinals.com or the Arizona Cardinals mobile app. Around the NFL, Cincinnati Bengals defensive end Shamar Stewart carted off the field during Wednesday's practice with a left leg injury. His first training camp workout of the year for the Bengals. Stewart, the first-round pick from a year ago, coming off an underwhelming rookie season in which he had 11 tackles and 1 sack in 8 games. Man, the guy's always in the headlines, but not for good stuff.
Oh, I know.
I mean, last year it was the squabbling over the contract because of some jail clause is what it was. So weird.
Yeah, you hate to see that when camp just starts. That just happened to P.J. Locke of the Cowboys. The footage is all everywhere. He just was running in space, and his knee gave out.
Yeah, Nick Scourton from Panthers' first workout blew out his knee, too. Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham held his season preview press conference in Tempe yesterday. Updated the situation at quarterback, where transfers Cutter Boley and Mikey Keene, as well as freshmen Cam Dyer and Jake Fetty, are in the mix to take over the position after Jeff Sims graduated and Sam Levitt transferred to LSU. Sun Devils will start fall camp to get ready for their season opener Saturday, September 5th in Tempe against Morgan State. Morgan State. I believe they are the Bears, but I'm not sure.
Bears.
The Bears. Phoenix Suns announced their 2026 preseason schedule. The 5-game slate will start Monday, October 5th in Detroit against the Pistons. 2 days later, the Suns will be in Chicago to take on the Bulls. On Saturday, October 10th, they'll be home to host Wemby and the Spurs before heading to San Antonio to face the defending Western Conference champs on their home floor on Saturday the 14th. And then the preseason will conclude against the Utah Jazz Friday, October 16th at Mortgage Matchup Center. Now that LeBron has a team, maybe we'll get a look at what the regular season schedule will look like soon. Maybe.
Could.
Come on, Silver. What are you doing? According to reports on Wednesday, the NBA's investigation into whether the LA Clippers fudged things to get around the league's salary cap could last until next year.
Oh, come on.
If the parties don't agree on the findings or any proposed settlement that involves punishing the team. So, in other words, it's going to drag on until next year.
Speaking of didn't he say like it needs to be resolved?
Yes. The investigation has already lasted for months and has already held up a deal that would send Kawhi Leonard, who is at the center of the investigation, from LA to the Raptors. It's 3 wins in a row for the Mercury. They took down the Golden State Valkyries 91-89 at Mortgage Matchup Center. Kalia Copper led Phoenix with 27 points. Alyssa Thomas, 25 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists. Mercury's next game, Saturday, at home at Mortgage Matchup Center against the New York Liberty. And the University of Arizona announced its finalized 2026 non-conference basketball schedule, which starts November 2nd in Las Vegas against UCLA. The slate also, it's another bear. Road game at Auburn.
Another
bear.
Bear.
The schedule's a real bear, Bob. A home matchup against UConn. A date in early December at Madison Square Garden against St. John's. And a game here in Phoenix against John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks. Wildcats also will play in the Maui Invitational the week of Thanksgiving. And that field also includes Colorado State, VCU, Providence, Clemson, Ole Miss, Washington, and BYU. There you go. There is your splash. Early even. What is happening on this show?
On time.
Early for the standard that's been set for this segment. There's your splash for this Thursday. Coming up, with a bullpen both exhausted and inconsistent, the D-backs needed their ace to step up, and boy, did E-Rod come through. We'll talk about the suddenly second-place wild card Diamondbacks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Lefty Garcia set. The pitch. Bouncer over the mound. Charging Perdomo. Gloves it. Waits. Steps on second. And the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon. 3-0. They take 2 out of 3 in the series.
Chopping up the Pirate series and talking D-backs and the MLB trade deadline on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait,
what? Also objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund. If you're self-employed, you know getting a mortgage isn't always as simple as handing over a W-2. But don't assume you can't qualify. Whether you're looking to buy a home or access the equity you've built, to pay off debt, remodel your home, or simply put cash back in your pocket, Lund Mortgage has financing options designed specifically for many self-employed borrowers. Every self-employed borrower is different, so don't assume the answer is no until you have talked to us. Give us a call or go to lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Gonzalez to center. Coming in is Barrosa. He will make the running catch. 8 shutout innings in the books for Eduardo Rodriguez today.
Mike Farron on
Let's
the call.
go!
Let's freaking go.
Guys,
Man,
I'm back.
Oh, how back? I mean,
I'm back, baby.
Are you so back that you're like now really in it now?
That's TBD.
Game by game.
No,
It's a roller
I
coaster.
think Sammy's onto something because I've got some thoughts I'm going to share later, but not now. That are very much along those lines.
Yesterday, there was a guy on local radio that said they needed Erod to go out and throw 9 shutout innings.
Oh, man.
Man,
What a loser. Couldn't do it.
looked really smart.
He couldn't do it.
Come on, Torrey, give him the ball.
No, but unbelievable.
He is fantastic.
What's unbelievable? Torrey or Erod?
No, not
I
Torrey.
wasn't sure what you were addressing.
No, Erod, I still can't believe. I did not think he was going to be able to do this for this long.
Oh, I know.
And there was a little blip about a few weeks ago. He had like back-to-back, and I was like, okay, here it comes. But unbelievable. This is a legit like Cy Young candidate season for him.
Yeah.
He's not going to win, but
it low
top
key.
five.
He'll finish in the top 5. I mean, if there's still a lot of baseball left. But thing too with him is he only struck out 2 batters yesterday.
The whole pitching staff. How did they do it?
They don't strike anyone out.
It's nuts.
This is really a dramatic change in terms of everything this pitching staff is doing now. And what they're doing, from what I can tell, is they are attacking the zone. They are emphasizing on getting ahead in the counts because they're done with walks. I know the organization is done with walks. And by doing this, they've completely changed the paradigm of what we're watching here. Right? Brandon Pfaadt used to be a high strikeout guy. Eduardo Rodriguez could be a high strike.
Relatively high.
Relatively high.
Eduardo Rodriguez had like a 12 strikeout game last year or something like that. Here was Torey Lovello on Erod's outing.
I think overall he has a great feel for what's happening inside of his own dugout, inside of his own clubhouse, and then he picks up what's going on across the way as well. So their pitcher was locked in, making pitches. He rose to that challenge, but overall he knew that he was going to get something north of 100 pitches today. He was fighting for 120. I wasn't going to do that, but I told him we'll get you between 105 and 110 and go win us a ball game. But he knew the reason why that had to happen. We were very light in the bullpen.
Yeah, he gave them exactly what they needed. There was some campaigning going on in the dugout. Mostly from Geraldo Perdomo on getting Erod a complete game shutout.
Of course he was, yeah. Everybody wants him to get his first career complete game. That'll happen, but not at the expense of winning a game or his health. There'll be the right time for that.
They were pointing it out during the television broadcast too, Chris and Tom Candiotti, about as the game got into the late innings, just how relaxed he looked on the mound too. Knowing that, okay, you're going to hit the ball, but I know you're not going to hit it where a defender's not ready to make a play. He only had 5 hard hit balls.
Yeah.
So 24 outs recorded, 2 strikeouts. That means 22 outs came on batted balls, and only 5 of those were classified as hard hit.
Yeah.
He was masterful
His
yesterday.
secondary stuff was really good yesterday. His changeup was filthy yesterday, and that's another thing. They've kind of steadied down, not to get too deep in the weeds with baseball, but they've kind of scaled down the diet of fastballs he used to be pumping up there. And sometimes all you have to do with the pitcher is change the metrics, change the sequencing, change how often you're going to, change the patterns of who you are as a pitcher. The thing that I really like is when you zoom out of this now, okay, the Diamondbacks responded with 2 must-have wins against a very good Pirates offense, and they did it with a couple of starting pitchers who put goose eggs up for the entire game. Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon Pfaadt did it, and Eduardo Rodriguez did it. And even if you want to fold in Merrill Kelly, who allowed only 1 unearned run, that's a 3-game stretch of the Diamondbacks. Props to them. They had the right pitchers lined up for the right series. Yeah, what comes next is anybody's guess.
Yeah, hey, let's flip a coin.
But there's also a little shred of disappointment in that, too. And you go into a series against a really good offensive team like Pittsburgh, and they got a lot of guys that can hit the ball, and your starting pitchers combined to give up 0 earned runs, and you somehow lose a game and almost lost 2 in that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we can't pick apart the ingredients of the win. They got the win. The other interesting thing that happened from the pitching standpoint was, okay, 8 for Erod. Where was Torey Lovello going to go in a save situation? And it was a save situation. He went with the left-hander, Brandon Garcia, who did walk a batter in the 9th inning, but didn't give up any hits. He closed the door. Second save. Is he the closer?
No, we're gonna have roles, matchups just to get it done. But clearly this is something that affects Paul. He had a great teammate moment. He is willing to step aside to help this team win games, despite changing this role. And Brandon did a great job of that today.
Yeah, he did say that Sewald will pitch in more low leverage situations until quote unquote he gets right. But for the time being, you'll see Garcia, you'll see Ginkel, you'll see Murillo. Here was Torey Lovello with more on that.
I don't know. Loizaga as well. So yeah, it'll fall on different people depending on what's going on. It's stacked up today with that left switch, right, left. We felt that, first of all, this ballpark favors a left-handed pitcher, so I want to stay left. But I think it sat right in a really good pocket. That was something we talked about pregame for Garcia.
Yeah, and look, this is a reminder that there is no position in any professional sport that has a shorter leash than that of a closer in Major League Baseball. You screw up twice, you're pretty much done. And
as you said, third most saves?
Third most saves. He's only blown 3, but 2 out of the last 3. It is a little bit more than that because you mentioned this yesterday, Vic, because there was just nothing on any of those pitches that Sewald was throwing in that big comeback by the Pirates.
And he knows he doesn't have it right now.
Yes, he does.
Clearly. And that's the worst mindset to have for a closer.
Yeah. And listen, it's one of 2 things. It's obvious from the stuff, which I think is the answer, or the organization's getting pretty hardcore about things, knowing they don't have much margin for error left. And that applies to Zach Gallen. That applies to Paul Sewald. And so on we go. I will say this. Brandon Garcia was dominant in that 1 inning yesterday. Dominant. And it makes you wonder, why not him? Full time. Now, left-handed closers in Major League Baseball, they're not, I wouldn't call them rare. There have been some obviously really, really good ones.
Aroldis Chapman.
Billy Wagner, John Franco, Randy Myers.
But on this current pitching staff, with the lack of really good left-handed arms, do you want to lose that flexibility
Probably
by
not,
just assigning the final 3 outs to him?
Probably not.
Yeah. It's got to be a matchup thing.
And Garcia's been fantastic all year. I would say like 9 out of every 10 starts is just like he's can't miss. His stuff's great. He does like 1 out of every 10. We've seen him give up like 3 runs, 4 runs. But to Vinny's point, yesterday you had Lowe and then Roberts, who's a switch hitter. Like the lefties, no matter what, have to be attacked by Garcia. Whether that's like 7th, 8th, if it's in the 9th, he is fantastic against left-handed hitters.
And for a guy who started the season by not making the roster because he couldn't throw a strike in spring training. And his numbers in Reno weren't great either. But, man, it's a long season because he does look dominant right now.
Even when you go back last year, he looks like a completely different guy.
Yeah. And now it's on to Cleveland. I got a kick out of Torey Lovello using the phrase, it was all about Eddie. Eddie drove the bus for us today. I wonder if they let him actually drive the bus to
Wouldn't that be
Cleveland
great?
because they did take a bus.
Wouldn't that be great?
Eddie, how come we never call him that? Erod. Eduardo Rodriguez, everyone in the station has a problem saying it. So how about Eddie Rodriguez?
Garcia was talking to Todd Walsh after the game and mentioned Eddie too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just back to the strikeouts thing and how none of the pitchers and the D-backs get strikeouts. Jacob Mizorowski,
oh my goodness,
has nearly as many strikeouts as Erod, Merrill Kelly, and Brandon Pfaadt combined.
It's insane.
Wow. 185 to 205.
That's unbelievable.
Hey, the D-backs
Nobody on the D-backs, not one pitcher has more than has even 90 strikeouts this season.
No, they're third to last in Major League Baseball in strikeouts this year.
D-backs do have a top 5 defense, though, so they do rely on it. Hey, put the ball in play, make plays. What if I told you the Diamondbacks were tied for the 8th best record in the MLB?
Yeah, no, listen, I actually saw that stat this morning, and I'm like, what? I think Jeff Passan pointed that out.
Put it out there. It's crazy.
But if they lose 2 in Cleveland,
they might have the 15th, you know?
Exactly.
That's how bunched up it is right
exactly.
now. Yeah. So it's on to Cleveland for 3 against the Guardians, but a day off, the first one in a while for the Diamondbacks, and good bounce back. After losing that first game in Pittsburgh, nearly squandering that second game after having a 6-run lead, and yesterday was exactly what the doctor ordered.
Well, listen, and if you want to dial it out even more, there was a time when everybody on the Diamondbacks was complaining about the Cardinals and that extra game and the inconvenience of it all. That might have given this team some edge, because you saw what they did at the start of that trip, and you saw what they did to the Cardinals that day.
Coming up next, what does Mike LaFleur think about Jacoby Brissett's leadership and Marvin Harrison Jr.'s drops? You'll hear from the Cardinals head coach. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Rye-Refi.
What do we get with a built Ford tough truck? Easy, more capability, durability, more confidence for whatever the road or job throws our way. Paul Calvise here. Quality, that means America's best-selling line of trucks, the Ford F-150 and Super Duty. Work truck or versatile SUV for the family, our Desert Ford dealers have us covered. And right now, on the best-selling truck brand in Arizona, get a 2026 Ford F-150 with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Plus $1,000 matching down payment, plus 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments. What's more, on a 2026 Ford Explorer, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, that 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. What a win from the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Eduardo Rodriguez was fantastic. 8 innings of shutout baseball. Gabriel Moreno went deep in the 4th to stay red hot, and Brandon Garcia closed it down in the 9th, and the Diamondbacks got a 3-0 win in what was the biggest game of their season thus far. The Snakes are now tied for the 2nd wild card spot in the NL with the Phillies, and they have a much-needed day off today as they travel to Cleveland for a 3-game set with the Guardians, their last series before the trade deadline on Monday. Training camp rolls on around the NFL, and just a week now until the Cardinals' first preseason game in the Hall of Fame game, and the very man himself, Larry Fitzgerald, is set to join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, so you won't want to miss that coming up a little later. And this report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindow.depot.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Marotta. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
I'm getting to know Jacoby, right, in terms of in person, but from afar and knowing so much about him through all the years, not shocking. Again, he's seen it all. Right now, there's a language barrier, obviously, because we're teaching him what our system and our words. But the most important aspect of this whole thing is when the ball's snapped, he's played football, and he's done a lot of these things that we're asking him to do, and so that's the stuff that I'm not worried about, and that's the good thing. Like we'll catch up with the verbiage and all that. So I don't know exactly what he's saying. It was pretty cool yesterday. I know Jacoby kind of got on a little heater there, and he was pretty excited. And next thing you know, you got to see Jacoby's personality. Me first and foremost. You guys probably saw it a year ago. I didn't get to see it in terms of just his excitement for his teammates when the other groups were out there. I didn't know what was going on half the time when he was gone. I was like, hey, the ones aren't up yet. He was just going to celebrate with the guys or give some little tidbits at the quarterbacks. It was pretty cool.
Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, talking about his early dealings with Jacoby Brissett, who's back in the fold with the revamped contract, number 1 quarterback, but also cool to hear about the leadership and the teammate side of Jacoby Brissett, especially when you've got a young quarterback like Carson Beck on the roster that is going to be called upon at some point this year to see if he can deliver at the NFL level. So it's very safe to say, regardless of what you felt about the Cardinals and how they handled the situation, or Jacoby Brissett asking for more money after winning only 1 game last year, it is a good thing in the now for the Cardinals to have this taken care of.
Well, and it also underscores how ridiculous it is that they waited this long. If Jacoby Brissett steps on the football field and his leadership is oozing out of him and it's having such a great impact on the team, what are we doing here? Mm-hmm. And again, I'm not trying to hyper-focus on the negative here because I'm very happy that Jacoby Brissett is with this team and is the number 1 quarterback because I do think I do think that's what he is, and I think that's what the players want, and it's great to see the team responding to him. I also one of the things that I'm starting to watch very, very carefully, and we talked about this right on the eve of training camp, is Mike LaFleur now becomes a steady voice in our lives. talking to the media almost daily, if not daily, and you get to kind of really start to hear what this guy is all about. What are his coaching chops? What's his what is his voice? What is his authority? All of that stuff. I saw recently, I think Teo Mackey tweeted out that Jeremiah Love was no longer practicing with the ones in 11-on-11s because he whiffed on a block that got Jacoby Brissett sacked. That's what I'm talking about. You need to install winning habits on every level in every little moment. And you don't know when you've got a guy who's never done the job before of what that's going to look like.
True. Look, that's the perfect way to handle it. And you're right. I don't think we see that as much consistently in professional sports, especially when money is involved and influence is involved and all of those things get involved. It's way harder for coaches, and I don't mean this in a bad way, to make an example out of a player, because that's how you learn. So I don't have any issue with that at all. I'd rather have that than pat Jeremiah Love on the head and say, "Oh, it's okay. Superstar, you'll get him next time."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly right. So, and as this training camp goes on, we're going to continue to see and feel what is the competitive spirit of this team? What is their hunger? More importantly, what is their defiance? How defiant are they feeling based on how disrespected they've been?
I got to tell you.
It continued again this morning.
It did. I haven't projected great things for this team, but my own personal defiance is starting to kick in because of what's happening nationally. This happened again nationally on ESPN. I got to give you a little background, Jared. Right. Jared heard this and gave us the background. I actually missed this today, but on the ESPN morning show, Unsportsmanlike, they do a segment called Michelle Smallman's Bracket Madness, and the topic of the bracket today was players that need to be freed from their bad situation team-wide. The number 1 seed, Jeremiah Love.
Why is Jeremiah Love on the Arizona Cardinals? Jeremiah Love, he hasn't even played one snap of football with the Arizona Cardinals, and I already want to start the free Jeremiah Love campaign. This is an outstanding football player, an outstanding person, a real talent that could be a huge asset to a team. And unfortunately, I think his value for the Arizona Cardinals is to put him on a billboard to sell some tickets. I don't think he's going to play meaningful football there, and I want him to be freed. So Jeremiah Love, our number 1 overall pick.
The constant beating of that drum.
Yeah. For a player who hasn't proven a thing yet.
It's getting really tiresome.
Yeah, it is. Now, listen, you can't blame much of the national media for feeling that way about the Cardinals because this is their bed. They've made it. They're lying in it. They've done a lot of stupid things. They've had a lot of dysfunction. They've had a lot of terrible NFLPA report cards. They've had a lot of incidents with a lot of people. And as a result, I think there's a really, really horrible national viewpoint of this franchise. But what I do want is the team and the players to defy that, to say that has nothing to do with us. We're ballers here. And you are not going to predetermine for me how bad we're going to suck. We're in control of that.
If we're going to stink, we're going to do it on our terms.
On our terms. We are, not you, we are in control of that.
But there's also a local feel to this, don't you think? Like, when Tim Ring was in on Monday, he quoted a line from one of the best movies ever, Animal House, and it really applies in this situation.
You can't do that to our pledges. Only we can do that to our pledges.
So if you're not in Phoenix, Arizona, shut up about
Shut up.
it.
We don't need you right now.
Exactly. So if this team has that kind of special kind of spirit, I think we're going to start to hear it and feel it, and I think we'll start to get a little bit excited. Because, I mean, you could make a case that if you can hover around 500 for the first half of the season, I know, Jared's rolling his eyes at me, the schedule eases up down the stretch.
No, I'm not. I'm rolling my eyes only because, is that what you want?
Well,
if I thought that if I thought that the ceiling was to win 9 or 10 games and actually make the playoffs, they would totally prove me wrong if they do that. And believe me, they could play it's us against the world card more than any team in the NFL right now.
They can.
They have the worst odds in their division. They're getting, publicly made fun of all over. But if I thought that was really the ceiling, then I would be excited for that. To me, I'm just scared of them going like 6-11 or something like that and waiting too long to switch to Carson Beck or not doing it. And you know what I mean? Not getting a great pick.
We get closer to the season. That's how I feel. That's what I feel is probably most likely. They will increase their win total from a year ago. No great shakes there. They only won 3 games. But to Jared's point, 6 is not where you want to be because it puts you in draft order limbo. But again, getting a whole organization on the same page about what's going to happen in a draft next April, it just doesn't exist. Trey McBride sat down with Burns and Gambo yesterday and talked about the very thought of the internal feelings on this team and what allows this team to think strongly about their chances this season.
I think the belief in each other, the belief in our team, the belief in what we have in the building, it's really about us. It's not about what everyone else is doing. It's about what we can do. And like I said, and I truly mean that, we do have a tremendous offensive skill. We have a tremendous offense, and I'm just excited to see us go and let it loose. And I think we can shock a lot of people, and we just got to go out there and do it. That's really the bottom line. We just got to go out there and do it, and I'm excited to see our guys go.
I've said this before, too, when it comes to the national perspective. There is no sport that gets held to this more than the NFL. Where you ended up last year is where you are right now, and that's both good and bad. All the good teams, those are the teams that are getting picked to go to the Super Bowl. All the bad teams, like the Cardinals, they're the dregs of the league. It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't have to work that way.
No,
it certainly doesn't.
Not 100% across the board.
No, you're absolutely right. And teams surprising and outperforming expectations is the norm in the NFL, particularly teams that are coming up from behind. So I think that, look, it's the possibility is there when you look at what they've got offensively. And if Mike LaFleur really knows what he's doing and putting together a real coherent system, then they might surprise some people. Now that they've got their quarterback in camp. But I don't know. Now I don't know what this defense is going to look like. I don't think anybody does.
It's got to be better by default,
I would hope.
Doesn't it?
I would hope. 35.2 points per game allowed over the final 9 weeks last year. That's a gigantic number.
Yeah, not sustainable.
No.
One gets smashed on the griddle, the other gets smashed out of the park. Text SMASHER to 620-620 for your chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. One grand prize winner is going to take home a $500 gift card to Sonic. Coming up next, when Kellen filled in last week, I was outnumbered 3-1 on the LeBron versus Jordan debate. But now Bick is back. And it's still somehow 3-1.
Uh-oh.
We'll explain next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fitz.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a First Ballot inductee.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, go by!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Grace Dunlop, and at Presidential Pools and Spas, we believe building pools should build up our community too. That's why we've partnered with Phoenix Children's Hospital. Now through August 21st, when you build your pool with us, a portion of your purchase supports life-saving care for Arizona kids. You get the backyard you always wanted, and a child gets hope. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation today at presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
He's signing a 2-year deal, a player option for a potential 25th season. So the Sixers and LeBron James are going into this that he could very well play a historic record 25th season. And this is about Bob Myers and Mike Gansey and a slew of their players from Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, all calling LeBron James, having relationships with LeBron James, specifically Tyrese Maxey.
Shams Charania last week after LeBron James made his decision and signed the 2-year contract with the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, Beck, you were gone last Thursday, Friday, and this Monday. So that happened on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have a chance to really react to the news until this week, and I shared the story with you. Kellen was in your chair.
Mm-hmm.
It devolved into a LeBron versus Jordan resume thing again. I don't know now exactly how we got there.
I'm stunned that Kellen is on Team LeBron, but then again, Kellen is young enough where he didn't see Jordan.
Yes, but that leads us to even more stunning news.
Mm-hmm.
And the more stunning news is one of your recent columns on ArizonaSports.com. Has LeBron James set himself up to pass Michael Jordan with move to 76ers? Has he already?
Let me tell you the genesis for this column, and I basically waved the white flag. Not because I believe LeBron is better. I do not, and I never will. And I will remain adamant on that until the day I die. And I think that you and I, with all due respect to the youngins here, we have a better perspective than you guys because we saw all of Jordan and we've seen all of LeBron.
Which is the point I made last week.
Well, exactly. But what occurred to me was exactly what you just said. That while I was gone, you were ganged up on, and it was 3-1 Team LeBron, and I realized Jordan's time is going to come and go as the greatest of all time. And I came to this conclusion for two different reasons. Number one, maybe it's just the product of myself getting older, but I've noticed that when great people retire or great people pass, it doesn't seem like their legacy lasts as long as it once did. And maybe it's the way a new generation frowns on history, or maybe everything is about now, next. I don't know. But I've got that. Did you share that vibe by any chance?
I don't disagree that that's happening.
Okay.
But there is a line in your column more than any line you've probably ever written in your career.
Really?
What a setup.
That
Whoa.
punched me in the gut.
Really?
And kind of pissed me off.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
It's actually a couple of lines. But mostly I'm conceding because of recency bias. Attention spans have diminished in America, and here it is, the haymaker. History is for suckers.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. Because what you just said and wrote is absolutely true. But by not the historical
By not fighting
people,
it, I know.
Not digging their heels in
Okay,
and fighting
makes sense.
this garbage is exacerbating the problem.
I'm that guilty is charged. I accept that criticism, and I vow to be stronger in the future.
And two, Bickley. And two.
Here's the other thing. So by choosing Philadelphia, I think LeBron, whether wittingly or otherwise, has done something very smart. I think by going someplace new and predictably by going to Philly, I think that he has raised the stakes for himself, and I think that they might play high-level basketball. They may win a championship, they may not, but here's the realization I had. If you get outvoted 3-1 with a group that includes Kellen Olson, who I respect in his basketball knowledge, what's it going to be like 2 years from now when LeBron bows out with 25 years in the books? It occurred to me that number is going to overwhelm Jordan's legacy. 25 years as an NBA superstar. Now, listen, I hope I'm wrong. I really, really do.
To me, that just indicates LeBron James is the guy you don't want to invite to your party because he's not going to get the hint that you want to go to bed.
He's never going to leave.
He's still very good. He's still a top 20 player in the NBA. I mean, the drop-off, it's not, like we said, it's not Willie Mays on the Mets. We don't know what these last 2 years are going to look like with Philly, but still kind of looking like LeBron this late in his career, I think makes people not sort of resent it as much.
Let me call up the thoughts of Brian Windhorst here.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing here? And he went on to say LeBron's legacy is sewed up, and that was in response to Charles Barkley having a very similar epiphany to what you had. But Charles had conditions on it. If he wins a couple more championships, that ain't happening. I don't think Philadelphia is going to win one. Because I think and I'm not saying that this is a bad fit for him. I think they're a really good basketball team. I think there's better basketball teams that are more equipped to win championships right now based on continuity, system, all of those
The way
things
they're
in
built.
the Philadelphia 76ers. Yeah. But I think this is just gravy. Now, if 25 is your determining factor on putting him over the top, because that's nearly
not me.
Nearly double of what Michael Jordan's longevity in the NBA was.
And again, I want to make it very, very clear this is not my viewpoint. I think this is going to be the predominant viewpoint. I think I will be in the minority.
Well, those 10 extra years in the NBA, if he plays 25, those 10 extra years is essentially like another entire generation growing up watching LeBron and thinking he's the best. The players coming into you think A.J. DeBonsa grew up wanting to be like Michael Jordan?
No.
He grew up wanting to be like LeBron or whatever, Steph Curry, somebody from this generation. But there's two generations now of NBA players that grew up like that.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Here's another reason why I'm not completely subscribing to what you're saying or having a really hard time subscribing to any of it, and that's the history is for suckers thing. Because let's use another sport as an example. What we are seeing from Shohei Ohtani. And I know what the response to this is going to be, but the comparison is still to a player whose career ended 91 years ago in Babe Ruth.
Baseball's a little different, though. Baseball is based on history and statistics and stuff. I think basketball is a lot more in the moment. And I think that one of the biggest arguments for why Jordan was the best is because I watched him, and I know he's the best because I watched him be the best. As we get further away from people who grew up watching,
yes, but that's
not going to be there.
That was my point last week. Is one of the things that frustrates me about the LeBron stands on this that are LeBron's the best, and I won't hear anything different. Is they're not trusting the viewpoints and attitudes of the people that saw the entirety of both careers.
That's a great point.
I could say I didn't see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's whole career. In fact, my memories of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as a great player are based on his twilight years. Was he better than Wilt Chamberlain? I don't know. I never saw Wilt Chamberlain play.
Who's statistically the most dominant player of all time in his era.
So I don't feel qualified to give...
Unless he played Bill Russell, and Bill Russell put him in the icebox.
Yes. But I would trust those.
That's a great point.
Russell and Chamberlain and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
But see, there's also...
I think he's onto something. I think it's a very younger generation thing to go, those old people, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm not listening to you.
But that goes across the
Boomer.
board.
But
Guess
don't you think that...
happen at 9:30 today? We will find out once again that history is indeed for some.
That's true.
I know. Here's the final point. So I was talking to somebody about this very thing, and I brought up the fact, there have been PED allegations kind of around LeBron for a while. Nothing has ever been proven. There's a lot of circumstantial stuff out there. You can find it if you want to find it. The response was, from somebody said to me, what do you think would happen to Jordan if he played during the era of legalized prop betting? And it stopped me in my tracks. I didn't know how to respond to that.
Wow,
because as Michael Jordan, the reason why Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player that will ever play is he was manic about everything all the time.
But if he played now, would he just be Malik Beasley?
Okay, that's it. No.
Yeah.
More Russell Westbrook.
Wow.
Let me add one more thing to this that might sway you, Vic.
Okay.
This just out this morning. Headline: LeBron James, ESPN, close to major deal for Last Dance-esque documentary.
We knew that was coming. We knew that was coming, guys. It's not news.
No, but you knew that was coming.
It's not going to be a documentary. It's going to be a hagiography.
No, I disagree.
You knew that was coming, and that's how you absolutely knew every time LeBron says, well, I was thinking about walking away this offseason. No, you weren't.
You went from contemplating retirement to negotiating a deal for a last
He wanted a goodbye season.
Thank you,
or
Jared.
two. Yeah, I agree.
I know what team you're on this, but you still say some wise things every once in a while. Kudos to you.
Yeah, good job, Jared.
You're one of the good ones on Team LeBron.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the playoffs are right there for the Diamondbacks, but will they do everything it takes to make them? More on that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would say starting with that Dodgers series going into the All-Star break, but even in the St. Louis series and the series against the Athletics, and now this series, every time this team seems backed into a corner, they show their best attribute, which is resiliency.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, Luke. It's interesting you say that, because that is what I wrote down. I was like, you got to be kidding me. What is the best attribute the Arizona Diamondbacks have collectively, based on needs? It is they are a tough team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Good morning, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And if you're like most people, you spend more time planning your summer vacation than you do your actual retirement. And that's why a lot of people get to a certain point in their life and wonder, do I have enough? Do I have the peace of mind I need? Will retirement be the reward for a lifetime of hard work the way it's supposed to be? If you struggle with some of these questions, highly recommend you call the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, because most people might have a tax person here, an investment advisor over there with no nobody communicating with each other? Not at Trajan Wealth. Their family office puts it all under one roof. Your investments, your taxes, your estate planning, all on the same team, all working from the same plan. And if you've ever wondered if your existing plan could be working better, call Trajan Wealth and find out. Get a plan actually built around you. That's what I did. Came away was super impressed with everything about Trajan Wealth. Walked out knowing I was in real good hands. If you're looking for that peace of mind, give them a call today. Get your plan started at 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, how to get 30, how to get 20, 20, 20, how to get 20, 20, how to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig, Santan Ford.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Take a bow, Eduardo Rodriguez. The Diamondbacks' biggest game of their season to date was in Pittsburgh yesterday, and he was dominant. 8 innings, just 5 hits, and 0 earned runs. And the Diamondbacks got a massive 3-0 win over the Pirates. Torey Lovullo on the series as a whole.
After that first night, it was a heartbreaking loss, and then a big win yesterday. We had to capitalize on it, and today it was all about Eddie. He drove the bus for us today. What more can you say about what he did?
The Snakes are now tied with the Philadelphia Phillies for the second wild card spot in the NL, and they have a much-needed day off today as they'll start a 3-game series with the Guardians tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals continue with training camp as the Hall of Fame game is just 1 week away, and the Hall of Famer himself, Larry Fitzgerald, set to join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. When will we start to see the freaky Mike Hazen wheeling and dealing? We'll be talking Diamondbacks and the trade deadline at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The lefty Garcia set. The pitch. Bouncer over the mound. Charging Perdomo. Gloves it. Waits. Steps on second. And the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon 3-0. They take 2 out of 3 in the series.
Mike Farron on the final call from PNC yesterday. A very swiftly played ball game in Pittsburgh. Diamondbacks win it 3-0, as you heard on the call. But about what we heard before the Mike Farron call.
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley talking about the freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. Is it going to happen? The trade deadline hits Monday afternoon, 2 o'clock Arizona time. There's been a lot of speculation. It's been a weird trade deadline. There hasn't been a ton of movement. There was a trade that went down. Not a lot of big names involved in that trade. But where do the Diamondbacks sit right now? From a competitive standpoint, where they are in the standings, what their record is, and what the reality for the remainder of the season is, it makes sense for them to go for it. There's other things working against them. The fact that there's a ton of teams that are still bunched up. There's not a lot of clear-cut sellers. And then you have to consider the finances of all of it, too. When a team like the Diamondbacks routinely now, and I think we can use that word comfortably, Bick, routinely goes into a season with increased payroll every single year, record payroll every single year at the beginning of seasons, it's not a team that has Dodgers money.
No.
I mean, nobody is, but you have to make shrewd choices at the deadline if you're going to add players. I mean, obviously, you'd like to get some help, and if some of that help can come from the team that you're trading with, picking up some of that salary, that's beautiful. You might have to get rid of some salary to add new players.
Yeah, and so I think what happened, and Gambo's tweet kind of illuminated this yesterday, that the Diamondbacks have very little resources in which they can allocate or give out at this trade deadline. And I think Gambo even put a number on it. Somewhere between $6 to $7 million bucks, and the Diamondbacks are into the luxury tax realm. And clearly Gambo's source let it be known they ain't doing that. So that's what you're looking at here. So you're looking at either a very minor addition, somebody making less than $7 million or $6 million bucks, or you're going to do a combo platter of sell here, buy there. And look, there's a lot of rumblings that the Diamondbacks are actively looking to peddle Ryan Thompson right now, who has been in quite a funk for this team recently. So maybe that's what you're going to try to do. Piece off this and then bring back this to make the numbers fit nicely. Yeah. But either way, the bottom line is it's not going to be anything major. You're not getting Tarek Skubal.
Dang it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but you're also probably not getting a big bat.
No.
You're not getting an ace closer. You know what I mean? You're going to get like a piece.
But even when we've talked about bats that are available, who have we talked about? Lars Nootbaar.
Hey, he's only making $5.4 million.
Well, that's it, though.
Well, Lars Nootbaar fits.
But I don't know if
it's not the
Nootbaar would
super
qualify as a big bat.
Well,
no, that's my point.
That was his point, is that it's not like super duper stars, but it's not Mike Trout. It's not going to be Mike Trout.
No.
That day we had.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, I would love to have a guy named Lars Nootbaar on my team.
It'd be great. there is a chance, though, like the $6 to $7 million is if they don't move off from anyone, right? Because we've seen Mike Hazen in the past move off of someone while also bringing in other pieces, i.e., like if they were to get rid of Lourdes Gurriel Jr., that would then free up more space for them to go get. If they did want a bigger name, they could.
Reggie Jackson back in the day was so popular he had his own candy bar. I know Vinny's had it before. Oh, yeah.
Delicious.
Did you ever have one, Jarrett? Or
a Reggie bar?
That predate you?
Never, no.
Okay.
I never had one.
Okay. Lars Nootbaar should have his own candy bar.
That's a great candy bar.
Shouldn't he?
Now, would it be called the Lars Noot Bar, or would it be like the Noot Bar Nut Bar?
I think the Lars
Just
Noot
the
Bar.
Noot Bar.
Yeah. Just the Noot Bar.
Yeah.
I wonder if he does. Maybe he does.
He
they
should.
have-
If he doesn't, he should.
For marketing reasons, I don't even know if it would work, but they have to put an umlaut over one of the O's.
They would. And then maybe put an umlaut over, like on the actual candy bar, right in the middle of it, just like a sugary ring or something.
Wow. Yeah. We already have plans for
You
that.
mentioned Gambo's tweet yesterday. Here it was. It's a longer tweet because he's he's verified. He's got that extra character room to work with. I still won't take that plunge.
Oh, my
Vinny,
goodness. Did he pay to get verified? I didn't know he did that.
Yeah. Well,
what's like it's an investment.
Yes.
Look, there's
reasons.
There's benefits to it.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, so he didn't have to break this up into like 3 tweets.
Mm-hmm.
Let's cut to the chase. If you're expecting the Diamondbacks to be big buyers at the deadline and go get a bat, starting pitcher and closer, you will be extremely disappointed. They will absolutely rely more on the quality players coming back from injury like Justin Martinez, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Corbin Burns, and then trade deadline acquisitions. For one, there's not a game-changing bat in the market. But more importantly, because of a record payroll, the Diamondbacks are only $6 to $7 million under the penalty, like Bick brought up. Diamondbacks, like the Suns, not going into the second apron, will absolutely not go over the luxury tax. It would cost them somewhere around $30 million to go over and not qualify for the money the 8-9 luxury tax teams are paying with redistribution. So the gist of it is, he mentioned 4 pretty intriguing names. I don't think there's the same level of faith in counting on those guys equally once they do come back.
Mm-hmm.
I would, if all 4 of those guys come back, I feel really good about Michael Soroka coming back. I don't know what to expect from Justin Martinez. He hasn't pitched in over a year. Corbin Burns has the track record as a top-line starter, but again, hasn't pitched in over a year. And Jordan Lawler hasn't been out that long, but we've only seen very short glimpses of it. So, I mean, of those 4, how many can you confidently count on?
I know. It's
even if they are coming
back.
back.
So I think what you're talking about now is the team you're watching is the team you're going to get for the most part. That's what it feels like to me. And man, and you bring up the luxury tax. I just can't help but laugh at the New York Mets. What are they paying for $380 million? And they are 46-63.
Second highest payroll in all of baseball other than the Dodgers.
The Miami Marlins have a payroll of $80 million. Devin Booker might make more than the Miami Marlins at one point in time.
Wow.
And they have a winning record in the same division as the Mets, who spent $380 million, and they're 17 and a half games out of first place. Ah!
Wow.
You know what you just did? You just created a very good advertisement for no salary cap in baseball.
Yeah, that's it.
Teams still do win.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to hear a couple guys that are under that $7 million that we've talked about?
Sure.
So Reed Detmers, 2.6 this year.
I like that guy a lot.
Jose Soriano, 2.9. Luis Garcia Jr., 6.9. Jake McCarthy, 1.5. Lars Nootbaar, 5.5 million. And then Nathaniel Lowe, 1.8, and Josh Bell, one-time Diamondbacks, 7 million.
Yeah.
So if they're not going to move anything out and they're just looking at potential guys under that number, there are still some names we have talked about that they could potentially get with prospects involved.
It would also be really nice if their big 3 started hitting the baseball consistently.
Vinny, that's a great point, man. You know what?
Really? Perdomo's under 230 for the year.
Just a bad year.
Yeah.
Just a bad year.
In talking about trades, though, and you mentioned the Mets, and when you talk about their payroll, it's impossible not to think of Juan Soto, who got a $765 million deal. I had forgotten about this, but once upon a time, the San Diego Padres traded C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, James Wood, and other players to the Nationals for Juan Soto and Josh Bell.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Juan Soto was just like a long rental for the Padres.
Wow.
They didn't even pay the big money to get him, but they gave up all that.
Wow. That is crazy.
Juan Soto, not a Padre.
The Padres don't get enough abuse for being a terrible...
That's a good point.
It's a terrible front office. Coming up next here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, can Kenny Dillingham keep the sleeping giant awake? The head coach of ASU spoke yesterday. We'll tell you what he had to say next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
So we all know the scorching hot Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things, warping, condensation, and a huge spike in your energy bills. And if any of that sounds familiar, highly recommend you give a call to my friends at Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they're going to give you the home field advantage. And I say that because they've got their own factory right here in Tolleson, where they build windows specifically designed for Arizona's harsh climate, and they build windows specifically designed for the dimensions of your home. They are never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows not that long ago. Could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are all vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors, and already my energy bills have decreased profoundly. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and these are windows that will literally pay you back. Give them a call. Go check out a great summertime special they've got going on right now. 480-676-3600, 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, will come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. Call 602-298-6956.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns in the summer to make a few extra bucks. As I think back now, I have no idea how I survived mowing yards in the middle of the Arizona summer. What was I thinking? But you know, what I didn't realize at the time was how much I was learning. Showing up when I said I would, doing a good job, being proud when the customer was happy. Those things really stuck with me. And that same feeling is still what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because respect and reliability isn't something you talk about, it's something you demonstrate. So when one of our technicians goes the extra mile and shows you a little extra kindness, I hope you'll know it's genuinely who we're trying to be at Moxie Pest Control. And it may just be why we're the highest and most reviewed pest control company in all of Arizona. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Luke. So who is the Arizona Cardinals wide receiver one? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I would just say, like, big picture would be, like, expectations. Like, and not just people, when people equate expectations, they equate them to wins and losses, right? That's the, like, outside version. It's like, we showed up here and there weren't like things on the walls. All the walls were white, right? Which isn't, that's, everybody has a different philosophy, right? And it's like, now the expectation is like, did the walls get updated every year? Do they have our people on it? Are the updated leadership council guys on the wall? Are the people who hit a 3.0 on the wall? Like, that's the minimum expectation. Do we have a home field advantage? Like, we expect to have that now. People voted us one of the top, I think, 3 to 4 or whatever home fields in our league. Like, that's an expectation now. Like, we expect to play at home, play good football. We've won a lot of home games in the last 2 years. Like, we expect that now.
That's Kenny Dillingham, ASU head coach, had his pre-fall camp press conference yesterday out in Tempe. Was asked the question, hey, what's the biggest thing that's changed about the program since you've been here? He's going into year 4. Thought it was a fascinating answer because there was very little in terms. We talk about expectations with the Cardinals all the time. When Kenny Dillingham took over ASU, there was excitement because it was new blood, and he was an up-and-comer, very well thought of around college football and a commodity, no doubt. And the fact that he was an alum, even more. But where this program has come in terms of the expectations in a very short amount of time is a full credit to Kenny Dillingham.
No doubt about it. And I think, and first of all, how great is it that football season means Kenny Dillingham is back in our lives? The Kenny Dillingham press conference, right? It's one of the subtle joys of being an Arizona sports fan. First of all, always says very interesting stuff. And as I tell him constantly, I've never seen a young coach. This dude is going to go through another ASU class of students before he gets to 40.
Wow. Jared and I talk about this. We're both diehard U of A guys, and I love listening to Kenny speak.
Okay, but now think about it from this standpoint. 2024 had the world on a string. And we know what's happened since. Coming into this year, a couple things have changed. Number one, you've got Sam Levitt playing at LSU with Lane Kiffin, and that is going to be the circus. They are going to be the hot take shows constantly. And if it works, and if Sam Levitt is playing in the college football playoffs, if he plays for a championship, that's going to have an effect on Valley football fans, depending on how this season goes. The other thing, and this is a narrative I don't think anybody saw coming a couple years ago, there's a belief among Big 12 media and some Valley sports fans that Arizona football is in a better place right now than ASU football is. And that belief exists because they've got a quarterback in Tucson who won't leave.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Look, a lot of guys go to college.
Well, I mean, listen, Noah Fafita is a fantastic quarterback, but he has saved Brent Brennan's backside, to be perfectly honest here. This kid is going into his 4th year.
You can't stay that long in college.
A lot of people go to college for 7 years.
What are you? They're called doctors.
And that's not even counting his red shirt year. He's been there since 2022.
Yeah. He was there when I was there.
So listen. So Kenny Dillingham, there you go.
That's unbelievable.
That's fantastic. Yeah. That's wild. So this is what's in front of Kenny Dillingham right now. You've got this football team that he says he likes a lot, that he says from 1 to 105, or maybe 2 to 105, is as good as they've ever had there. But who's playing quarterback for him? They don't know yet.
No, they don't. That was a question that was asked to Kenny Dillingham.
No, I think it's going to be a good competition going in. I saw ups and downs, from the younger guys. Mikey was Mr. Consistency throughout camp. And that's kind of what we wanted to bring in. We wanted to bring in some combinations of high ceilings with consistency, a lot of veteran leadership from him. So I think we got a really good natural competition going into camp. Next question, when I'm going to name a starter, I'm going to name a starter before we start preparing for week 1, which is about 9 to 10 days out. I don't believe in a quarterback competition going into, week 1. I want to know who it is, and our guys know we have a plan and we believe in something. If somebody separates themselves earlier, home run. And if they separate themselves earlier, you guys come to practice, everybody's going to know it. It's going to be very clear that they separated, and that would be the dream scenario. The worst thing as a coach is when you have to make the decision when it's not clear, because it makes it more challenging, which is why I like to announce who it's going to be.
Yeah, I think that's a responsible way to handle it, because you want that quarterback to get a little bit of footing going into the first game.
Yes.
And the first game is against Morgan State, so it should have an exhibition feel to it. But during that press conference, too, Kenny Dillingham also talked about the quarterback competition he had in his first year at ASU. And it was 2023. It's not that long ago. But I was like, wow, what did that look like? Because I honestly had forgotten who started the first game at quarterback for
Right.
Kenny Dillingham. Do you remember who it was?
No.
Jaden Rashada.
That's right.
He got hurt.
That's right.
They went to Drew Pine. Trenton Bourget threw
That's
for the
right.
most yards that year, but also threw only one touchdown pass. That whole year, ASU quarterbacks combined for 8 touchdown passes. Cam Scattaboo had one.
Yes,
that
he
year.
did.
So, yes, there might be, and Kenny brought it up, similarities to that in terms of feel. The candidates are so much better. 3 years later.
I would agree with that.
3 years later.
Yeah, I would agree with
You've got
that.
a guy in Boley who started at Kentucky in the SEC.
Right.
Mikey Keene is really experienced. And go back to that 2023 year, 2 weeks after that opener, Mikey Keene quarterbacked Fresno State to a shutout win over ASU in Tempe. So they have guys that have actually done it at a high level. And I know what you're going to say. Drew Pine played at Notre Dame. We all watched Drew Pine play football.
Yes, we did. So listen, I think this is good because Kenny, I think, is very dangerous in years when he's feeling a little bit underrated, maybe a little disrespected.
Well, how important do you think it is that they not just have another good year, but actually have a great year?
I mean,
or else you're just back in the pattern of like a great year followed by 2 okay years, and then
this is what he's trying. This is what he's up against, man. This is the fight. This is why it's never happened before.
But to your point, Jarrett, I think it's a good point in that, and I think there's a lot of teams in this boat right now in the Big 12. There is still, going into this third year of the revamped Big 12 with 16 teams in it, there is still yet to be that program that is elevated clearly above everybody else.
Right.
A lot of people want to say it's Texas Tech.
because of the money they spend.
Because of the money they spend, they got quarterback issues of their own that we've talked about
what
ad
happened?
nauseum.
Texas Tech has got the best. Texas Tech has got the best owner in the conference. That's the new word in college football.
But, I mean, Texas Tech also had the best defense that money could buy last year, and then what happened in the playoffs? They didn't score a point. They did not prove themselves very well. So, but the good program in a good spot, but not clearly head and shoulders. Texas Tech, ASU, BYU. You want to throw Arizona in that mix, and I know they're getting a lot of pub right now because of Fafita.
Who the hell knows with Utah with the new coach?
Utah with a new coach. I think, obviously there's not that big of a turnover because Scally was under Whittingham for all those years, and they certainly have an identity at Utah. So I think it is important to kind of establish yourself. After a year that ASU was ravaged by injuries, especially at the quarterback position last year.
Right.
This is a big year.
And what's difficult about it is the schedule is a little bit gnarly. You talk about Morgan State to open, then they go to Texas A&M, then they have to go play in London the next week.
No easy task.
Then they come home against Baylor. Then they get Hawaii at home. Then they've got to go on the road to play Texas Tech. That's a hard 5-game gauntlet you got there.
Yeah. Thankfully, the trip to London is only against Kansas. And I just said that because I have a friend who's a Kansas
And our
fan.
show,
And you guys will be there,
and we'll
right?
be there broadcasting live,
I
right?
can't wait to be
Oh,
there.
my goodness.
Where are we going in
Tea
London?
and crumpets.
Has somebody brought this to the boss?
I'm waiting for you guys to make a...
Come on, Jarrett.
Come on, Jarrett.
Coordinate. You got to coordinate.
Really, it's got to be sold. Ferret loose on the streets of London.
Ferret on the streets of London.
Right?
We could do a food
Ferret
tour.
on the streets of
Oh, a food tour.
Birmingham.
We could do a
Oh,
food tour.
Brit not
That's-
known for their food,
That's
but
not the country you want to do a
No,
food
but
tour.
like
I like a big English breakfast, different boiled potted meats.
They have a lot of those, man.
Yeah. How do you feel about boiled potted meat?
Delicious.
Listen, there's
Stews.
nothing more important to the Brits than Sunday roast and afternoon tea.
Yep, Sunday roast, stews, curries.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, beans on stuff.
Think of it this
Meat
way.
pastries, Jared. Think meat pastries.
Think of another major country / nationality where you've never heard this said to you before. Is there a good British restaurant anywhere in town?
That's a great point. Nobody has ever said that.
It's always a pub.
It's always.
It's not a restaurant.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. This new
But you know
Welsh
what?
joint opened near me.
Right. But listen, if you have the right shepherd's pie, it's transcendent.
Oh, shepherd's pie is fantastic.
It's transcendent. If it's done properly.
Is that more English or Irish?
I don't know.
I think the Irish are going to claim that. What do you feel like tonight? You feel like Italian, Chinese, Thai, Welsh? Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us all caught up on the big stories on this Thursday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Beckley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Cat. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Rosen in shotgun, a bunch set to the right. David Johnson in the backfield. Snap to Rosen, looking left all the way, throwing left to Fitz. Caught at the one, he's hit there, but he bounces off a tackler and gets in for 2 points. The Cardinals extend their lead to 3, 18-15 with 34 seconds to go.
Did you see what he did, David? Larry Fitzgerald spiked the football.
I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Just running a flat route, Josh Rosen put it on him, and Larry spiked the ball.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. What a win from the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Eduardo Rodriguez was fantastic. 8 innings of shutout baseball. Gabby Moreno went deep in the 4th to stay red hot, and Brandon Garcia closed it down in the 9th, and the D-backs got a 3-0 win in what was their biggest game of the season so far. The Snakes now tied for the 2nd wild card spot in the NL with the Philadelphia Phillies and have a much-needed day off today as they travel to Cleveland for a 3-game set with the Guardians, their last series before the trade deadline. Training camp rolls on around the NFL, and just a week now until the Cardinals' first preseason game in the Hall of Fame game. And the very man heading to the Hall of Fame, Larry Fitzgerald, is set to join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Get an extra $1,000 rebate plus 2.9% financing for 84 months on 2026 Ford F-150s at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop now at earnhardtford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get me into a lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Another great day to talk some Diamondbacks baseball. This team continues to put fans and myself through the roller coaster of emotions. But hey, 2 wins in a row. They own the tiebreaker over the Pirates, the Cardinals, and now they own the tiebreaker over the Phillies. How much pressure is on this team to at least make the postseason?
I would, like 2 weeks ago, I would have said it's probably a lukewarm pressure, but the more games, the fewer games you have left on the schedule, and the more time you're spending in it and elevating up the wild card standings, this isn't a bad thing. They're building the pressure on themselves to make the playoffs by the way they're playing right now.
I think there is significant pressure, but I think it's different. I think it's because this is year 3 of a team that has been trying desperately to recapture the magic they showed during that run to the World Series. We all remember what that was like and how all of Major League Baseball fawned over the way the Diamondbacks played, how different and unusual and effective it was, and the stories were all the same. We're witnessing the rise of a new National League power, and since then it has been vision unfulfilled. And the endings of the previous 2 baseball seasons have been particularly awkward and grotesque. So I think there's a lot of pressure to cash that chip just to validate what we thought we had with this team and to keep the momentum going forward. And obviously, Torey Lovullo is not getting another contract if they don't make the playoffs. So if the majority of people in that clubhouse adore Torey, then they better show it on the field, because this is the time when you're going to influence that.
Yep. And the trade deadline looming on Monday. What is your biggest question about this team as the deadline approaches?
My biggest question is now, I mean, based on the Gambo tweet and everything that's in the air and all these limitations that they have, what this deadline looks like. Do they do anything at all?
Oh, man.
Which... There's no guarantees either way.
Yeah.
You stand pat, you're not guaranteed anything. You go out and make a bunch of trades, you're not guaranteed anything either.
The thing is Max Kepler is finally grooving. He's come around big time, but he's not available in the postseason.
Yep.
And so what's the contingency plan if you're writing that? If that bat is part of the mix that gets you there, what do you do once you get there? I'm sure they'll do something, and I'll bet you it's going to be a combo platter of buy and sell.
Okay.
But I don't think it's going to be anything spectacular.
All right, fair enough. Speaking of like spectacular or lukewarm, just the MLB trade deadline as a whole. Tarek Skubal might get traded. There's a lot of mights. Do you think we're in for a juicy MLB trade deadline or an underwhelming one?
I don't think it's going to be juicy top to bottom. I think there's going to be a couple. I fully expect Tarek Skubal to be traded and to land in L.A. because now they're freaking out. Shohei can't pitch. And he's complaining about his arm.
Oh, my biceps.
And my knee. They're not quite broken, but you know what I'm getting at.
He just hit a ball 400 feet.
Yeah, so yesterday the scene in Detroit with Skubal making his start, there was a lot of don't go, a lot of reverence paid toward Tarek Skubal, and he deserves all of it. But, man, it almost feels inevitable to me. And that would definitely qualify as juicy. Okay. A 2-time defending Cy Young champ.
Yeah.
And it's going to feed right into the people who think baseball's broken.
It's not like the Tigers are a podunk organization.
No.
And for them to just realize they have no chance of keeping him. They made the playoffs last year, the Tigers.
Yeah.
And they're just going to trade off the franchise player.
Yeah. All right. Let's transition to the Cardinals. Bear with me here. So, football training camp. It used to be you went somewhere, you roomed with guys, and so I want to ask you, which Arizona Cardinal do you think would make the best roommate and the worst roommate?
Wow.
Who's the quietest?
See, I think I have my answers to both, but
what are your answers, Sammy?
I know what Sammy's going to say. Sammy's going to say the best roommate's Trey McBride.
No.
No?
No. I had Paris Johnson Jr.
Oh, okay.
Best roommate. Seems like a great guy to get along with. And then worst. Actually,
Paris is a talker, though.
I take it all back. I want a room with Gardner Minshew.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man, I don't know.
You want to stay in the van?
You like the smell of patchouli?
I think more just because I would just love the ride of it all, right? Just to see what that man is about. And then worst, I don't know if
all right, yes, Gardner. Time is a flat circle. We get it.
But I thought about this at the beginning of camp when the slideshow of all the players arriving with their single bag, going to the resort for a month. We remember going to Flagstaff and watching those guys check into dorms, and they would put the media up in the dorms too. It was not comfortable. But guys would bring fans in. They'd rent TVs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was so different 20 years ago.
Oh, my goodness.
I love Buda Baker. I don't think I could room with Buda Baker.
No.
No. I think, not that he would be a worse.
Too much energy for you?
Maybe too. I see. I feel like he has all the energy on the field, and he's just kind of very to himself as off the field. But I could be way wrong.
I think I'd want a room with Yalta Froholt.
He was on my list. On my short list.
Yeah, he'd be on my short list. I think Trey McBride would be on my short list. As who I wouldn't want to.
Mike LaFleur.
Who would you not want to tick off? I mean, that's like James Conner.
Yeah, nobody wants to room with the coach. James Conner. Yeah. You wouldn't want to get him upset.
That would be an intense experience.
Yeah, it would.
It would. And okay, moving on from the roommates, from a training camp standpoint in general, aside from the Cardinals, what stories are you monitoring as camp rolls on?
Aside from
throughout the NFL?
Throughout the NFL.
I do have interest in seeing what Kyler Murray looks like in a different locale with different talent around him in a different atmosphere. That selfishly to me is number one on my list.
Yeah, listen, I think the Vikings are up there. The Bears are up there, given the level of excitement in Chicago for the Bears. It's having just been there. I'm telling you, it's good. They're just nuts already with excitement.
They are. But let me just say this about my excitement level of Kyler Murray. He didn't throw a 60-yard touchdown pass on the first play of training camp yesterday to Jordan Addison. He didn't get in a fight.
No, he did
with
not.
J.J. McCarthy. There's a lot of people getting duped by this really bad fake account that's coming out of Minnesota. The clip that was labeled yesterday as a Kyler Murray touchdown pass was originally posted in May, and it's a clip from last year, and it was J.J. McCarthy throwing the ball, and people just want to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Artificial intelligence, or
no, it was
lack of intelligence.
It was real. It was just, hey, it's on the internet. It must be true.
Ha ha ha! I fooled everybody, aren't I? Wouldn't Mom be proud? Look what I have accomplished.
Speaking of Mom being proud, my mom watching on YouTube did say, "Oh, you look so handsome, dear."
Ah, nice, Jared. There you go.
The haircut was.
That's the first. She didn't see the haircut yesterday.
No.
Oh. Look at you.
Well, she's giving you the affirmation because she knows she guilt-tripped you into getting it in the first place.
Great feeling to make Mom feel good.
When I was younger, like before I really worked and stuff, she would hint by literally buying me a gift card to a barbershop.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's great, though.
That's fantastic.
Haircuts are not cheap these days, let me tell you.
My younger son was very much in the last few years into the, I don't care about my hair. I'm just going to, and he's got thick, curly hair. Didn't get it from my side of the family. But he's finally out of that, and he keeps it nice and high and tight now. I never gave him crap about it, but I'm secretly glad that he's into the haircuts now. So I kind of get what your mom's getting at there, Jarrett.
Yeah.
Your kids.
They're all hair.
Your two boys.
They're all hair.
They're all hair. The Bickley family is all about hair.
They're all hair. Yeah, it's completely out of control.
All right,
I've set a very, very bad example, clearly.
I didn't say that.
I know, I did.
Hey, if you got the hair, you got to flaunt it.
That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Thanks, Sammy. We're in the peak of summer, and water safety matters more than ever. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes reminds you that 2 seconds is too long to look away from your kids around water. Text SWIM to 620-620 to learn about the 5 layers of protection. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. As the team stacks wins heading into the trade deadline. We'll cover all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready for Give-a-thon. Arizona's kids need you. And we'll share some incredible stories of hope beginning August 17th, thanks to Mattamy Homes. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives. It allows people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saves their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element that comes in real handy, because if life ever throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without making a payment after the market crashed in 2008, and yeah, the interest went up every month, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. Chances are your mortgage cannot do that. More recently, another client had to fund 3 different weddings in an 18-month period. Credits the Life Changer loan for giving him the flexibility to make that happen. The Life Changer loan gives you the control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down, pay off quickly. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a client to pay off their homes, and should financial instability ever arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you have access to your equity, because you can always borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Buy 5 quarts of Syntec full synthetic motor oil and get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter. Limits apply. Save 20% on a MicroGuard or MicroGuard Select engine air filter when purchased with the Syntec Special.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home. And he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
The D-backs host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a weekend series starting Friday, August 7th. Get your tickets for the matchup now at dbacks.com.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President.
To have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Good win, good series for the D-backs in Pittsburgh. Day off today before a weekend series in Cleveland and the trade deadline looming. Lots to talk about with the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, today as Derek joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to
Derek.
Hey, good morning, guys. I did not ride that bus to Cleveland with Erod. I flew back yesterday. But I was there. I was in
Oh, yeah,
Pittsburgh.
we saw you. You were front. You had some really good seats. How'd you pull that off?
Yeah. Who do you know?
Who do you know?
I'll tell you what, it's a beautiful ballpark. I've always said, if there's one that I think people need to go visit, it's PNC. It's at the top, and to see all their fans, the support they have for the Bucks, and everybody's in yellow and black, and it's awesome. It's a tough place to play too. It's a little ballpark, especially right field, and it's always humid. It rains, and before fans go, our players aren't used to that. So I mean, sure enough, it rained right before that game on Tuesday night, and we pulled it out. It was great.
I think this series was a really good test going in, based on the standings for the wild card in the National League, Derek. And obviously, things didn't go the Diamondbacks' way in the opener, but really crazy game on Tuesday night, and then yesterday, just Erod being masterful. I think a passing of the test with flying colors those 3 games at PNC. Do you agree?
I do, Vinny. Yeah, I just wish we could win game 1 of a series. I mean, how many times we've had to come back and win the next 2, but we've done a good job of that, of bouncing back and winning the next 2 games. But I would love for us to win that first game of a series. And I think we should have swept the Pirates, and that middle game was certainly frustrating because you're up 6-0, and you should not squander that kind of lead in the 8th inning and beyond. But nonetheless, we pulled it out. We came back and won, and I think we kept that momentum going yesterday, especially because of the dazzling pitching of our starter.
Yeah, and how about the way all 3 of your starters responded to that challenge of facing a very difficult Pittsburgh offense?
They were great. I mean, Bick, they were fantastic, and the fact that we could now give our bullpen a rest of a full day yesterday, other than Garcia, and then today, of course, they're going to be ready to go, which is what we need. But yeah, they've all been so good and given us the length, especially when we needed it, because we have been burning through that bullpen, and that makeup game didn't help in St. Louis. But nonetheless, instead of complaining about that game, let's focus on the fact that we won. That was great.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Trade deadline coming up on Monday.
What? Are we going to talk about that?
We were talking earlier about the tweet that Gambo put out yesterday, kind of setting the stage and kind of, tempering maybe expectations or people that want sweeping changes or big names. And that might not be the reality for where this ball club is right now from a financial standpoint, from a roster standpoint. But do you expect some sort of change at the deadline, Derek?
I do, and I think focusing on the CBT or that tax level, it's kind of a responsible thing to do, but I don't think it's the driving factor. It is a factor. Nonetheless, I think Mike and our staff, they're very good at doing both buying and selling. I think we might see a little bit of that. I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and that's why I'm back in town. But I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen. In the position that we're in, I think how many times I was in the elevator and our players would say, "Hey, we're going to do something. We're going to do something." And it's always been that way. It's not just this year. Years ago, I can remember. When I was in L.A., I'd have Dodger players come up to me on the field. Hey, we doing something? Come on, we got to do something. But they always want to do something. And I can just tell you the volume of calls that we're making and that we're taking would indicate that there's some good activity out there. However, I warn us before we get too excited. Again, there aren't that many sellers. So for us to be a buyer and a seller, I think that is what probably makes the most sense. We're very good at it, but we'll see if there's opportunities for that.
I know you guys as an organization, you kind of have to get above the day-to-day roller coaster, the ups and downs that's the pool that we've been swimming in, obviously, and you guys have to kind of get above that and see down the road with what's right. But is there anything that has happened in the last couple of days, or is there anything that's happened recently that has maybe changed your level of optimism about what this team might be able to accomplish?
Yeah, I think it's the health of our players that are rehabbing right now. I think we're seeing some good progress, and when you hear that Martinez is really throwing and he's on track to come back very, very soon, again, and you guys covered it this morning. It's difficult to believe that those guys are going to come back and be in tip-top shape. It's going to take a little time for them to get the rust off. But I think that's what gives me optimism. But I still feel the same, Vic. I mean, after we played in Washington, it's the roller coaster down, right? We were all in the dumps like, oh, boy, here we go. And you still look, you get excited and you think, wow, we caught up to the Phillies. We're in that second spot. Yet you're a game and a half ahead of the Padres, and you're 2 games ahead of Washington, and and St. Louis. They're all still right there. So if you're going to continue to go up and down, so are the standings. But I would say, these guys are playing with a lot of confidence. We're going to get back home. It's not easy to play the Padres and Dodgers, and the Padres are going to definitely be trying to hunt us down to make up some ground, and the Dodgers are going to try and make up for that sweep. But that's okay. And then we've got the Rockies after that. It's just going to be good to be at home where we've played well. And I think even in this month, Vic, I think we're 14-10 in July. That's a really good July, especially with a very difficult schedule when you look at it, and especially on the road.
Derek, pertaining again to the trade deadline, there's been some reporting out there that there's general managers in baseball right now and other executives that believe that there won't be any baseball at all in 2027, and that those organizations and individuals are operating under those beliefs heading to the trade deadline. How much of a factor has that been within the offices of the Arizona Diamondbacks in trying to come up with a plan to navigate this trade deadline?
Yeah, well, I think, Vinny, when answering that, I would say first off, if there's a guy without a contract beyond this year, I have said to Mike, I'm not afraid to acquire a rental. That first and foremost. But if there's guys that maybe have, one more year on their contract or multiple years, it has not been a factor. I don't think we've had one conversation about possible work stoppage or not playing games or how many games. I think you've got to go about it just looking at this season and how you can improve your team. I don't think you can worry about what's out of your control for next year. Hopefully we play games. And I don't know how many. Is it 162? Is it 100? Whatever. There's a good opportunity or a good chance that you're going to play games. So if you acquire someone that's still under contract next year, you can assume that player is going to play. So we haven't had those conversations, and we're not sure during negotiations what would happen. What comes out on the other side? Do you then have that player for the year after, or do you just pay the player for the games played? We don't know. So there's no reason to make that a factor at this point. Just try and improve your team as if you're just looking at today and how you can make things better.
One of the magical things about that 2023 team was that the fan base went nuts over that team, and there was any number of players you had that people could identify with, that people chose as their favorite player on the team. And one of those guys was Gabby Moreno. How good is it for you and the organization to see him getting back to being that guy, if not even a better version of the guy we saw in 2023?
I think, Vic, it is better. I think, every time he comes up, you expect him to get on base. And, he just comes through. And yesterday, Jones is a tough pitcher, man. That guy's good. And he was flying through just like we were. You guys talked about the pace of the game. It was flying by. That's because both pitchers were in so much control. And for us to get on base with that double, Corbin, and then Gabby to follow it up with a home run, it's huge. And he even drew a walk yesterday, too. He's an on-base machine right now, and you just expect it. And like you guys said, the other three we really need to get going, and they will. But if Gabby can keep this going, boy, he has really carried us. And it's so good to see. He's batting in that 3 spot. He's producing. He's calling great games, obviously, behind the plate. And then when he's not behind the plate, he's DHing because we need his bat. And McCann's doing the job. I mean, you look at the job that James did, getting on base 4 times and key roles in that game on Tuesday night. The reason why we won really was because of him. And it's good to see both those guys producing when we need them.
Derek, before we let you go, any update on the lease agreement with the county and any progress that's being made there?
Well, we are meeting, we have another meeting next Friday, a week from tomorrow, and I think they're going to have an executive session that I'll probably be removed from whenever they talk about the lease. It's standard play, and so I'll walk out and they'll talk about it. But I think it's coming soon. They know we really can't do anything until we have that lease.
Yeah.
It does make sense to go borrow money or work on these projects, but we have so much work to do that we've got to get that behind us. But great question, Vince. And the first thing we needed to do was adapt some bylaws. We did that. Second piece of business that was very important was to hire an executive director. We did that a few weeks back. And now, most importantly, we have to have the lease extension, and then we can get going.
Gotcha. Derek, thanks. Great
Thank
stuff
you,
as
Derek.
always. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it, guys. I look forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, spending some time with us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next on this Thursday edition, Vic kicks off the second half of the show with The Blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and sports fans know better than anyone the sideline is no place to be, especially if you are dealing with that nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. My friends at QC Kinetics are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue right at the source wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief, and this stuff really works. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in the office. There's no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. You get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you go about your day. What those treatments do, they calm down the inflammation where you are hurting, the pain backs off, and suddenly you are feeling like yourself again. They helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions. The patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%, also includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with all his joint pain after a lengthy, violent career in the NFL. If you're dealing with nagging joint pain, go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. Get a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. All you have to do, call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez, take a bow. The Diamondbacks' biggest game of their season to date in Pittsburgh was yesterday, and he was dominant in 8 innings, just 5 hits, 0 earned runs, and the D-backs got a massive 3-0 win over the Pirates. Torey Lovullo on the series.
After that first night, it was a heartbreaking loss, and then a big win yesterday. We had to capitalize on it, and today it was all about Eddie. He drove the bus for us today. What more can you say about what he did?
The Snakes are now tied with the Philadelphia Phillies for the second wild card spot in the NL, and they have a much-needed off day today, but will start a 3-game series with the Guardians in Cleveland tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals continue with training camp as the Hall of Fame game is just a week away, and the Hall of Famer himself, Larry Fitzgerald, set to join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
I believe we all suffer from VSDS, Valley Sports Derangement Syndrome, and someday a study should be done on the psychological effects on a major metropolis that is yearning for a communal spirit and a real collective identity, only to go 25 years without a major professional championship, because clearly it has had definite negative effects on our regional psyche. And I bring this up because of the epiphany I had watching the Diamondbacks the past 2 days. It was the pride that I felt in the defiance of their 2 starting pitchers, Brandon Pfaadt and Eddie Rodriguez, neither of whom allowed a run in Pittsburgh. It was the necessary benching of Paul Sewald. It was a team that scratched out 2 pivotal victories, a team that is now tied for the 7th best record in baseball, same as the Phillies, and I realized that for all the kvetching and all the complaints, this flawed team might be grinding out a story of great resilience. Maybe not a masterpiece, rather a team hunting and pecking their way into a story of redemption. And we can't let the frustrations of the past 2.5 seasons cloud our judgment too much, lest we miss something special happening right in front of our eyes. So I'm all in, back again with fresh eyes and a new attitude, but check back with me on Monday just in case. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
We came here to do what we did, win 2 out of 3, and that's always our objective, is to win as many games as we possibly can. But after that first night, it was a heartbreaking loss, and then a big win yesterday. We had to capitalize on it, and today it was all about Eddie. He drove the bus for us today. What more can you say about what he did?
Eddie the bus driver.
Eddie the bus driver. Valley Sports Derangement Syndrome. We have seen this with the Suns fan base and how nutty and crazy and angry people get at each other. Remember Devin Booker stands fighting with Kevin Durant stands? Remember all that stuff? I really do believe this. I believe that most of us who live here feel very grateful to be living in Arizona. The weather, the lack of traffic, all the reasons.
It's hard to get
the
behind it with
sunsets.
the weather right now.
Weather is
terrible
here.
saying.
The salsa, you know what I mean.
Oh, man.
Right, you know
Jarrett,
what I'm saying.
Jarrett went from the weather's terrible to,
Man, all I had to do was mention salsa, and he got out of that mindset. Yet, we can't get that collective identity where we're all Arizonans without the requisite success from our sports teams. That's the way it works. And we have had such an awful run here for a quarter of a century when it comes to major professional sports teams. And I think this Diamondbacks team, we're all waiting for them to galvanize us the way they did in 2023. And we've had a couple of seasons that have ended very, very badly. And I think that this is something that affects the way we consume these teams on a daily basis.
But since we're on the subject about the galvanization, is that a word? Did I just create a word?
That's galvanization.
Sounds about right.
2023, you're right. We got galvanized.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about the state of sports in this city, in this market, in this valley, shouldn't an experience like that have more of the long tail effect? Like, we're talking about that only 3 seasons later. I'm the first to admit the last 2 seasons plus have been frustrating after being at the World Series. But you ask most people now, they don't even remember that World Series.
Shame on them.
Well, shame on them is right. I mean, look, I think it's the same regret you have as a Suns fan being up 2-0 on the Bucks and thinking it was coming. And here we are X amount of years down the line struggling to get back to that level.
Yeah.
And it would be, I think it would be different if they throw us if someone threw us a freaking bone every now and again.
Well, they didn't follow that up with anything.
No.
That surprise World Series run wasn't like so.
But I guess I'm the freak in this because I'm in. It doesn't matter what I'm in. I'm in if they win 95 games. I'm in if they win 65 games. With the Cardinals, I'm in if they win 3 again. Maybe I'm the sicko.
Well, listen,
we need more sickos, is what I'm saying.
Well, yes, I think we do.
But see, even the Suns followed up the surprise finals run with the best season in franchise history.
True.
Like, they followed it up. The Cardinals followed up their surprise Super Bowl run with a run with Bruce Arians where they were good every year. The D-backs have missed the playoffs every year since.
True.
And that's what it is. And not only that, they were teams that teased enough where you thought, okay, if they just get back in, they can duplicate what they did in 23, and they've never gotten back in.
Do you feel that about this year's team? Because I was thinking about that when we were talking about they don't want to go over this threshold and a trade deadline. Like, do they feel like this team could make a World Series or not? Because if they do, don't you want to just go for it? Or is that irresponsible?
No, absolutely. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to do the combo platter of buying and selling. But I'm getting more to the standpoint of we've had a lot of frustrations with this baseball team. And I think we just need to step back and go, for all of that, they're 57-52.
Yeah. Which is better than I thought they would be.
Same.
But in the blast you used, and I think it's a common feeling on this show because you said you're back, you're all in.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy's been riding the roller coaster pitch by pitch basically this week, but we know he's in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in, Jarrett's in. The problem is the number of people that are getting to the point of being back again all in as we get towards August and the trade deadline. People like us are still 2 months ahead of the curve.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This city doesn't get all in until there's
until you get
an
closer.
X next to the name and they're in the playoffs.
That's a good point. There's 53 games left.
Yeah.
So that's a big chunk of baseball left. Yeah. So look, I just really like the way the baseball team responded the last couple of days. Obviously, the first night and giving up the big lead, that no bueno, obviously. But all's well that ends well.
I'm here to give Diamondbacks baseball an actual meaning. Resilient. If this team is resilient the rest of the way, I think they're going to make the playoffs.
I think they've showed a good amount of resilience
and I think
to
this
point.
season, Jarrett mentions it all the time. You won't see them go on like a 10-game losing streak because when they lose a series like they did in Washington, when their backs are somewhat against the wall after they dropped the first game in Pittsburgh, you found them, even though it was brutal, the extra inning game, they won. And even though you needed a near-perfect outing from Erod last night or yesterday, they found a way to get it done. And so if resilience is their image and mantra, it's going to be the blood pressure is going to rise, but they're going to get it done.
But here's the constant reminder of what a roller coaster this specific team is and baseball is in general. Coming off that high of Pittsburgh day off. Great timing. Mitch Bratt, Cole Drake. I'm going to start the next 2 games.
Yep, that's it.
Now, maybe if those guys step up and match or come close to matching what the 3 starters did in Pittsburgh, maybe that's the launching off point by more people joining our group that are all in and really invested in this team. Maybe if it goes south, maybe we're knocked down a couple pegs.
Because then they come home for 4 against the Padres, who a division foe, and then 3 against the Dodgers.
Yep.
So to Vinny's point, if they win this series in Cleveland,
I wonder if they'll miss Scooble in that series.
Man,
Sammy, figure that out how his schedule lines up.
So he's day to day now with a mystery injury. Did you see that?
Ooh, no, I did not see that.
Late last night, Tarek Scooble day to day.
Detroit's getting cold feet.
Oh.
That's interesting, though. I did not see that today. Coming up next, here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, what stands out more to Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur? Marvin Harrison Jr.'s potential or his training camp drops? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We got to sit down with Mike LaFleur after practice. He's fired up for this. I don't think he's tried to hide that in a lot of his introductory press conference, some of his interviews that he's had so far. He's obviously well aware of what the outside expectations are for his team. He used to coach with the Rams a year ago, right? So he knows how good they are. He knows how good the Niners and Seahawks are, or at least are supposed to be this year. But I don't know. I didn't walk away from it being like, oh, they're going to win 11 games. It's not that. Right. I walked away from it feeling like, okay, they got a pretty confident, decisive young coach, which this team needs right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What do we get with a built-for tough truck? Easy, more capability, durability, more confidence for whatever the road or job throws our way. Paul Calvisi here. Quality, that means America's best-selling line of trucks, the Ford F-150 and Super Duty. Work truck or versatile SUV for the family, our Desert Ford dealers have us covered. And right now, on the best-selling truck brand in Arizona, get a 2026 Ford F-150 with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Plus $1,000 matching down payment, plus 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments. What's more, on a 2026 Ford Explorer, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, that 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Can you believe we're surviving another Arizona summer? If you're like most homeowners, you've probably already had a few surprises. Maybe your AC is acting up, the pool needs repairs, or you're finally ready to tackle those home improvements. Hi, it's Lisa Lund. If you've owned your home for a while, there's a good chance you've built equity that could help you make those plans possible. At Lund Mortgage, we'll give you the same advice we give our own family. And if now's not the right time, we'll tell you. Thank you for letting me be a part of your listening experience for more than 25 years. My team and I are always here. Give us a call or go to lundmortgage.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Biglia Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Brissett under center on 1st and goal from the 3. Brissett takes the snap. Play fake. Looks over the middle. Throws wide open. Harrison caught for a touchdown. What a first half for Jacoby Brissett and Marvin Harrison Jr. They've made it look easy on that drive and on that touchdown pass. 9-0 Cardinals.
Going back to last season, one of those touchdowns from Brissett to Harrison. Dave Pasch on the call. Coming in that Cowboys win, one of 4 touchdowns last season, his second year in the league for Marvin Harrison Jr. We can all agree on this. This is a big year for Marvin Harrison Jr. and his development in importance for what he does to the Arizona Cardinals and stepping up and being a more consistent NFL receiver. But one of the stories, maybe the story so far of training camp, seems to be a bout that Marvin Harrison Jr. is having with
the dropsies.
Happened again yesterday. In fact, I think the last 2 days, you don't have to look very far, especially if you follow a lot of Cardinals people online.
Yeah.
About basically these montages, these supercuts of Marvin Harrison Jr. not coming up with balls in training camp. Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, was asked about MHJ's drop yesterday.
You don't want to drop any balls ever. In the history of time, no receiver, tight end, running backs. Unfortunately, it does happen every once in a while. What I was happy about, Marv, in the one drop that you're alluding to is how he responded. And the next time he had an opportunity, we have Trey going underneath. We saw kind of an overlap underneath. Jacoby did, and he was able to layer one right over the middle to Marv. And all you tell these guys is do the next right thing. And the next right thing was to line up, or get back to the huddle, and the next opportunity you have, whether it's in the run game or the pass game, go full throttle and make it happen. And I thought the next time he had an opportunity to catch a football, he caught it, and we kept it moving right there. So we acknowledged, and then we move on.
And that's a good answer. That has to be the mentality for any player and really any coach dealing with a player like that. But yesterday specifically, in one of those montages that I'm talking about, it was a comparison between Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. Kind of running the same routes in drills and in live practice action. One thing that stood out to me was the Harrison part of the drops or not coming up with the football was exacerbated by the fact that these were not passes from quarterbacks. They were passes from coach and support staff. And a lot of them were not good throws.
Yes.
But outside of the drops, which is concerning, I'm not going to say it's not concerning. The thing that stood out to me the most, and I am not a tactician or a position coach, nor have I played wide receiver one down in my life, but what stood out to me...
I'm sure Jared thinks it's easy.
Yeah, it's easy. I mean, if I did play, would their offensive look much different last year?
That's a good question. See, that's the point I'm trying to make.
My answer is yes. It would have looked much different.
Okay.
What stood out to me is in the side-by-sides, running the same routes and the same drills, is the crispness and the urgency and the suddenness with which Michael Wilson was attacking those reps. And it just didn't appear the same from Marvin Harrison Jr. in running those same things. Did that stand out to you?
Marked difference in the crispness, the fierceness of the routes. It was just, it looked much more explosive with Michael Wilson.
That's what stood out to me
That's
most.
what stood out to me as well. I completely agree with that. There are some other things that I'm liking what I'm seeing of some of the clips of Trey Benson. Looks like he's having a nice camp so far. Some of the early bursts of Jeremiah Love look very, very impressive. He's got a certain for a guy like Jeremiah Love to be really great on the NFL level, he is going to have to get his way through early traffic quickly. And it looks like he's got that bounce, if you will. You know what I mean? To get through the initial wave of defenders and get to the second level. I've been very impressed with that. The Michael Wilson thing, you're absolutely right. It's jumping off the screen what he's doing, especially when compared to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah. Mike LaFleur also talked about other aspects of Marvin Harrison Jr. Was asked the question yesterday. He's a cerebral guy. He does think a lot. Can he get in his head too much when he does that?
You're right. He is a cerebral guy. Excuse me, I can't even spell it or say it. But no, the game makes sense to him. And, so he is going to think about that stuff. And that is a fair question, because now I'm not even talking about Marv. I'm just talking in general over the time being with players, is where is that fine line where it's obsessive and it locks you up, but also, where it just gives you that edge. And each guy's a little bit different. And I can think of a bunch of guys off the top of my head where, man, it worked for him to find that edge. And there's others that just overdid it and they were locked up. And I think all those guys that just understand the game, it's finding that fine line and try to help them as a coach get to that point. But ultimately, they're the ones thinking about it when they're away from us as well.
Being smart, being cerebral is never a bad thing, but it can bleed over into weird territory when it comes to sports. What's the line from Bull Durham? Don't think it only hurts the ball club.
It only hurts the ball club.
It's popped up with Marvin Harrison Jr., where
That's
the head
a good
coach is
point.
being asked about it. We've talked about it ad nauseum this year with Zach Gallen being a guy who is such a student of the game and such a student of his craft, but is it locking him up because he doesn't look like the same guy?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, so I do think that part of it is certainly psychological, but I think even more so, I think it's just a matter of the comfort level that Marvin Harrison Jr. has yet to fully feel on a football field. And I think
at this level,
at this level, clearly at this level, and I think that has led to a lot of the issues here. The other thing Mike LaFleur said that I thought was pretty interesting, it was his thoughts on training camp fights. So apparently, according to Darren Urban in one of his pieces on azcardinals.com, kind of pointed out how Darius Robinson might have taken a gratuitous shot a little bit at Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love put himself on the ground to save time in a drill, and Darius kind of piled on, and one of the offensive linemen didn't like it, led to some pushing. And I thought Mike LaFleur was really interesting on the concept of fighting. I don't know if you've got those cuts. If not, I'll just paraphrase.
I don't see it on here.
Okay. What he basically said was interesting. He's like, I don't have a set rule, because if I throw you out of practice and it's to the detriment of the team, I'm not going to do that. But if you are so out of your mind that you're going to keep causing problems, then I'm going to throw you out of practice. So it was not one hard, fast rule. It was more individualized based on the circumstance. And I thought that's interesting. I've never heard a coach approach that topic like that. And it's good.
That is pretty new age thinking there.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Very
Normally
much so.
it's cut and dry one way or the other.
Exactly. And I thought that's interesting. And again, it's the more you get to know what Mike LaFleur is all about, and because I've said this repeatedly, the fastest way out for this football team is for Mike LaFleur to be the real deal.
Yeah.
To be our version of the guy they've got in Seattle or the guy the Rams have. If he is of that pedigree, then good things are going to happen.
You know who really loved that Mike LaFleur answer? Still one of my favorite Wolf stories when Bruce Arians took over.
Wasn't that great? Wasn't that great? He thought for certain BA was going to side with him.
Speaking to the team about training camp at the beginning of it and picking out a guy and starting a fight. No, that's not how we do it.
Then BA to come out and just rebuke the whole thing.
Because you think BA would be on the other side of it. I'm an old school guy, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's funny.
Coming up next, we'll continue to talk Cardinals football training camp as we get closer and closer to the preseason opener. Longtime Valley sports writer Kent Summers joins us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, where not only do our listeners get the hookup on new and pre-owned BMWs, you now get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your vehicle. It's the BMW Value Service Program, where Chapman BMW has unveiled huge price reductions on 12 essential services and repairs, everything from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. All you got to do, go to ChapmanBMW.com. You can put in your VIN number. You can see right in front of you all the money you are going to be saving. Chapman BMW also makes it simple to take advantage of these huge savings. They'll come to you, pick up your car, drop off a loaner. They'll fix your car, wash your car, then bring it right back to you when it's finished. That is the kind of red carpet elite service you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. What a win from the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Eduardo Rodriguez was fantastic. 8 innings of shutout baseball. Gabby Moreno went deep in the 4th to stay red hot, and Brandon Garcia closed it down in the 9th, and the Diamondbacks got a 3-0 win in what felt like the biggest game of their season so far. The Snakes now tied for the second wild card spot in the NL with the Phillies and have a much-needed day off today as they travel to Cleveland for a 3-game set with the Guardians, their last series before the trade deadline. Training camp rolls on around the NFL in just a week now until the Cardinals' first preseason game, the Hall of Fame game, and that very man heading into the Hall of Fame, Larry Fitzgerald, is set to join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And this report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway sales event is going on now. Get a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Get to your local Valley Hyundai dealer today.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Yeah, training camp continuing 1 week from today. The Hall of Fame game against the Carolina Panthers. Football is here to talk about it with us. Long-time Valley sports writer, the one, the only, Kent Summers, joining us via video this morning. Kent, good morning.
Kent
Thanks for joining
Summers.
us.
Fellas, thanks for having me. I needed a break from scrubbing all my social media.
Not because you're disgruntled with something. It's just because that's something you do at this time of the year, right?
Yeah,
Kent?
no, I'm a very gruntled person. I'm not unhappy at all. So.
All right, we're about a week plus into camp. Mentioned the preseason opener. They get the 4th preseason game this year. Yay. But to your, from your perspective, Kent, the story of Arizona Cardinals training camp to this point has been what?
Ooh, well, I was out there Tuesday, so based on my one day, wow, that's a really interesting question. I think I'm really intrigued. I mean, if you want to look at it from a positive note, I'm really intrigued how this offense is going to look because, you know, I know that obviously the Jacoby Brissett story has dominated the Cardinals offseason and, you know, and then up until last week when he, you know, got his raise for the, you know, for this year. But, you know, they've got some weapons and we've talked about that, you know, the addition of Jeremiah Love, Algiers, you've got James Conner coming back, Trey McBride, the ascension of Michael Wilson. How does he mesh with Marvin Harrison? I mean, they've got some threats that can put up some points and a new young offensive minded coach. So that's to me is the exciting part of it. You know, I think the other side is the other side of the ball. You know, they didn't do a ton defensively. What's that going to look like in this upcoming season? And, you know, and can they be better than, you know, what everybody or a lot of people are predicting might be the worst team in the NFL?
You and I have covered a lot of iterations of the Cardinals. We've covered a lot of head coaches. A lot of them have come and gone. What are your early intuition/instincts on Mike LaFleur?
I haven't been around him much. I like what I've seen and heard. He was impressive earlier this week when I was out there. He has a plan. I think like most first-time coaches, I would think he's probably overwhelmed just by the number of decisions that have to be made as he goes along. That, you know, reminded me Tuesday, somebody asked him about, you know, this is the anniversary of Corey Stringer's death from heat exhaustion of the Vikings. How's he going to handle that, you know, when the Cardinals break camp and they have to go back to Tempe and not everybody can fit into that bubble, or, you know, the players don't want to practice on artificial turf. So, I mean, it seems like a minor decision, but he went into a detailed response and that, you know, everything that goes into it. So, but I like the fact he's got some veteran coaches around him. I think, you know, more so than Jonathan Gannon had. That can only help. I mean, I saw today Terrell Austin, a defensive specialist for the Cardinals, is speaking at a press conference. I'm a longtime defensive coordinator for the Steelers, a former Cardinal assistant coach, a real bright offensive mind. So I like that part of it. But, you know, so much of it, as we know, depends on personnel acquisition, player development, et cetera. And that's really an area I think that's been probably the most lacking over the last, you know, better part of the decade.
Kent Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We were talking earlier, Kent, about seemingly the daily supercut of lowlights/highlights from Marvin Harrison Jr. that factor in a lot of his drops at training camp. Look, if you want to drop the ball, drop it at training camp. Drop it in practice. Don't do it in the games. But we've seen that be kind of a problem for him in his first 2 years in the league. Going into year 3, do you view this as a make or break season for Marvin Harrison Jr., not just as a Cardinal, but really as a viable NFL top threat?
I think especially make or break as a Cardinal. I mean, they have to, you know, he has to prove what he is, that he was worthy of that pick. And so far he hasn't. I was talking with somebody last night, a Cardinal fan, and I would like to see a little bit more dog in him. I mean, maybe that's not his personality outward to show that. I don't make a big deal out of drops in camp. I saw that Tuesday. He was wide open. Yeah, planked off his hands like, they were trash can lids. I get that. I just would like to see him be able to stay healthy and how he's going to figure into this offense. Can he really be, Devontae Adams in LaFleur's offense? If Michael Wilson is Puka Nakua, how are those two going to mesh? But yeah, we've got to see more from Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, you can't play. I think I read Teo Mackey's piece in the AZ Central today. I think he said Marvin had like 80 snaps in the last 8 games. So he just needs a lot more work, and he's got to stay healthy.
This football team in their last 9 games last year gave up 317 points. It was some ungodly figure, 35.2 a game. What is your level of concern or optimism on how that side of the ball is going to look this time around?
I think if you're a Cardinal fan or follow them, you've got to be very concerned. Where's the help coming from? And it's kind of weird that Josh Sweat has started camp on PUP. That was a surprise to most people. I know there were reports in the offseason that, maybe he wanted a trade. I know, he does have a knee issue that needs maintenance. You just can't put a guy on PUP because he's unhappy. But where does all that, the one proven pass rusher they've got, where does all that shake out? And after that, they're just depending on a lot of guys to come back from injuries or young guys to prove themselves. From a Will Johnson in the secondary, what kind of player is he? To Walter Nolan up front, can he stay healthy? Because I think we saw enough last year to think, this guy can be an impact player. This guy can be dominant. I mean, to go in the Wayback Machine, when I first saw him make some plays in his brief appearances last year, it kind of reminded me of Eric Swan, and some of that great, tackle 3 technique guy who can beat some people with both power and quickness. If they have him healthy and a Josh Sweat healthy, that whole unit looks a little bit different. But yeah, they didn't go out and add like a major piece, a major difference maker. So I think that side of the ball, and they kept Nick Rawlis, the defensive coordinator. Right. So I think that side of the ball's got to be a big question.
Kent Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. I said it previously, not recently, but sometime during the offseason, that I think the level, and you mentioned this earlier in this interview, Kent, the level of expectation around the league for the Cardinals is not very high. But the 3 of us have combined to watch a lot of Cardinals football over the years. What I said at the time was, I don't think there's ever been a season where there's been less expectation or more negative feeling nationwide for the Arizona Cardinals than this year. Would you agree with that?
Boy, it's up there. I think, the Steve Wilkes season, they went into that year with a really bad roster. 2018, that was tough. I don't know. 2019, you had the addition of Kyler Murray, so there was some excitement there. I think back to, maybe before Dave McGinnis's last season, where they just purged some veteran players to get under the cap, and I think started the season with a roster full of rookies and guys you'd never heard of, and you knew that wasn't going to be pretty, and they weren't really settled at quarterback either. But yeah, it's right up there. But I think I go back to, they do have some offensive talent, and you have to be really, really bad in the NFL to win only 3 or 4 games. And teams tend to rally around, look, this is what people think of us, and they're wrong, especially under a first-year head coach. So I keep thinking, maybe they're going to be better than that. Look, maybe not. I'm not predicting 7, 8, 9 wins, but maybe 6, which is twice as many as a lot of people are expecting.
All right, my last question. I've said there's a real fear of the Cardinals season peaking next week at Larry Fitzgerald's Hall of Fame induction, that's probably going to be the highlight of the year. What do you think that's going to be like? What effect do you think it's going to have on the Valley and the fan base to have a guy like Fitz be honored the way he's about to be honored?
Yeah, I know a lot of people are excited about it. I would imagine there's some feeling with Larry that he's glad it's finally here. After basically hearing, I think in January, February that you're in the Hall of Fame, and now you've had to wait 7 months to actually be inducted. But I think it's going to be thrilling. It'll make people harken back to the days when that guy could electrify a stadium, when 50,000, 60,000 people at State Farm started chanting his name.
Yep.
And you could see and I'm not a big believer in momentum, but you could feel things change during games when they got the ball to him. So I think it's going to be interesting. I was telling somebody the other day, it was so fascinating to me. I interviewed him for a piece I did on the Hall of Fame program. And I interviewed him. We had breakfast at Mountain Shadows Resort, a resort his investment company helped renovate. And I just thought back when I first met him, he was 20 years old in the league. And some of his first training camps, they had to send people after him to get him to go to meetings on time. Here's a guy who became a Hall of Famer, multimillionaire off the field, part owner of the Suns, et cetera. It's just been pretty incredible to watch. And I think that's how fans feel too. It's like they have a special connection because they watched that guy grow up.
Yeah.
They watched this kid come out at 20 years old and then they saw him as the hairline receded and he moved inside as a slot player and was a blocker and was getting more credit for, managing the clock than he was scoring touchdowns. I mean, we witnessed all that, and it's pretty cool for a fan base to be able to see that, and next week will be the culmination.
Definitely. Great stuff, Ken. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Thank you, Ken Summers, joining us via video. By the way, Larry Fitzgerald himself will be on these airwaves with Wolf and Luke at 11:30. They're also going to have Anquan Bolden on today.
Wow.
Look at that guest list, Jared.
Ron Wolfley was on our show. But I just we're scheduled to have Bruce Arians on the show next week.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Looks like a BA in a while.
I tell you, baby. Holy hell, what a party.
Coming up next is a top quarterback holding out or two top running backs holding in. And how is a top NFC West coach holding up? We'll go through some NFL hash marks next. That's well done, Jared. We'll let you off the hook. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Cat. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
First down from the Cardinal 9. Two tight ends, two receivers, one back. It's Emmitt Smith, and it's a flea flicker. And McCown going deep. He's got Fitzgerald and a leaping catch at the 45-yard line of the Cardinals. Fitzgerald is taken down there. A pickup of about 36 yards and a first down.
Woo, he needed that one. I'll tell you what. That got the rookie fired up. He's punching everything but the Rams at this point because he just did it on that play.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from 2 neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
It should surprise nobody. Both running backs have so much at stake, and both are poised to reset the market and become the highest paid running backs in NFL history. It doesn't make sense for them from a financial standpoint to step onto a field to risk injury while their contracts still are not done. Now, both running backs, Gibbs and Robinson, have had conversations at various points during the offseason. And I think the feeling around the league continues to be that there will be deals that get done at some point this summer for both backs, Robinson and Gibbs. But as long as those deals are not done, it appears as if the running backs have decided that they cannot afford to be on the practice field risking any sort of injury.
It's Adam Schefter from ESPN. I was thinking during that soundbite, oh crap, Schefter's phone is not good. But
wow,
then
right,
then
exactly.
He wasn't on the phone.
Yeah, isn't that odd?
There's Adam Schefter talking about 2 of the top running backs, maybe the top 2. I think ESPN's top 10 position by position list had them as number 1 and number 2. In Bijan Robinson of Atlanta and Jahmyr Gibbs of Detroit on those rankings, but they're both holding in. That's not even the biggest story with Bijan Robinson. Did you see his hairstyle?
Oh, my gosh, it's really bad. It's wild.
He looks like a genie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. I mean, he does.
And then I thought, how do you get a helmet over that?
I don't know if you do.
I think he had it pointed forward, but it'd probably be a ponytail thing. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're talking about now is hold-ins, holdouts. The running back spot, you would running backs are in a really, really interesting place in today's NFL because we can talk about, and we've had this discussion locally with Jeremiah Love, and a lot of this talk about premium position. The Cardinals, what are you doing? You won 3 games. You don't draft a player at a non-premium position. If I was a running back, that would drive me absolutely crazy. How is a non-premium position played by somebody who could touch the ball 25 to 30 times a game? Doesn't make sense to me. But they're also not earning what other positions are earning. So I'm kind of rooting for these two guys to get their money.
Well, and again, it's a function of the NFL. Unfortunately, this is the way guys have to get their money, right? I mean, look, we just lived this through Jacoby Brissett, and anybody with half a brain can realize what was that all about? Why did you wait so long if he had such a great effect from a leadership standpoint on the team once he showed up? It's because these football teams are very, very large, and players want to get paid. And then there are players who use their leverage to get paid when their agent sees an opportunity. It's really part of the game. I do agree with you in the case of Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. These are two players of extreme value to their teams. Extreme value. In fact, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is an actual MVP candidate this coming season.
Ooh. Well, you move David Montgomery out of that mix. You expect the workload to grow, although very few teams are going to employ the one-back system. It's going to be backed by committee to some degree, but you would expect that workload to go up. Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions, his response to Gibbs holding in.
Of course, you guys know how we feel about Gibbs and all of our guys, Laporta, Brandt, and so we'll take this as it comes. This is, this will kind of continue. It'll come as it comes. I think that's the best way to say it. And so, this is both sides working through something, and we'll take it as it comes. But that's where it is.
Elsewhere around the league, we talked a little bit earlier in the week, Bick, about the Tampa Bay situations with Baker Mayfield and Vita Vea. Vita Vea came out and said, "Look, I want to trade. You're not going to give me my contract demands. I want to be traded." Might be a ploy, might not be. Baker Mayfield was also negotiating an extension, but his line in the sand was the beginning of training camp. He didn't want to talk about extending a contract or negotiate it once training camp started. So he's going to play, but this is going to hang over the head maybe all season long of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Here's Todd Bowles, the head coach of the Bucs, talking about trying to not turn these things into distractions.
Well, there's players every year. You're going to have them. These happen to be two of our biggest players. We haven't had two of our biggest in a while, but we've had players every year. It just haven't been of that magnitude, but it's always about football. There's always going to be distractions, just like there are in game day. There are going to be sudden changes. There are going to be sudden changes on the field, but we have a very professional and mature group with a lot of leadership there, starting with Baker. So he makes sure that's separate, and he makes sure the teams know that's separate. And like I said, we're not going to make this training camp about what he signed or what he didn't sign or being his contract year. We're just going to play ball.
Yeah, the Mayfield situation is different because, again, Tampa Bay's got their franchise tag they can use at the end of the contract should they wish. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. But if Vita Vea digs in, it's a big loss for that defense potentially.
Listen, especially the Baker Mayfield story, because Baker Mayfield is the one that cut off the team and he literally said so, that he felt disrespected by the Buccaneers, that during the course of negotiations, he thought that they did not understand the value he brought to the franchise. He said that quite literally. So I don't know whether a disrespected Baker Mayfield is a good thing or a bad thing. I can see both sides of it. I just think it's a dangerous game to play for a team that's got a very winnable division.
No doubt, right?
Very, very winnable.
Well, it is on both ends because Baker Mayfield could really have it's me against the world. I'm going to go out and play the best season of my life. Yep. I'm going to get paid by whether it's the Bucs or someone else, or which I don't know if this is the mindset, but his agent could be in his ear. Like the first glimpse of like an elbow injury or a tweaked ankle of, okay, all of a sudden now Baker Mayfield's out for 5 weeks and we might not see him again because he needs a new contract.
Usually not the Baker Mayfield way, though. He is very tough.
Exactly. That's why I don't see it necessarily going that way. But there's two sides to play for him.
And then finally, the people are starting to dig a little bit more into the Kyle Shanahan situation in San Francisco. Unfortunate situation, serious car accident. He's got pretty significant injuries, kind of working his way back to the team. But he clarified the situation earlier this week when he said, no, the police report was wrong. That collision report blamed the female driver. It was all my fault. And what people are kind of picking apart now is his explanation of what happened.
Yeah.
Having to do with the phone.
Yeah.
He said he wasn't on the phone, but it was on his lap, slid underneath the seats. He took his eyes off the road, and bam.
Dan Le Batard went in hard, and he questioned how could he endure that much damage if he was only going 20 miles per hour, and is it because if you admitted you were actually operating your phone, now you're basically admitting to a crime? It's against the law in California, so now you're opening yourself up to criminal liability if you admit that. It's a lot easier to say you dropped your phone. A lot of people, like Vinny, you pointed out, if you drop your phone beneath your seat and you're driving in a two-lane road, do you have to get your phone immediately? And then the bigger question is, if this was a misunderstanding, why did it take so long for this news to get out? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Kyle Shanahan is a public figure, and transparency matters. And a lot of people wonder, okay, if he was so quick to take the blame for this, then why were they so slow in letting the story come out? It's a lot of it just still doesn't pass the smell test. I'm glad that Kyle Shanahan did what he did. At least it is taking accountability.
Yes.
But a lot of people are still thinking, there's something off about this story.
Yeah, I've kind of felt that way since it was first reported. An autographed Larry Fitzgerald football could be yours. We're down to the final four in the Countdown to Canton Best Fitz Moments bracket. Round 3 voting is open now through Sunday. You can jump in and vote now. Text the word FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620 for the link to the bracket. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Giveathon Week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
Hey, it's Vince Murata here to let you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made the summer the best time to buy because of employee pricing for everyone. Yeah, you heard that right. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. You could drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing available, or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. You can grab a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP, a 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or a 2026 Buick Envista with 0.9% APR financing available with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And on top of that, 0 payments for 90 days. All offers do require approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. These offers end July 31st, 2026. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, and experience the difference in person or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Take a bow, Eduardo Rodriguez, the Diamondbacks' biggest game of their season to date in Pittsburgh yesterday, and he was dominant. 8 innings, just 5 hits, and 0 earned runs, and the D-backs got a massive 3-0 win over the Pirates. Torey Lovello on the series.
After that first night, it was a heartbreaking loss, and then a big win yesterday. We had to capitalize on it, and today it was all about Eddie. He drove the bus for us today. What more can you say about what he did?
The Snakes are now tied with the Phillies for the second wild card spot in the NL, and they have a much-needed day off today, but will start a 3-game series with the Guardians in Cleveland tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals continue with training camp as the Hall of Fame game is just 1 week away, and the Hall of Famer himself, Larry Fitzgerald, will join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, yes, it is that time of the day, 9 o'clock. That means it's time for some social studies. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us live every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question on social studies today with Eduardo Rodriguez's amazing...
I believe it's Eddie.
Eddie, yeah. Eddie's driving the bus to Cleveland. I don't know if you guys heard that.
Yeah.
But yes, E-Rod has had a phenomenal season, right? So what Arizona athlete had the most surprising, out of nowhere, great season, and why, in your mind?
Man, another thinker that I didn't look at.
Yeah, I've got a couple for this one. I think what the arrival of David Johnson. You ever know what a great guy that guy was?
What a great guy.
What
nice
a great guy.
Just a hell of a guy.
The start to his NFL career was unlike anything we have ever witnessed.
And not like a super prospect or anything.
No.
I think third-round pick.
He just started to blow up, and then I'm in Chicago, and he houses the opening kickoff of the game for a touchdown, and I'm like, who is this kid?
They send like his jersey to the Hall of Fame after that, or his shoes or whatever it was.
Yeah, he was unbelievable until he wasn't.
Short stint, yeah.
I hope the impetus for this question is not Geraldo Perdomo, is it?
No. It was E-Rod.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Eddie.
The first one I thought of, Derek Rogers from the 96 Arizona State football team. He was a one-year player. Nobody really knew much about him other than he was like a marching band participant, and he was one of the more dominant pass rushers we had seen at ASU in a long time and went on to be a first-round pick in the NFL.
Wow.
And they were 30 seconds away from winning the national championship that year.
Did he do anything in the NFL?
He had a good pro career, yeah.
Fair enough. Some good responses. So there were obviously a couple David Johnson answers, but Seabacker44 said Anquan Bolden's rookie year. Eddie V, staying with ASU, he said Cam Scadaboo had a mild 2023 in AZ. Then he blew up in 24, setting records, scoring, touchdowns, and was a Heisman candidate.
I think, on the Heisman candidate thing, too, like, I don't remember Jake Plummer being touted as a Heisman candidate going into 96 either. He had been there for 3 years, but had kind of been just an average quarterback on some not-so-great teams, but that was kind of out of the blue.
And so
this season was, really.
This next one from John, he said Gonzo in 01 came out of nowhere to hit 57 home runs, but wasn't he already like a really good player?
Nobody thought he would.
That he was good. That he could put together that kind of year.
Combination of power and MVP candidacy.
Yeah.
Nobody thought.
Then the last one I'll read from Flurry. This is a short run, but he said DeAndre Ayton during the finals run. Of course, that was a contract year, and he had to show out, but that was the best DeAndre Ayton has ever looked, which I think it's fair.
He was also a number 1 overall pick, so how unexpected was it?
Yeah, right.
There was,
for about a month, Brian Boucher became the best goaltender in the world out of nowhere.
But
that was unbelievable.
No, it wasn't the whole season.
It was 5 games.
But it's crazy. That was a crazy.
Oh, man. All right, next question for Cardinal fans. We've had the discussion on the amount of games they could win, should win. So what would you rather the team do this season and why? And it's a poll question of win 7 games or win 1 game and why?
I'm going to take the 7 wins. I'm, and again, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because I am on record and I do believe nothing, and I mean nothing, is more important than this franchise finding their next franchise quarterback. But I'm not certain that this group is going to be as good as they all expect them to be in college this year. And I don't want to go through a 1-16 season.
But I'll agree with you. I'll say 7 as well, and I'll agree with you too, Bick, when you say finding the franchise quarterback is the most important thing. And people might say winning 7 games puts that in peril. Well, winning 1 game might put that in peril too. You have the number 1 overall pick, but you show yourself to be completely out of sync in every way. A lot of those quarterbacks might not want to come here. I hate to go down that road,
but it's very true. And the gentleman running the Cardinals right now is picked David Blau, Clayton Tune, Josh Dobbs, and Desmond Ritter.
Wait, David
Blau?
I've heard that. I've heard the name, but how do you pronounce it?
As in cough.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know that one.
Blau like cow.
Blau like
Everybody
cow.
knows that.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, fair.
Don't you remember David Blau?
I do remember David Blau. Vaguely.
He was in the last year before.
And Jared
before Monty, wasn't he?
Was he?
In the initial, when they first signed him, they gave the pronunciation like cow.
Okay.
And I loved it so much.
We know you love Josh Dobbs.
The pastor.
He was your favorite.
If you need someone to fill in and get you a win,
1 win for
he
one
will
game.
get you a win.
He can do it.
If you need someone to fill in,
get you 5 wins.
They'll get you 1 win. Exactly.
I liked Jones's response here. He said, "Depends on how they win those 7 games. If Jacoby starts 1-6 and the Cardinals finish 7-10 because Carson Beck went 6-4,
good point.
That's a thumbs up.
Good point.
I'd be very happy." But he also said, Jacoby starting the whole season and the Cards finishing 7-10 is nightmare fuel. And then Steven Ruiz said, "I think this is the perfect team to try to win every game and still go 1-16. And then our last question, given Jarrett's new haircut, did you ever get a haircut you regretted?
I got a haircut this week. Nobody said anything.
I got a haircut yesterday. What the heck?
I noticed Sammy's haircut, and I didn't say anything.
That's
so
okay.
I should have, but I absolutely noticed it, Sammy. Don't worry.
No, it's fine.
But you and Vince
similar.
get frequent haircuts, and your hair always kind of looks like that.
It does.
Yeah.
Fair.
I'm going to take the 5th on this question.
Oh.
No, but see, the various haircuts you've had throughout your younger days especially, You didn't regret them when you had them, right? You thought they were cool. You liked them. That was the look you were going for.
The mullet was actually in vogue in Chicago. My mistake was I should not have brought it with me to Phoenix.
No, because people latched onto that right away.
Oh, yeah.
Deep dish pizza, you can bring it from Chicago to Phoenix.
Yes. Italian beef, you can bring it with you from Chicago. Not the mullet.
There's nothing worse.
How long did you keep it when you got here? Do you remember?
I don't know.
Because then you went real short for a long time.
High and tight for a while.
Yeah.
Have you had this hair your whole life, Sammy? I mean, this kind of?
Kinda. I went through, when I was younger, I mean, I don't know if a lot of kids do this. I used to just get a buzz cut, just put it low.
I think some kids do that.
Yeah. There's nothing worse, though, than the 3 to 4 days after a terrible haircut.
Oh, how about it?
Oh, man, it is the worst. And I know people will say, oh, you can just wear a hat. It doesn't really matter. No, you can't wear hats everywhere. And if you have a bad haircut, it takes at least a week to fix it.
Especially if you don't normally wear hats, and then all of a sudden you are wearing hats.
100%.
The worst mistake way back in the day, this happened in Arizona. I went and got a haircut, and the hairstylist was hammered. I could smell the alcohol on her breath, and I should have gotten up out of that chair immediately, and I didn't. And it turned out exactly how you might expect.
Was she cute?
No. No.
I
know where you're going, but no.
When I was in elementary school, maybe even into a little bit of middle school, I had a rat tail and lightning bolts in the side of my head.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Bring that back, Jared.
Late 80s, early 90s.
How proud would your mom be of that?
Oh, man.
I've never, I see some pictures of myself when I was a kid that I walked out of the house. I can't believe my parents let me walk out of the house with the hair being in the condition that it was in.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never really had a wacky haircut.
Wait, what am I talking about? I bleached my hair like 5 years ago. That was terrible.
Did you really?
During COVID, I bleached my hair, my brother and I, and then as it grew out, I had like frosted tips. That was the worst.
Oh, I'm sure that looked great.
Do you remember when Jason Kidd dyed his hair blonde?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
The playoffs?
Yeah.
I worked on a radio show at the time where, as the morning show, like, we're going to do it in solidarity with Jason Kidd. We're all dyeing our hair blonde. And they all showed up and did it. And I was like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, see,
that was the era. That was the Sugar Ray NSYNC era of frosted tips were kind of popular, though.
It was not frosted tips. It was all blonde.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It was a good look until it wasn't.
I don't remember Jason Kidd with frosted tips.
And we ran out of time, but there were 4 responses that were pretty good. If we have time, we can get back into it. But thanks,
Sammy. Coming up next is ASU poised to make the Big 12 its playground heading into Kenny Dillingham's 4th year. We'll hear from the head coach on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Can Kenny Dillingham overcome challenges to keep the momentum going at Arizona State? The Diamondbacks will not make a trade that leads to luxury tax penalties. And Carson Beck takes another step forward in training camp. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and there's a myth in the electronics business that the prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that exists because if you walk into a big box store, chances are you'll see a big screen television right at the front of the store. There'll be a real low price attached to it, and you think to yourself, wow, this is where I have to buy my electronics. What you don't know is that television at the front of that big box store, likely hot garbage that is going to rob you of quality and experience. This is one of many reasons you head on down to my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. While you're there, ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz. Tell him I sent you, because you do that, you're going to get the best price you're going to find in the Valley. They've got everything you need at Waltz. Competitive pricing plus 10 times the service. All the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room if you want that. They're even in the golf simulator business now. Everything you need to take your fandom to the next level right there at Waltz. They've got inventory you are not going to find anywhere else in the Valley, and their service is unbelievable. You can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation process done by a professional. This is a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957, and they will have your back from day one. Finally, while you're there, make sure you drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How can the Diamondbacks carry that momentum into Cleveland and into the trade deadline? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
People expect us to play good football, right? Not just be in games. They expect us to win games. That's a good thing. Like, if you achieve win expectations, you're going to do that once every probably 3 years. If you have real expectations, you're not going to achieve the expectation of the fan base every year. You should almost unfortunately, you're going to have way more letdowns than you do hit expectations because that's why they're fans, right? That's what you should have. So I would say, like, expectations. Like, everything in the organization, what me and my expectation for Graham and for the president, and their expectation in me. Everybody has a level of expectation that's higher throughout the entire organization, leading into the city, into the valley, into the fan base. Like, you guys have an expectation. I'm going to talk to you guys after practice almost every day. What if I stopped? Like, the expectations are now here. Like, it's just here.
Kenny Dillingham holding court yesterday.
That line was such a quality bit of humor because every media person in that room was like, don't do that, coach. Please talk to us. But it was sort of a reminder that this is kind of everything about this has changed. And I thought it's very interesting that when you get to the level of expectations that people have with ASU football, the fact that you're going to reach those expectations 1 out of 3 times, he's right about that. Mm-hmm. You're going to get more failure than you're going to get hits. But listen, we know very much from experience that building a consistent winner in Arizona, every team seems to struggle with this, and we all agree that Kenny Dillingham is the right guy for the right moment at the right place, and if he can't do it, nobody can. He is lined up people who want to invest in him and his program, and here we go. Now, the one thing that you wish that Cutter Boley, after transferring to ASU, you would wish that he'd be farther enough along where you'd be able to say, that's our guy. That's our quarterback. And the fact that they're not there yet, that it's going to go into fall practice, it's a little disconcerting maybe.
We had Kenny on, I don't remember exactly when it was, but the quarterback position came up, and it was a few months ago. And
Newsmakers Week, maybe? Was it that long ago?
It might have been Newsmakers Week, honestly, or right around that time. But I asked him about Cutter Boley transferring, and he said, hey, don't forget about Mikey Keene. And I think a lot of the fan base has done that. And I don't know necessarily, I get what you're saying. All right, this was the guy that they pivoted. They knew they were going to lose Levitt. This was the guy. Remember, Kenny said, whoever it is, we're going to have a good quarterback. Played in the SEC, played at Kentucky, was highly recruited there. You would feel very comfortable saying this is his. But this might just be the fact that this is a competition going into fall camp. A credit to Mikey Keene and his experience and his ability.
It's very possible.
And that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy that.
I mean, the world is not going to stop spinning on its axis for ASU if Mikey Keene is the opening day quarterback.
I met Mikey yesterday. He seems like a super cool dude. So, I'm not saying this is necessarily a bad thing, but I will say that in terms of the perception of this, that it's a little jarring, because the whole Sam Levitt thing that got so wonky. What I call him, Sam Shady.
Ding ding ding
ding ding ding. Right, right.
Ding ding.
And the fact that he is going to be part of that Lane Kiffin. There's going to be so much noise around that LSU program, and if Sam Levitt blows up and is that dude for Lane Kiffin, there's going to be some regret here. Like, why couldn't he have stayed?
We've gone through it before.
I know.
It's not that big of a deal. But seeing a player leave to go to LSU and win a Heisman and be a high draft pick.
But with Jaden Daniels, though, he was the Heisman and he was great. But that LSU team, if my memory serves me right, they weren't like great. They weren't competing for a national championship. I'm asking this as a U of A fan. Would it suck to see Sam Levitt go compete for a national championship? Like make the college football playoff?
Without a doubt.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you stop wearing the maroon and gold, you're dead to us.
Well, there is that.
During his tenure at ASU, I thought, all right, this is the prototypical Sun Devil. This is the guy that's going to go on and he's going to represent this university very well after college. I was wrong. Something happened. Whatever. It would suck. No doubt about it. It sucked watching Jaden Daniels win the Heisman, especially when the frustrating part for ASU fans in the Jaden Daniels saga was his freshman year, he was fantastic.
Yeah.
And he progressively got worse under that coaching staff. And there was a feeling of relief. Remember the videos that came out of that locker room, Bick?
Yes.
Good. He's leaving. He sucks anyway.
I sure remember that.
That was one of his teammates said that.
Yes.
Anyway, a couple of other things that Kenny Dillingham said that I enjoyed, because he gets into subjects and language that you don't hear a lot of coaches use. And on the standard, on the expectation now, he talked about this being, he's like, look, we're bigger than we've ever been before. And that's always been kind of a thing you want to achieve. And the way he described it was, big people have a tendency to push over a little.
That was another great moment yesterday.
Like, I know that sounds rudimentary, and it does, but yeah, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
To play football, you have to play football.
Before you can play football.
Before you can play football, you have to play football.
In order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
It's so good.
He's the best.
He is, man.
No, I got a kick out of that. I got a kick out of him talking about the season tickets, and there's a waiting list that's pretty soon. You want ASU season tickets, you're going to be on a waiting list.
That was so smart. Like, he was like, listen, if you ever thought about getting season tickets, you might want to get them now because they're not going to be there next year.
And then I like the question, too, about Cutter Boley working with Taylor Kelly, the former ASU quarterback, privately, and thinking back to, and Kenny was part of that coaching staff under Todd Graham when Taylor Kelly went into a fall camp running third string. You remember that quarterback battle? He was not expected to win that. And he turned into a very good college quarterback.
I would agree with that. So, and I also liked when he talked about the team's identity, that he said he does not bestow the identity of the team. He waits for the team to decide what they want to be, and then you coach that version of the team. I thought that was also very interesting.
Yeah, that's a flexible head coach who kind of gets it. It's also very cool for another season. We'll get the weekly interview every week with Kenny Dillingham right here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, it is Thursday. You feeling smart? I got ganged up on last week, too, in the generation gap. I had to take on everybody by myself.
Oh, man.
Don't worry. I held it down.
All right. Of course you did.
Generation Gap is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Cat. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Clock is running, 38 seconds and counting. Back to throw goes Palmer. Looks over the middle, throws end zone for Fitz, goes up and makes the game-winning catch. Larry Legend does it again. Touchdown. Cardinals win. Fitz is hurt. He needs help from the trainer. Man, he got lit up, but he hung onto the ball, and the Cardinals win the game 18-15.
Oh, the Japanese fighting fish on the seam routes, and Carson Palmer just dropped a dime.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
and John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. What a win from the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Eduardo Rodriguez was fantastic. 8 innings of shutout baseball. Gabriel Moreno went deep in the 4th inning to stay red hot, and Brandon Garcia closed it down in the 9th, and the Diamondbacks got a 3-0 win in what was the biggest game of their season thus far. The Snakes now tied for the second wild card spot in the NL with the Phillies and have a much-needed day off today as they travel to Cleveland for a 3-game set with the Guardians, their last series before the trade deadline. Training camp rolls on around the NFL, and just a week now until the Cardinals Hall of Fame game, and the very man himself heading to the Hall of Fame, Larry Fitzgerald, is set to join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort August 13th through the 19th with an estimated $3 million prize pool. You don't want to miss it.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. Prediction time, guys. Where will the Diamondbacks finish the season? The top wild card, the second wild card, third, or the outside looking in? The way it stands right now.
Yeah, put me down for the third wild card.
Okay.
I'm down with that.
All right, 37%, the leading vote getter, third wild card. The outside looking in, 29%, second wild card, 27%, and top wild card spot, just 6% on today's Arizona Sports Poll question.
And you can vote on it right now at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
All right, we are back this week with full teams for the trivia sensation that is sweeping the nation. A battle of old versus young. A battle of the decrepit. The senior, nearing the end of their road team. The mature Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta representing the older generation versus the youngsters of Sammy Cebulka and Wolf and Luke, associate assistant producer Jamal Gumo.
Good to have you back, Jamal.
Oh, happy to be back.
Yeah, dude.
I know you were jonesing to be part of the festivities last week.
Jared, I wouldn't even call it a battle as of late. It's just been...
Jamal, thank you for coming in. Thank you for dressing up. Laundry day today, or what was the...
Man, we're already
my suit is in the dry
Jamal.
Here's how it's going to work. I'm going to ask trivia questions. I'm going to ask trivia questions sort of modern day within the last 5-10 years to Dan and Vince. I will ask stuff that happened before they were born to Jamal and Sammy. You could steal if you don't know the question. There are 4 big ways to win big 4 topics: sports, music, movies/television, and history/trends.
History is for suckers.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll find that out today.
I don't like that.
They've surprised me a few times lately and known the easy history question and not embarrassed themselves, so they might be all right.
So we're due is what you're saying?
Yes. What you're doing, we'll let you guys pick first. What topic? Yeah, that's one of the highlights.
We'll start with history, Jamal.
Yep.
Come on, start with it right off the bat.
Yep.
Okay.
Face your fear.
Yeah, here we go.
What are the first 6 words of the Gettysburg Address?
Oh my!
All right, well, it's been fun.
Oh, it's extremely easy and well known to just about anyone if you've taken a history class. The first 6 words. Have you heard of the Gettysburg Address?
I have heard of it.
Do you know who gave this Gettysburg?
I believe it was Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Okay.
Good.
So what are the first 6 words?
Oh man.
Oh man. That's 2. No. Oh. You're not going to accidentally get it right like Yoko Ono one.
I have 6 words. I counted it out, and it adds up to 6 first. Okay. Wait. No, it's not anymore.
It's not anymore. You got added a new one.
Oh, us men fight in this field.
I don't think any of those words were correct.
Okay, cool. Then we can move on.
I got this one if you want, Vinny.
Yeah, please.
4 score and 7 years ago.
4 score and 7 years ago. Have you heard that one before?
That's so true, actually. That is true. That is. Dang it.
All right.
That was bad, man.
Okay.
That was terrible.
Yep.
Oh, man, that's really bad.
Okay, great. We have a clip for social media.
I like what Sammy came up with on
Yeah,
the fly.
I'm not even sure where that came from, but it was something really good there. Us prepare for battle.
Dang it.
That was,
all right.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Down nothing.
History trends for you guys. Starting in South Korea and popular on YouTube and TikTok, what is the trend known as a mukbang?
Oh, I know.
Have you ever heard of a mukbang?
Yes, you got this. Yeah.
Ooh.
The Muckbangers. That's a good name for a band. I have no idea. Do you have a guess, Vinny?
I've heard the term before, and I feel like I'm gonna know it when I hear it.
Yes. Vinny, welcome to my world over here.
All right. Any guess? Mukbang.
Come on.
We need something more.
I think it has something to do with food. You want me to take a guess?
Take a guess. I got nothing.
Mukbang is a food review video.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Wow, Vinny.
It's so close. It's borderline.
It's like when it's not exactly reviewing the food, but you're talking while eating food and making a video.
A mukbang is when you get a surplus of food in your car and you eat the food while making a video.
Yes, that's correct. So, what do we think?
I think the youngsters get the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was very good.
It was
that
very close.
What a pull!
I know. But they were exactly right about that.
And by the way, with the car aspect of it, I don't think there might not be anything worse on the internet right now than
that
these people.
Trend.
Oh my God, it's so gross.
But yes, it is. It's eating a ton of food while you're in the car.
The sauce all over everything, and it gets all over the car. Oh God, it's disgusting.
All right, Jamal.
Okay, old people.
Good guess, though, Vinny.
Yeah, that was a great guess.
That was.
Oh, let's go sports.
Sports. Okay, who led the NFL in rushing yards last season?
Ooh, who led the NFL in rushing yards last season?
How about this?
What a question.
What a question, right?
Man.
Oh, I know.
You do? Yeah. Okay.
This is just the 2025 NFL season. As we're starting training camps here. And this is an audio medium, so please, if you guys could.
This is a great question. Yeah, they're talking
on the air.
You
could. They talk to each other on the air. You can guess.
Well, we're using salty language.
Oh no!
Yeah. Oh, wow!
All right, do you have a guess?
Yes.
Who led the go?
Go ahead.
Bijan Robinson.
Incorrect.
Damn it, Jamal! Wait, was that your guess?
It was my second guess.
Your second guess.
That was my second.
Okay,
guess.
Let's talk about who your first guess.
Okay, this is not the answer.
Okay.
Jonathan Taylor.
I really like that answer. I was between him or Devon Achane, but whatever Vinny Bull Durham question or quote that he gave earlier, go with Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor. Final answer.
Nope, those are both incorrect. James Cook.
Oh,
the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
Isn't that something?
Yeah,
Isn't that something? None of us.
Man,
I wouldn't have remembered that either. Isn't that crazy?
Oh,
okay,
I think we just left one on the table.
Young people, Speaking of running backs, what running back did Emmitt Smith pass to become the NFL's all-time leading rusher? So who was the all-time leading rusher?
I feel like it's either Jim Brown or Walter Payton.
Walter Payton is the first one.
Okay, we're going to lock in Walter Payton.
That is correct.
Come on.
Well done. You picked the right one this time.
He played for the Bears.
That's right. We got a game.
2-1.
All right, young people, music or movie/television?
Movie/television.
Okay, what superhero did Lou Ferrigno famously play in a popular 1970s television show?
I got this one.
You do?
You do?
No way.
I really hope I do.
Okay.
The Hulk.
Very good.
That is correct. How did you know that?
Well done, Jamal.
Jamal!
How'd you know that?
You guys ever seen the show King of Queens?
Oh, that's right. Lou Ferrigno was their neighbor.
The King of Queens.
Oh,
And that is one of
my
my favorite
gosh.
shows.
Well
growing
done,
up.
Jamal.
How about that?
All right.
Okay. Old people.
Nobody's ever blown a 3-1 lead, right?
Oh, God. Here we go.
All right. The fourth MCU Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man Brand New Day, comes out today. Going to be a blockbuster. Can you name the subtitles of any of the previous 3 MCU Spider-Man movies? So this one is Spider-Man Brand New Day. All of the other 3 all had subtitles as well. In the MCU. These are the Tom Holland MCU Spider-Man movies, all of which were absolute blockbusters.
This would be a big one.
Oh, boy.
All right, this is our last gasp
Oh,
here.
boy.
This is...
I don't know if I have the wording exactly right.
Okay. I'll start you off. Spider-Man.
A Long Way Home?
That
a
is
long way
not
from home?
That's not correct.
Far from home?
No.
He's close.
I'm gonna... It's Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
Far From Home is...
Spit it out, ferret.
I want to make sure I get the
hold
right...
on. I'll look this up. Far From Home.
Yeah. So there is one Far From Home.
Okay.
Did he get there?
What did he go first?
I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah,
since we didn't give Mukbang, I'm going to give him Far From Home.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Far From Home, No Way Home
Good
are
job,
both...
Vinny.
They're both 2 different movies. And
They are.
Homecoming is the first
Right,
original.
they are 2 different movies.
Okay, last one here. We
Yeah.
still have a game.
Homie.
Okay, so they're up,
Music.
and we're up 3-2.
Old people first, music. What is the name of the current hip-hop supergroup comprised of LP and Killer Mike?
Do you know, Jamal?
Killer Mike sounds familiar.
This is our question, right?
This is your question.
I don't have any idea.
It's a hip-hop group.
I've been
LP
absolutely useless today.
and Killer Mike.
LP and Killer Mike. So
Nothing?
They
No
went
guess?
No guess. What hip hop groups do you know off the top of your head,
For
Jamal?
the win, Jamal.
I had an idea, but when you said hip hop, it wasn't. They're not a hip hop band. Killer Mike.
Dude, I
We need a guess,
Got
please.
nothing.
We're
All
running
right,
late
we're
here.
gonna guess the Killers.
The Killers is a rock band.
I know. Well,
They should honestly lose a point for that
well
guess.
okay. We put a guess out
Okay,
there.
if that's true. All right, Run the Jewels. Have you heard of Run the Jewels?
yeah.
Okay, Jamal, this is for the win.
Kids
We
listen to that.
Jamal, we
For
need
the
to
win,
lock
For
in.
the win.
Here we go.
Okay.
For the win.
What is the name of the 80s and 90s hip-hop/rap group made up of Ad Rock, Mike D, and MCA?
Who?
Ad Rock, Mike D, and MCA.
Never heard of any of those people. At Mike.
This is a rap group in the 80s and 90s. We need a guess.
NWA.
Oh, okay. That. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think mine's gonna be. correct.
NWA, for many reasons, is a bad guess.
Very, especially when you,
Yeah, the answer
cracker
is-
element of this group.
The answer is
Mom, you're just jealous. It's the Beastie Boys.
The Beastie Boys.
Are they a rap?
Yes, of course
yes,
they are.
they're
What? They feel more a little. I don't know.
A little
They
what?
should lose a point for that statement too.
So what did we wind up with there?
It's
Tie?
tied.
It's a tie.
Oh, youngins, it was
Well
right
done. That's a
there
well-
on a
well done.
platter for you.
Well
didn't
done,
blow
Ty.
it, but-
No,
You didn't blow it, but it feels
you didn't
like
blow
it.
it. Okay. Well,
It's okay.
407 years ago,
That
we
one's,
were
that one's gonna
not
hurt.
quite as competitive.
We're
but
gonna
today
look
we're.
back
Us
on
men
that
had
one.
a
and
mukbang in the field.
But
mukbang sounds
All right,
I'm
great.
there
still
you go.
impressed of what you came up with mukbang.
Close.
You
very
just
close.
kind
I
of
knew
pieced
Mukbang
that
Yes, we have to
together.
break here, though. We are very late.
Take us to-
Congratulations to both teams.
Take us to break, Jarrett.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year one of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
What do we get with a built Ford Tough truck? Easy, more capability, durability, more confidence for whatever the road or job throws our way. Paul Calvese here. Quality, that means America's best-selling line of trucks, the Ford F-150 and Super Duty. Work truck or versatile SUV for the family, our Desert Ford dealers have us covered. And right now, on the best-selling truck brand in Arizona, get a 2026 Ford F-150 with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, plus 2-year premium maintenance plan and 90 days deferred payments. What's more, on a 2026 Ford Explorer, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, that 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
I think this is my favorite song in the NWA catalog.
All right, whoa.
Jamal is still laughing after he
stands
just...
for Nebs with attitude, Jarrett.
Nebisha.
Nebisha with
Yeah,
attitude.
Jamal is still laughing after he finally just saw a picture of what the Beastie Boys look like, actually.
That's fantastic.
This song is great, though. I do love the Beastie Boys.
Beastie Boys rock.
They do rule. Okay, can we? Is this rap or rock?
It's
yes.
a little.
This is
yes.
rap. This is. I mean, it's rap. The way they don't sing. No. This is rap. This is what rap sounded like in the 80s.
Okay, that's fair, I guess.
It's rap by musicians who are actually playing instruments and not stealing and sampling other people's work.
Rap rock.
Sound like an old man.
Whatever. Some are calling.
What?
Some are calling the Miss Gettysburg Address, the Sammysburg Address.
That's what people. The streets are calling.
That's what people are calling.
What was Sammy's guess again?
Do you remember?
Us men.
Fight
in this field.
Us men.
Fight in this field.
The Sammysburg
for glory.
I mean, did you think he was?
Abraham Lincoln was a football coach.
I was gonna say, did you think he was a general addressing the troops?
He did.
I did.
He got into it. Remember when he was giving pep talks to Arizona's basketball team?
Yeah, that was.
I could get a team to run through that wall for me.
That's right. That's right.
All right, Beastie Boys, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Once upon a time, I told Bick and Jarrett, we got to come up with some sort of game to highlight the age difference and the generational difference on this show. And it's gone so much better than I could have ever imagined.
There's been some good moments.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I wanted to play this for you. And I'm going to make this clear.
All right.
We're not making fun of anybody.
No.
But we both independently got a kick out of something that happened during the radio broadcast of the Diamondbacks game yesterday. Mike Farron does great work. I put Mike Farron's baseball knowledge up against anybody on planet Earth, by the way.
He loves baseball as much as anybody loves anything.
Yes. So he's been doing this road trip on play-by-play while Steve Berthium gets some time off and Chris Garagiola is doing the TV broadcast.
Yes.
So there was a moment in the ninth inning of yesterday's game in Pittsburgh where Nolan Arenado's totally fooled on a pitch and he just kind of sticks his bat out and he wrists it down the line. And this is, I want you to hear where this call starts, the tone, and then where it finishes.
Yes.
This is fantastic.
Arenado hooks one down the left field line. That one's towards the foul pole, and it's gone. Oh, it's foul. Just foul. Excuse me. J.R. House threw up his hands. I wonder if the Diamondbacks will ask them to take a look at this. We lost it in the corner a little bit, Josh. I thought it was going to be fair. It was not. Yeah, it was clearly foul. About 3 feet foul.
That's so good.
Again, we're not making fun of Mike because if you watch the game on television, and I know you were coming back from the press conference at that point, I was watching the game on TV and I'd lost track of the ball altogether. The cameras didn't, it wasn't captured well until you see the replay and you're like, okay, that's apparently what happened to Mike too.
Right.
But just...
Well, and Mike takes his job so seriously that you could hear the regret, like, oh, man, did I just do that? Darn it.
And anybody, I'll say this too, anybody who's done play-by-play for baseball at any point, and it doesn't matter how good you get, you misjudge the crack of the bat sometimes.
Of course.
Or the flight of the ball.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Fans do it all the time.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Fly ball to like mid left field. Dodger fans will jump out of their seats. I got to share this with you too. I think at a certain point you get to a certain age. It's part of aging where life is just the discovery of new pet peeves. That's all you have to look forward to. I went to the grocery store yesterday. I didn't do a big shopping. I bought 13 items. Went through the checkout. I don't like doing the self-check because I always have the malfunction with the machine. Then you got to wait for somebody to come over. So I always go look for a line that has a cashier. If there's somebody bagging the groceries, that's a plus. I found that yesterday. I was thrilled. I didn't have to worry about anything. So the kid who's bagging my groceries did a very good job, but for 13 items, do you know how many bags he used?
No, how many?
11.
Oh, come on.
What?
Come on.
Were you buying?
No way.
Did you buy just 13 watermelons or something?
No. 11 bags for 13. That's got to be a record.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say like 2. Would have been great.
I would rather...
Well, that comes in handy if you have a pet, right? Because that's what grocery bags are best repurposed for.
Yes.
But you don't have a pet.
I don't have a pet.
What do you think of pets, Jarrett?
Not mine.
I used to actually...
11 grocery bags.
I used to save my grocery bags for that very reason. I had a friend who had a dog and was always running out of bags, so I would just give them to my friend.
That's a good friend.
Yeah. Apparently we're not friends anymore. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Derek Hall and Kent Summers for joining us. Don't forget, Wolf and Luke are up next. Larry Fitzgerald
Big
at
show.
11:30.
Wow.
And Quan Bolden at 10:30.
Wow.
What, they couldn't book them at the same time?
Yeah. One on each side of the. Doing perfect.
So that's coming up next. We will catch you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Get ready for Give-a-thon. Arizona's kids need you. And we'll share some incredible stories of hope thanks to Mattamy Homes. Plus, get you ready to help by dialing the Train phone bank with your donation beginning August 17th. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Take a bow, Eduardo Rodriguez, the Diamondbacks' biggest game of their season to date in Pittsburgh yesterday, and he was dominant. 8 innings, just 5 hits, and 0 earned runs, and the Diamondbacks got a massive 3-0 win over the Pirates. Torey Lovullo on this series.
After that first night, it was a heartbreaking loss, and then a big win yesterday. We had to capitalize on it, and today it was all about Eddie. He drove the bus for us today. What more can you say about what he did?
The Snakes are now tied with the Philadelphia Phillies for the second wild card spot in the NL, and they have a much-needed day off today, but they'll start a 3-game series with the Guardians in Cleveland tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals continue with training camp as the Hall of Fame game is just 1 week away, and the Hall of Famer himself, Larry Fitzgerald, will join Wolf and Luke today at 11:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Don't even, Wolf. Nope. Don't even try it.
Don't even what? What, the Pantera call-out? You don't want me to do the Pantera call-out? Is that it?
Basinonians,
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley just spent the entirety of the show open staring me down, thinking he can intimidate me.
Okay, where's the eye black, man, okay?
Well,
if I'm going to stare you down, I
mean-
need a little eye black and then streak it down, baby.
Do I look like some stinking undrafted rookie who's coming for your job and you think you can mean mug me? I'm going to be here for the next 4 hours, yo.
No way, Paulie.
All day.
I know. This is the one thing I really appreciate about Paul Calbisi Basinonians. This is a guy that can play the game of football. Now, I saw his high school film. I'm just telling you right now. I mean this.
Rick.
100%. And you know I'm truthful.
Thank you.
No,
Lie detector is on.
Paulie, if you watch Paulie, okay, listen, you play football. How many times do you hear me say this, Basinonians? You play football from the inside out. From the inside out. And no matter what you're playing, I don't care if you're playing Pop Warner or if you're in high school, if it's college, if it's pro, whatever it may be, you play the game of football from the inside out. Okay? Now, the problem is, what are you playing through? It starts on the inside. Paulie had all of the makeup to actually play the game of football. There was one problem. He was 4'11", 115 pounds. That's the problem.
Well, there were 2 problems. When I went back and actually saw some of the Rogue high school highlights that were shot in like Super 8 VHS camera back in the day, I always was of the opinion I didn't have 5th gear. When I looked at the film, I didn't have 4th gear either. So that was...
Yes.
Can I ask you something?
No.
Is this for real, or do we need to sound the lie detector again?
What?
Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald on this very show?
Man, how about that? Hello!
Really?
Daquan! And the Japanese fighting fish. Wow. Only don't you call him the Japanese fighting fish. He wasn't
Never.
big on this.
Never.
But you understand why I called him the Japanese fighting fish. Deadly and single-minded of purpose. Fitzy.
I always thought it was because you were just lame and inept at nicknames in general.
Paul, you know this, Paul. I was the nickname guy.
I mean,
I was the nickname
who names
guy
Adrian
in the locker
Wilson
room.
the gas man?
The gas.
I mean, the line formed
Because
out the locker
wherever
room.
A-Dub went, there were explosions going on.
I mean, when Wolf would get off the team bus for, on game day, he would have to avoid half the roster because they all hated the nicknames he was about to foist on him on air that day.
Okay, knock it off, Paul. Do you have something you have to do? I mean, you're the driver of this broadcast. Don't you have to do something?
Well, I guess I have to figure out this very first topic right here because Wolf, right off the top, has decided he's doing nothing in this show. The first line in the game plan is Calvisi's observations from camp so far. See, some things never change. I walk in and Jamal's laughing. Rick is scrambling, doing all the work. Wolf's listening to Metallica. It's just, and sure enough, right off the top, boom, I got to carry things right here with observations from camp.
That's what it is. That's what it says, Mason O'Neill's right there on the show sheet. What do you say we get Paulie's observations from what he's seeing out there? Paul, you're out there, right? You're walking around. I mean, you're broadcasting. You're making some notes. You're jotting it down. You're checking it twice, Paulie. What are you seeing right now?
I know you're trying to buy me time, Wolf. I don't need no stinking time. I have observations over here.
So you do.
I wouldn't play Michael Wilson a single snap in the preseason.
Really?
I would put him in bubble wrap immediately.
Okay.
He looks so regular season ready.
Wow.
Michael Wilson.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't bet. I can't bet. Whatever Vegas is putting out there for his numbers,
hey, Mason O'Neill's
go
Paul
over.
wants you to know that immediately. I don't bet.
I'm just saying.
Bet.
I'm bullish on Michael Wilson right now. Trey McBride, regular season ready.
Okay.
Every year we do our little, and it's a little premature right now, we do our sort of midway through August. Players who have shown up and players who need to show more. And those two guys are at the top of the power poll.
Okay, there it is.
Walter Nolan bent back a backup offensive lineman, O-line, D-line drills yesterday that was mighty impressive. So if you're telling me Walter Nolan is going to be healthy, because the only thing that stopped 97 a year ago was injury, and Darius Robinson, who filled the box score up pretty well the last 3 games of last year and seems to have a pretty good start to this camp, and then you're telling me Josh Sweat. Please tell me Josh Sweat's going to be ready to go week 1.
Okay.
I feel a lot better because Mac Wilson is back.
Yeah.
You can't take your eyes off the new number 1 and the quarterback of the defense, because it was never the same after he got injured in their last win, the Dallas game. And then Will Johnson, who we'll hear from a little bit later, was on with yours truly and Bernsey yesterday. Just quietly confident that you are going to have enough to compete, unlike most of these national projections and prognostications.
Paulie, are those all your notes, or are you going to keep talking? Is that all your notes? Is that all you want to say, Paul, about what you have seen? I just want to make sure that you are done, that you went down your list, you checked it twice, you actually talked about your notes, Paul. Was that your observation? Are you done on that, Paul?
Is Anquan Bolden ready to go yet? Can we bring on Q? Can we add him an extra segment, please?
Paulie, I wanted to totally jump in on the Walter Nolan thing.
Go ahead.
And the Darius Robinson thing as well, Paul. I found it interesting that you actually pointed to those two guys right there, because Walter Nolan, the 3 technique, as you know, this is a man that could change the fortunes of the defense. I'm talking about the entire defense for the Arizona Cardinals, because when you got that 3 technique, who is a bad, bad man, it changes everything defensively, especially if you might have a shutdown guy, like a guy like Will Johnson out on the edge. Oh, my goodness, that combination, defensive coordinators, They sit there, Mason O'Neill's. They rub their hands greedily together, hoping for that kind of combination, to have a 3 technique, a dominant 3 technique, and a shutdown corner. That is a great start to building a defense that can compete.
Because what happened the end of last year, and these are the words of Josh Sweat himself, I was getting chipped into oblivion. You need another source of pass rush. And if you're not getting it from the other side, which right now is unproven and unknown, then you have to get it somewhere else. You have to. And if it's Walter Nolan and it's coming like Aaron Donald did, right up the gut, then so be it. But there needs to be at least 2 sources of pass rush that any team has to game plan for.
You know what, Paulie? I'm thinking about that. Chipped into oblivion. I didn't hear him actually say that, Paul. But that should be on, we should put that above somebody's locker.
Okay.
Chipped into oblivion. We should put that on a Post-it board and just throw it up there.
As you write that into your
Chip
prompter,
into oblivion.
you're adding things to your prompter over there.
If I was a edge player, Basinonians, and you chip me, that would drive me so nuts. I honestly, hey, one-on-one against the guy, let's go, and then you're chipping me as well. First of all, I wouldn't let that tackle. I mean, play after play after play. I'd be telling that tackle, see what they're doing because they know I'm going to beat you. You see your wife sitting up there, your kids are sitting up there, and they know that you have to get help or you're going to get beat by me. Trash talking does happen, Basinonians. It does. Now, you can keep it clean. Isn't that right, Phillip Rivers? You can keep it clean, trash talking. There's no doubt about it. You can telling a guy that you're going to beat him and whip him. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. You got to chip me. I don't know what's worse, the tackle, the fact that the tackle's got to be helped, or the chipper. I want to blast the chipper. Maybe that's what I would do, Paul. If I were on the edge and I was playing an edge in the NFL, I'd attack the chipper more than I would the tackle. I'd blow his face off, the chipper.
I'm so confused.
Punch him right in the face, Paul.
I'm incredulous and darn near indignant right now. Weren't you the chipper? You spent 10 years in the NFL being the guy that would chip the end.
That's right, Paul. Lawrence Taylor, jack him up.
I mean, it's the reason why Richard Dent pummeled you right up the... All right, can we hear from Trey McBride, who was on yesterday, please? Yeah. Can we outsource this? All right, 85, first-team All-Pro, 99 Madden rating. His thoughts and expectations for the new offense.
I think a lot of it's the same. Like I said, offense is offense. Like there's only so much you can change. But I think Mike does a really good job of making the run and the pass game look the exact same, and that's something that. We really, as an offensive unit, we're really trying to do is if we can, have the illusion that everything's going to look the exact same and the defense doesn't know if it's a run, a pass, whatever it may be, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make everything look the same to keep the defense kind of on their heels rather than their toes, So he's done a great job of doing that. He's done a great job of moving everybody around, going into 12, 13, 11 personnel, whatever it may be. And it's been a lot of fun just these last few weeks. The OTAs, all of it's been a blast. And I'm excited to continue to, put the pads on, continue to evolve and see where this offense can go.
Everybody now. The illusion of
complexity.
Ding, because that's what it's all about. And by the way, and it's been there for everyone to see, the tight end has been a lead blocker on a lot of run plays.
And he better be. Oh, my goodness, Paulie. Can you imagine running a Kyle Shanahan-like offense? Oh.
Did we mention that Anquan Bolden coming up bottom of the hour and Larry Fitzgerald at 11:30?
Yeah, you did.
Try not to screw that up.
Okay.
What do we think the D-backs will do at the deadline? That is next. Calvisi in for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Lefty Garcia set the pitch. Bouncer over the mound, charging Perdomo, gloves it, waits, steps on second, and the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon, 3-0. They take 2 out of 3 in the series.
Chopping up the Pirate series and talking D-backs and the MLB trade deadline on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026. And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How can the Diamondbacks carry that momentum into Cleveland and into the trade deadline? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You know what? Speaking of Bernsey, there we were yesterday afternoon from Cardinals camp.
David Charles Burns.
And I don't know where he found this. He called it the urgency index. Wow. Somebody basically took a power poll and renamed it the urgency index.
Okay, Paulie, I see.
And Burnsy's over there sounding like Spalding from Caddyshack, right? I want a starting pitcher, and I want a big bat, and I want a closer, and I want a Sonora dog, and I want a new pitching machine.
You don't have a Sonora dog, do you, Bo?
And right about that time, I think it's more than coincidence that Gambo sent out a tweet. And basically told Bernsey, you'll get nothing and like it.
Right.
Because there are restrictions. There are realities to where the Diamondbacks are up against the luxury tax thresholds.
That's right, Bully.
Basically about 6 to 7 million is available before you get into that, over expenditure.
Yes.
Penalty phase.
Kicking the cradle.
And so, okay. So what does that mean? Is that going to be enough? Well, should we even expect change at the deadline? Here's Derek Hall, D-backs president, this morning with Bickley and Murata.
I do, and I think focusing on the CBT or that tax level, it's kind of a responsible thing to do, but I don't think it's the driving factor. It is a factor. Nonetheless, I think Mike and our staff, they're very good at doing both buying and selling. I think we might see a little bit of that. I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and that's why I'm back in town. But I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen. In the position that we're in, I think how many times I was in the elevator and our players would say, "Hey, we're going to do something. We're going to do something." And it's always been that way. It's not just this year. Years ago, I can remember when I was in LA. I'd have Dodger players come up to me on the field. "Hey, we doing something? Come on, we got to do something." But they always want to do something. And I can just tell you the volume of calls that we're making and that we're taking would indicate that there's some good activity out there. However, I warn us before we get too excited. Again, there aren't that many sellers. So for us to be a buyer and a seller, I think that is what probably makes the most sense. We're very good at it, but we'll see if there's opportunities for that.
Derek, can I come and just sit in the corner and listen to your conversations, please, as you have them on the phone?
That's a hard no.
Can I just sit there? Oh, my goodness. You know what? Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall, literally, in that situation, just to listen to those conversations?
So he hinted twice that the most likely scenario might be to buy and sell. That you might have to trade, create some room, trade from a position of strength, and then target, whether it's a starting pitcher, whether it's a bat, whether it's an addition to the bullpen. So he's kind of, if he's looking into his crystal baseball, if you will, that's the vibe I get from that answer this morning.
Yeah, for me, based on inside, I really don't think the Diamondbacks are going to do anything big. I don't think they're going to make a big move at the trade deadline. I think there's a real possibility, as you've already pointed out, Paulie, that they might be buyers and sellers to a lesser degree, buyers and sellers, and make some minor moves in that regard. I think that is a real possibility. And one of the reasons why is because of where they are right now and the fact that you could build a case. You could build a case that Corbin Carroll has not played up to maybe what we all expected Corbin Carroll would actually play up to, and that his second half might be a lot better than what we've already seen. You could say that about a number of guys, Ketel Marte as well. You could say that about some of their players, that the best we have not seen from them yet. And then there's this. Then there is the injury situation. We were talking about Corbin Burns coming back from an injury. We're talking about Michael Soroka. By the way, frat boys, how good was Michael Soroka? How good was he when he was in the rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Great.
Oh, my
Surprising,
goodness.
shocking.
Like, shockingly so. But, again, you talk about all the injuries the Diamondbacks have. And if you're telling me Justin Martinez is close, okay, A.J. Puck at some point in time, listen, I think there's a real possibility you could build the argument, you could build the case where the Arizona Diamondbacks do nothing at the trade deadline.
And that would be a mistake, because I think you have to show belief in this clubhouse. They're tied for the second wild card right now.
Yeah.
And that explanation from Derek Hall, that happens every year. If you're in the race, if you're in contention, you know what you get? If you're one of the decision makers, you're in management, you get players coming up to you. So what do we got? What do we got? Anything happen? Anything imminent? What are you going to do? They want that vote of confidence. They want to know that the front office believes in the clubhouse. They want reinforcements because they want to be able to compete. So I think there is a risk to doing nothing, because it could be deflating if they don't buy at the deadline.
Yeah, but once again, could it not be a situation where maybe, Paulie, this is what you do. You call them all into a room. You call all the players into a room over at the hotel. And suddenly, look, in walks Derek Hall. Oh, my goodness, it's Derek Hall. We're out on the road, whatever it may be. In walks Derek Hall. And then, oh, look, there's Mike Hazen as well, and Torrey. And all of a sudden, you tell them, Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. We're better than what we have played. Right now, 57 and 52 on the year. Am I correct on that, Rick? Is that right? The numbers, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, the numbers floating around my head. Yes, 57 and 52. Pull it out of the bag. These guys, Paul, I think you could build an argument with all the injuries they've had and the performance of Zach Gallen, a guy that you were looking at thinking he's going to be one of our best pitchers in the rotation. He's going to be the ace of our staff. And all of a sudden goes out and has the kind of year that he's had so far. I mean, at some point, Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello have got to be looking at it and saying, these guys are going to come back. Michael Soroka is going to come back. What kind of addition is that going to be like? Zach Gallen, they have the information. Maybe he's going to come back. Now, again, I realize that's not going to get anybody, especially Diamondback fans, all jacked up. That Zach Gallen, you're talking about him coming back.
Well, we had a plan for Zach Gallen. We offered to Burnsy yesterday. You want to hear it?
No. I mean, yes, Paul. Let me finish my point, though. Again, I think...
You mean the point that started 4 minutes ago?
That's right, Basin audience. I'm not like Paul. Okay, where he's got his cliff notes. I'm telling you.
And by the way,
this is the way that I feel about this, man.
You better keep giving yourself gratuitous compliments because you ain't getting jack from me.
What up, YouTube? Can I just say that you, Paul, you don't understand the situation right now where these guys coming back will totally act as if you're acquiring players at the trade deadline. And by the way, maybe if you walked up in front of these guys at a meeting and said, I trust you, you guys are going to play better. We think you guys are better and going to play better the remainder of the season. And that's why we're not making a move. We're not doing it. We don't want to break this team up. We think you guys can get it right. And I think they can.
That you, Paul, sounded dangerously close to you people when you said that to me.
I did not mean you people, okay?
Has anyone asked assistant GM Geraldo Perdomo what he wants to do? Because he's the guy who suggested 2 starting pitchers recently.
Speaking of a guy that could play better as well, Geraldo, right? No doubt.
You know what? What's happened since he made that comment?
Maybe you bank on your players and you say, guys, we can do better, and we know it. And we got guys coming off the IL.
Since Perdomo basically said we need more starting pitching, what has happened? 0 earned runs allowed from the starting pitchers the last 3 games. Maybe they took that poisonal a little personal.
Do your read, Paul.
Anquan Bolden. What was his fondest memory of playing with Larry Fitzgerald? Oh, boy, the Quan is next. It is Wolf and Luke Kelvey, CNN Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Quan.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Lefty Garcia set. The pitch. Bouncer over the mound. Charging Perdomo. Gloves it. Waits. Steps on second. And the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon. 3-0. They take 2 out of 3 in the series.
Chopping up the Pirate series and talking D-backs and the MLB trade deadline on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you have ever tried to play through pain, man, I'm not talking about a bruise here. I'm talking about that sciatica lightning bolt ripping from your lower back down your leg, man. At Desert Institute for Spine Care, the world-class spine surgeons right here in the Basin, they don't just treat symptoms, man. They identify the pain generator and attack it with precision. These are the innovators behind endoscopic spine surgery, a technique so minimally invasive, it uses an incision smaller than 1/4 of an inch, man. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to the life you love, whether it's at the gym, the golf course, or cheering on the Bird Gang, whatever it may be. Sciatica, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, whatever's knocking you out of the game, man, DISC has seen it, diagnosed it, and fixed it for thousands of patients across Arizona, just like they did you. Visit sciatica.com or, of course, schedule your appointment with DISC. That's sciatica.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Countdown to Canton. Wolf and Luke talking Fitz in the Hall of Fame. Now.
You know the great part about this upcoming conversation with Anquan Boldin?
The Quan.
Is that presumably his jaw isn't wired shut. Like it was back in the Super Bowl season.
One of the toughest acts I have seen on the football field.
Literally, his face was broken at the Jets. Doc said he'd miss the rest of the season. He missed 2 games. And after 3 weeks, he was on the Big Red Rage with us.
Yes.
Just like Anquan Boldin joins us now. Q, how are we doing?
Quan.
I'm good, man. How you guys?
Oh, Quan, there he is. What's up, big guy?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, buddy. I'm doing great. How is the family? How are you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, everybody's doing great, man. Kids growing up too fast. Almost an empty nester now. So, yeah, it's good, man. Can't complain. Can't complain.
See, we go all the way back to when Fitz was a young guy, and you were one of the few guys who could give him a hard time in the locker room, right? I mean, if you had a minute at the podium in Canton to just tell the world what kind of teammate Larry was, what would you say?
Man, Fitz was the ultimate teammate. When you talk about, like, loyalty, a guy who loves to win, a guy who loves to compete, a guy who's going to work his butt off and do everything that you asked of him, like, that's Fitz. You know what I'm saying? Like, and for me, this is a proud moment, in my career to see him get the flowers that he deserved. You know what I'm saying? To see him honored in this way, because I mean, people get to see, what you do on Sundays. And obviously you bring people to their feet when you score touchdowns or you make amazing catches, but people don't understand the work that went in behind the scenes, Monday through Saturday. Putting in the extra work, the extra film time, taking care of your body, the discipline of eating right. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so much that goes into like a player making the Hall of Fame that the fans don't get to see that side of it. You know what I'm saying? But I feel privileged to have witnessed it firsthand, the work that he put in behind the scenes, and to see him finally get, his flowers is definitely a proud moment for me.
Yeah, what, it's amazing to me, Quan, when I think of all the years, of course, that you played with Larry Fitzgerald, and I'm thinking of the fact there's one football, man. One football, and you two were great wide receivers. Was there ever any type of competition between you two guys in regard to wanting the football?
No, I don't think so. I think we realized early that we made each other's jobs easier.
Yeah.
I obviously my rookie year, I didn't have that kind of threat on the other side of me. Not to shade anybody, but I mean, Fitz is a different talent, man. You can just throw the ball up, and for him, it's not a 50-50 ball. It's more like a 80-20, right? So, I mean, for me, it was a relief to have that type of a guy on the other side of the field, because I'm not going to get double teamed, right? Like, he makes my job a lot easier, you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, man, it wasn't competition between us. It was more of how can we make each other better and how can we both become great.
And people forget, you were the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, minus Larry Fitzgerald in 2003. Anquan Bolden is our guest. Expand a little bit on Larry as a singular talent. He was so unique in so many ways. Obviously, the contested catch. What else separated Larry as a receiver?
I mean, the way that he caught the ball, like I don't think people, like, it's a skill set that a lot of people don't have. You know what I'm saying? His ability to track the ball, his ability to, it's almost play basketball, like you boxing guys out. You know what I'm saying? And I know, like, he makes it look so easy and so effortless, like, that people don't really understand. Like, it's a true art. Like, to see him go up and out muscle a DB or jump over somebody's head or to track a ball over his left shoulder. I mean, it's truly a work of art, and people don't understand the amount of work that goes into that. Like, that doesn't just happen on Sundays. And I mean, honestly, like, you'll see a lot of receivers who are uncomfortable, like allowing the ball to fall over their shoulder, till they'll open up and try to go get the ball, and they don't realize you're putting the DB right back into the play. But for Fitz, like, he just had this knack of being able to track the ball, being able to come down with it no matter what the circumstances was.
You know, Quan, as I'm listening to you talk right now, man, I'm just thinking of all the great plays and the great games that I have seen you play. And I think to myself, what an incredible privilege it was to watch you play the game of football, because you played it with abandon as a wide receiver. I'm just saying right now, you don't see a lot of that. You don't see a lot of abandon being played as a wide receiver, but you did that. So can I ask you this, my good friend? What do you miss most about the game of football at this point?
For me, the thing that I miss the most is just the locker room, the camaraderie, right? The guys. I mean, when you're in the locker room, like, you have a group of people who understand one another, right? Like, you have people who are in similar situations as you. Like, once you step outside that locker room, you don't really have that. I mean, you know that. You know, you've been in the locker room and you understand, like, what it is that guys go through in the locker room, not just in the sport, but just like in life in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, how people view you, how you're viewed as a family member, how you take care of people, how you are called on for all these different things. Like the guys in that locker room are the only ones who really understand what that is like. And so when you have guys who you can go to, who you can bounce ideas off of, who you can take advice from, guys that you can mentor, all of that stuff, man, that's the stuff that I miss.
Was there anything about your game, and we're on board with Anquan Bolden, that rubbed off on Larry? I remember my first year at Wolf's Point about your playing style, your mentality. My first year on the sideline, I thought I knew Anquan Bolden. Then I heard Anquan Bolden down on the field, and he played receiver like a linebacker.
Right.
Okay,
Could have played linebacker.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just curious, do you think any part of your game rubbed off on Larry, and or was there anything you took from Larry's game and incorporated into your skill set?
Yeah, I think I remember he came to me, we were a couple years in, and he came to me, and this is Fitz. He was a Pro Bowler at the time. I mean, he was one of the best receivers in the league. But he asked me one day in practice, he was like, Q, man, what can I do to like make my game even better? And for me at the time, I just told him, like, yards after the catch. Like I didn't at that time, I didn't feel like he had any holes in his game. But I did feel like if he added this, like, he would be unstoppable. Yeah. And when I told him that, he went to work on it, and I began to see him, you know what I'm saying, take pride in getting yards after the catch. And even in the latter part of his career, that was something that he did well too. So I think that was but for me, it showed me what kind of player he was. You know what I'm saying? With all the accolades he had accomplished, with the kind of career that he had already established, he was still a guy not only willing to ask the questions, but take the advice and implement it in his game.
Quan, have you talked to Larry since he's been obviously going into the Hall of Fame? Have you had the opportunity to talk to him yet?
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah.
I called him as soon as I found out, I called him.
Can I ask you, what'd you say to him?
I told him how proud of him I was. Obviously that it was well deserved. But mainly, man, how proud I was of him, like, not only as a player, but as a man. Like, I've seen cool, Fitz grow up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen Fitz mature. I mean, like when Fitz got drafted, he was 20 years old?
Yep.
And he was the kid out there grabbing the GM's legs, making them fall down, and, in practice. Like, that was Fitz. He was real playful, real.
Oh, yeah.
But, man, just to see him mature over the years as a man, not only as a player, but as a father, I mean, man, I couldn't be more proud.
If a young receiver in camp right now asked you, why is Larry Fitzgerald a Hall of Famer, what would you tell him?
His work ethic.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Like, and here's the thing, like, you have guys who are talented. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of talented guys in football. But talent alone isn't enough, right? Like, talent alone doesn't get you in the Canton. It's the work that you put in. And again, like I said, it's the stuff that people don't see.
Yep.
Like, again, I had a front row seat to it. I was privileged to see him every day in practice. And it's the consistency. You know what I'm saying? When you come out, even when you don't feel like it on days, you know what I'm saying? But you're out there giving it your all. You're out there correcting mistakes. You're watching yourself on film, and you're making those corrections. You're staying after practice to work on routes that you feel like I didn't perfect in practice, right? You spend that extra time after practice to make sure that when you go in the game, everything is how you want it to be, and that was Fitz.
Quan, do you have any funny idiosyncrasies in regard to Larry Fitzgerald, or a funny story that maybe you listen to the laugh?
Love the laugh.
Don't you love the laugh?
It reminds me of that team plane. We were 50 rows removed in the very back. You could still hear Anquan Bolden laughing up in first class.
Said, hey. Is there a funny story that you've never told about Larry, or idiosyncrasy, something about this guy that we don't know? Maybe. Keep it clean now, Quad.
I mean, there's a lot of funny stories, man. Fitz is like my little brother. So he's, again, he was like this little pesky guy. He's always challenging you. And I remember one day in the locker room, he comes and he's like, Q, I think I can take you now. I was like, what? I'm like, Fitz, man, what are you talking about? He's like, nah, I've been lifting this off season. I think I'm ready now. I think I can take you.
That's so good,
and I'm
man.
like, Fitz, man, come on, man. Are you serious? So he grabbed, my backpack is on my back, right? I'm about to go to meetings. He grabs my backpack off of my back, takes it off, and he's like, nah, let's go. I'm like, Fitz, are you serious?
Oh my God.
He was just doing it to
I'm
check.
like,
Yeah.
Fitz, are you serious, man? So he's like, yeah. So he grabs me. And I'm like, Fitz, what are you doing, man? He's like, nah, I got you now, Q. I got you. So I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, you can't do nothing now. I was like, all right. So I slam him, pin him down or whatever. I'm like, you done now? He's like, yeah, I'm done, man. I got to get back in the weight room.
That's great, Quan.
Larry did that his entire career. He's always challenging someone.
Yes.
I don't know where that came from.
That's fantastic.
Well, he took you down twice or three times. How many? Both?
Yeah. Twice. Yeah.
Yeah, he's known for doing that.
Quan,
Yeah.
you know I love you, man. I respect you greatly, dude. You're one of my favorite players of all time, and I appreciate you coming on and talking about your friend Larry Fitzgerald and talking about you and seeing how well you're doing. I'm proud of you, man. Thank you.
All
I
the
appreciate
best,
it,
Q.
man. That means a lot. Thank you. That means a lot coming from you, Wolf. I appreciate it. Love you too, man.
Okay, bro.
All right. Anquan Bolden. And it goes unsaid just how those two pushed each other. I mean, three-time Pro Bowler, NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, Anquan Bolden. He has a Super Bowl ring. Fitz is in the Hall of Fame. I mean, those two guys, look, you don't get to the NFL without being uber competitive, right? And those two alpha males pushed each other to greatness.
No doubt about it, man. The Quan, just basically and simply, one of the best football players I have ever been around. He played wide receiver. Yeah, he did. But he was a football player that was physical. You could have lined him up. I said this many times. He could have played the weak side inside and held up and done well.
Larry Fitzgerald will appear on this show as scheduled for 11:30 a.m. Just a reminder.
What's up, Fitzy?
Up next, Jacoby Brissett, new contract. What does that mean in terms of Carson Beck and his starts, especially preseason or beyond? That is next. Calvisian for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Warner under center on second down from the Philadelphia 9. Warner takes, short set, has time, looks left, throws over the middle to Fitz. Caught inside the 5, breaks a tackle, and Fitz is in. Touchdown Cardinals on the opening drive. They take it the length of the field. Warner takes it to pitch to Arrington. He's going to throw. He's going to throw it back to Kurt. Far side of the 25. Now Warner going deep. Airing it out. Middle of the field. Fitz is there. He caught it at the 10. At the 5. Put down. Larry Fitzgerald. The trickery of the Arizona Cardinals. Warner takes. Back to throw. Fade. Left side Fitzgerald. He got it. Touchdown. His third of the day. It's 20-6 Arizona.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
What do we get with a built Ford Tough truck? Easy, more capability, durability, more confidence for whatever the road or job throws our way. Paul Calvese here. Quality, that means America's best-selling line of trucks. The Ford F-150 and Super Duty. Work truck or versatile SUV for the family, our Desert Ford dealers have us covered. And right now, on the best-selling truck brand in Arizona, get a 2026 Ford F-150 with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, plus 2-year premium maintenance plan and 90 days deferred payments. What's more, on a 2026 Ford Explorer, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, that 2-year premium maintenance plan and 90 days deferred payments at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf, can you go up tempo? Can you run the 2-minute drill? Can we go through this quarterback question and do it with alacrity?
Can't stand the up-tempo offense, Paul.
I mean, get out of the huddle, get up to the line of scrimmage, all right? Be set and ready to come out of your stance with a vengeance when I ask you about the whole situation at quarterback. Is there a quarterback question? Is there a quarterback competition right now with 4 preseason games to go, working towards week 1? By the way, did you see the Chargers quarterback, Justin Herbert, just got engaged to the singer Madison Beer?
I did not see that.
That could be the key to the game, by the way.
Okay.
Justin Herbert just totally distracted in week 1 and didn't have a good offseason. He's not focused on the new Mike McDaniel offense. That could be advantage Cardinals in that one, just saying.
Okay, Paulie, you know what's it's interesting because I thought maybe there's a possibility why the Arizona Cardinals were dragging their feet in the offseason was because maybe, hey, listen, you know what, Jacoby Brissett doesn't need the OTA reps. He doesn't need it. Even though he's in a new offense, everything else, I'm sure they were actually communicating with him. I'm sure he understands Mike LaFleur and the Mike LaFleur offense. Jacoby Brissett has seen an awful lot of offenses as well. This guy is not going to be surprised by any new offenses in the National Football League. Just not going to do it. He's a grizzled veteran. He's been around. So maybe it's a situation where, hey, you know what, Jacoby, we don't need you taking all these reps in OTAs. We don't need you doing that. Who does need those reps is Carson Beck, because maybe we're going to try to give Carson Beck every opportunity in training camp and in the preseason games to actually go out and show us he can play. And maybe that's what they're waiting for and looking for. Show us you can play. And maybe it's one of the reasons why they drag their feet. I don't know. Monty Ossenfort right now could be just laughing hysterically as he hears this. But again, the way it worked out, is it the worst thing, Basinonians? I don't think so. You finally signed Jacoby Brissett. Yeah, you paid him $15 million guaranteed. There are some incentives. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, I don't think it's something prohibitive in regard if Carson Beck suddenly goes out and lights it up the way Dak Prescott lit up 2016 preseason. Go back and look at it, Paulie. He threw 5 touchdowns in 3 games. He didn't throw a pick, and he completed 72% of his passes. I mean, he lit it up. And it's the reason why he got the opportunity. When Tony Romo went down with a bad back, it wasn't Kellen Moore. It was Dak Prescott who got that opportunity because of how he played in the preseason games. This is a question that I have with Carson Beck. How many reps is he going to get going into that preseason?
Well, Mike LaFleur has talked about it more than once already, that Jacoby Brissett doesn't need to learn the speed of the game or the physicality of the game. That is Carson Beck. You know, he has his chemistry already, especially with Michael Wilson and the guy we talked to yesterday on Burns and Gambo, Trey McBride, and we asked him, all right, Mr. First-Team All-Pro tight end with 11 touchdown catches, 10 with Jacoby Brissett, how would you characterize your chemistry with the starter?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. You know, I just try to get open. I try to make plays for him, and when the ball's in the air, I try to catch it for him. And that's something I feel like I've tried to do my whole career. But Jacoby's a stud of a quarterback. He understands the game. He's played this game for a long time. He knows the quarterback position. So he's going to go through his progressions, and he's going to throw it to the right guy. And we just got to make the plays when he throws it. And Jacoby's a tremendous guy, tremendous quarterback, and I'm excited to see him once he really gets going.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Jacoby Brissett didn't win many games. But he did win something else, the respect of that locker room.
Yeah, that's undeniable, Paul.
Everybody knows he can play. Everybody knows he can get the ball downfield to the second and third level. And they saw what he did on 3rd and longs last year. It was remarkable. It really was. I mean, the Cardinals ended up with the 7th-ranked passing attack, believe it or not. Now, they had to throw the ball a ton because game situations, banged-up running backs. But if you give him a balanced offense with the threat of a real run game?
The offensive line has got to solidify more on this as the show unfolds.
All right, Cardinals, wide receiver 1. Oh, so the quarterback question has already been answered, we think. What about wide receiver 1? That is next. Calvisian for Luke on Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
And you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body, right at the source of your pain, and the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
It's summer's last hurrah. Bunker to Bunker's last two-person scramble event of the summer is on Saturday, August 22nd at the Junior National Golf Club in Goodyear. Come celebrate with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, and big raffle and prizes, all for just $100. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting the Junior National Foundation, changing the lives of youth through the game of golf. Open to the public, but space is limited. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame next Saturday. Joining the Wolf and Luke show at 11:30 to talk about his great career is the one, the only Larry Fitzgerald. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are off today before they start a 3-game series at the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow. With the MLB trade deadline on Monday, head on over to arizonasports.com to read Alex Weiner's piece on realistic trade candidates for the D-backs. And that is what's trending now.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
I'd say we're talking football and coming off the ball when Anquan Bolden already appeared, and Larry Fitzgerald is scheduled for the bottom of the hour.
11:30, Basinarians. Put it in your reminders. Does anyone put stuff in their reminders anymore? Of course not. Paul does from
Does
time to time.
anybody need to put stuff into the reminders like Ron Wolfley?
Yes. What's your point?
Yes, they do. We'll get into need or want a little bit later, Wolf. All right, we're just doing all these vertical teases. What's coming? Here we go.
Right.
The question right now,
if
I might be so bald, this is Big show.
Just, some things you cue up based on audience.
Can Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson be the next Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald?
Man.
I mean, there's no rule against dreaming, right? I'm going to dream big. Big dream.
Yeah.
Can that possibly happen? And can it happen as soon as this season, considering you saw the chemistry that Michael Wilson had with Jacoby Brissett? Trey McBride is keeping the defense honest, record-setting first-team All-Pro tight end. The running back room is much improved if they stay healthy, knock on wood, versus last year when you were down to your 7th running back at the very end. So maybe, just maybe, can these two guys push each other to greatness?
Yeah. Once again, you ask the question, Paulie, can that happen? Of course it can happen. Will it happen is the better question. Will it happen right now? Well, nobody knows, Basinonians. We're going to have to actually see this unfold. I will say this, Marvin Harrison Jr. has made a couple of really, really nice plays, nice catches, touchdown catches, as a matter of fact, and yet he's dropped one ball, and that one ball that he's dropped, now he's got a couple other drops in individual and things of that nature, okay,
Yep.
But I'm talking about team, 11 on 11. He's got one drop that was a deep in route, a deep dig route, and yet at the same time, it was a breakdown in coverage. He was wide open, and the ball was right there, and he dropped it. It was one of the worst drops you're ever going to see. And that, to me, he's got good hands. He does. He's got good hands. And he works hard on catching the ball, and to see him drop that was a little startling right there. And sometimes it makes me think, just wonder if he's questioning himself or his confidence isn't where it needs to be. Other than that, Michael Wilson is lighting it up, isn't he?
That is an absolute. I mean, if there's one star of camp so far, to me, it's 14.
Yep.
It's Michael Wilson. He has most definitely picked up where he left off. Now, big question to Mike LaFleur yesterday on the heels of that drop in team that went semi-viral with the video, and he's wide open. And the question was along the lines of, being a cerebral guy, Marvin Harrison Jr., can he sometimes get into his own head?
You're right. He is a cerebral guy. Excuse me, I can't even spell it or say it. But no, the game makes sense to him. And, so he is going to think about that stuff. And that is a fair question, because I'm not even talking about Marv. I'm just talking in general over the time being with players, is where is that fine line where it's obsessive and it locks you up, but also, where it just gives you that edge. And each guy's a little bit different. And I can think of a bunch of guys off the top of my head where, man, it worked for him to find that edge. And there's others that just overdid it and they were locked up. And I think all those guys that just understand the game, it's finding that fine line and try to help them as a coach get to that point. But ultimately, they're the ones, thinking about it when they're away from us as well.
So, Wolf, when it comes to MHJ, are you familiar with the 4 C's?
No, Paulie, I am not.
The
4 C's, really?
The Paulie Pigskin division of Calvisi Consulting last year came up with the 4 C's.
Oh, no.
And it was along the lines of when you go to buy a diamond ring for the missus, cut, color, clarity, carat, whatever.
All right, Paul.
Then Bernsey, he topped me. Of course, he's got to be a topper yesterday. And he said, well, what about the 5 C's of Arizona? Cotton and copper and whatever. Yeah, okay,
Yes,
Bernsey.
climate.
Can I get through my 4 C's for Marvin Harrison Jr.? Number 1,
Paul.
contested. Number 2.
That makes a lot of sense right there.
Confidence. Number 3. Chemistry. And number 4, consistency.
I see.
And I cited the primetime game last year against Seattle, Thursday Night Football, first half, that drop right through his hands and ended up being an interception.
Yes.
The quick slant.
Yes, I remember it.
And it was tough to watch for everyone. And what did he do? He responded in the second half with an unbelievable contested, leaping touchdown grab in the back corner in the end zone against Devin Witherspoon, an all-pro corner.
Yes.
So you've seen the highs, you've seen the lows, hence the consistency. Can he get the chemistry with Jacoby Brissett? That seemingly Michael Wilson Trey McBride have already achieved. You know, the contested catch. What did Anquan Bolden just say about Larry, right? They have a similar body type, a little bit. At least they have the size, the height. You know, that ability to get your body between the football and the DB, almost basketball style. Box the guy out. Attack the football. So that's where we're going with that.
You know, Paulie, for me, I think of the quarterback, too, so much of that. When you're talking about chemistry, you're talking about the chemistry with a quarterback. You have to have that chemistry. And also, too, I think of the quarterback space and audience. Just think of a guy that has built up a confidence level because he has thrown the ball your way and given you the opportunity to make plays. And, man, you make plays. That is the one thing about it. I always thought, my goodness, Kurt Warner, what an incredible job. One of the best things that Graybeard ever did is he threw the ball to the open receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Kurt. That was Graybeard. That was his superpower to me, Babes and audience. He didn't care. He was going to read coverage, and he was going to throw the ball to the open receiver. Now, did he have some really good receivers to throw the ball to, especially here with the Arizona Cardinals? You better believe it. Yes, he had receivers to throw the ball to. And, man, the confidence and the chemistry that he had with those receivers had to be incredible. And I think of the same thing, too. Jacoby Brissett and how important it is that he builds chemistry with Marvin Harrison Jr. and doesn't give up, so to speak, on him. Marvin Harrison Jr. is off to a rough start right now in regard to whether or not he's going to be the breakout player of the year that he needs to be. Because, Paulie, right now, I think, honestly, he's been okay. Look at his numbers. His numbers back when he's played, he's been okay. He hasn't been great. He hasn't been the number 4 pick overall in the draft. He's been okay. And that's not good enough. This is the breakout year. This has got to be the year that he takes that next step, I think, before suddenly a quarterback is going to start dismissing him a little bit and maybe not looking his way enough.
Is he wide receiver 1? Rick is on us because we're not answering the question. Of course, you know, we're a week into camp and we haven't even got to the first preseason game.
Produce! Answer the question now.
Okay, my answer.
We don't have enough evidence. Answer the question.
Since you're obfuscating and not answering, I'll give you this answer.
I gave you my answer. Right there, Paulie. There's not enough time yet. Can we see him play one preseason game? One of the 4. Can we see him play one before we? Is wide receiver 1 in the? Knock it off.
Here's the best case scenario.
Let these guys compete, please.
My answer. Thanks for asking, Wolf. My answer.
Ridiculous.
Best case scenario: Michael Wilson is Puka Nacua, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is Devontae Adams. Does anyone argue or debate or really care about the Rams offense, who's wide receiver 1? You got Devontae Adams leading the league in touchdown catches, and you got Puka Nacua, a Pro Bowler and first-team All-Pro.
Yes.
So
okay, Paul.
That's the best case scenario.
Sold it. That's who they are, Paul. I'll take it right now and run like a banshee.
And you know what? Without any preseason games played yet, we can dream big. We come full circle. By the way, speaking of receiving greatness, Larry Fitzgerald scheduled for bottom of the hour. Up next, though, D-backs. What do they need right now, and what do you want them to have come Monday in the trade deadline? That is next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
2 things have to happen for Carson Beck to play. Number 1, first and foremost, he's got to be ready. All right, the coach has got to be able to look at him and go, okay, he's in over his head. He's never going to manage it. Forget it. I'm assuming that by week 8, he'd have enough under his belt practice-wise to be ready. Number 2, they have to be, 2-6 on the season, 1-7 on the season. They have to be falling apart. There has to be no reason to keep going with any of the other quarterbacks to give yourself that look.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite.
Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Dan Bickley here for Walt's TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Walt's off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales Event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Can Kenny Dillingham overcome challenges to keep the momentum going at Arizona State? The Diamondbacks will not make a trade that leads to luxury tax penalties. And Carson Beck takes another step forward in training camp. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Wolf, I know your mind is on Larry Fitzgerald, bottom of the hour, rightfully so.
What's up, Fitzy?
Be where your feet are, because this is a big moment for you.
Okay, why do you say that, Paul?
It is the game show sweeping the AZ, soon to be syndicated.
No. Okay, not neither.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Need or want?
This is where you fail. Compete to respond correctly to our categories, where we pose the question, need or want.
Okay, I see, Paul.
Let's start off the top. Okay. Closer by committee is announced by Torey Lovello yesterday.
Yes.
What's that saying in football? If you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. What if you have 4, count them, 4 closers? Do you have a closer? So getting back to a single go-to closer in the 9th inning is...
Need or want?
I'm going to say, Paulie, it is a need for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They need to find that guy. I still think they have that guy in Paul Sewald. Okay, now listen, I understand Paul Sewald, 2 of the last 3 opportunities, he's blown the save. I get that. But he's 24 of 27 overall, okay? And I understand, too, you've got history. You can go back to 2024, and you can look at the fact that this actually happened with Paul Sewald before. He was putting together a nice string of saves. He had 16 saves on the season in 2024, and he had that opportunity, and he was delivering. Then all of a sudden, he kind of seemed to hit a wall, okay? And I think that's what's happened with Paul Sewald here as well. He's hit a wall, but I still think he's capable of being that guy. Plus, you've got Justin Martinez, who, depending on who you talk to, might actually be coming back. Now, I don't know how much you want to depend on some guy that is coming off serious injury to actually say, by the way, we're going to give you the ball in. We really need you to go out there and actually be the guy that we need.
You haven't pitched in a year, but go take care of the ninth inning in a pennant race.
Paul. So, again, I understand that. But to me, no, I'm not going to go out and get a guy that is a high-profile closer. And I don't think I actually have the funds to do it.
All right, let's pick up the pace here a little bit, okay? Next question, need or want. The pitching coach in Reno who fixed Brandon Pfaadt needs to be promoted immediately, elevated to Phoenix, given his own Chase Field office with a view of the pool. Is that a
need or want?
I think that is a want by you, Paul.
Maybe assign him now to work with Paul Sewald and Zach Gallen. That's what I would do.
Is that what you're going to do? Okay.
Next question, Ketel Marte. Taking a refresher course to remind him that hitting a baseball is not whack-a-mole, that you're not paid by the swing. Please be more selective, be disciplined. A Ketel tutorial is a
need or want?
It's a need. They need Ketel Marte to be Ketel Marte. They need Ketel to go out there and lead as one of their best players. They need him that's right,
to win.
They need him to go do. He doesn't have to say, he just has to do. Ketel Marte, that's a need.
According to the booth, I need to get back to trade deadline topics. So here we go. With Merrill, Pfaadt, and Erod combining to allow zero earned runs in the last 3 games, plus the return of Soroka, maybe Corbin Burns in the not-too-distant future. I don't know if they can get Gallen right. I mean, Brian Nelson, another starting pitcher via the trade deadline is a
need or want?
That's a want, Paul. That's a want. I mean, seriously, right now, yes, you could go get. Of course, is anyone going to say no to you? You go bring in a pitcher that actually can be plugged into your rotation. I understand. There's a lot of people that are like, Wolf, have you seen the issue? Have you seen these young guys, these rookies that are coming up and getting the opportunity? And oh, by the way, they're not doing great. I understand that. Yet at the same time, what am I going to have to give up, and what do I have that I can afford to give up as well? No, I think you've got guys waiting in the wings that are going to get healthy, going to get better, and all of a sudden you're going to plug them into your rotation. I think it's a want.
All right, last question. If that's a want, then what about the first base position? With D-backs collectively at first base, 37 different first basemen, all going by the name Jack, last name Squad. Trading for a big bat who can play first base is
need or want?
Yeah, that's a need, Paulie. It is. First base, to me, is the biggest need that they actually have right now. Christian Walker would be great. Guess what? Christian Walker's making over $26 million. Over $26 million?
Dang.
Think about that. Christian Walker, Woke Walker, is making over $26 million. How much room do the Diamondbacks have? Yeah, exactly. 6 to 7 million, somewhere in that zone. Derek Hall was talking about the fact, do we actually have that sound? Where Derek Hall was talking about, it doesn't preclude us from making a move. But to me, the biggest need the Diamondbacks have right now is first base.
Well, he hinted on 2 different occasions that the scenario might be to buy and sell. to trade away player X and then bring in player Y.
Yeah, I just don't think they're going to be big names, so to speak. Does that make sense, Paulie? I don't think they're going to be diving into the deep end on stuff like this. I think it's going to be more about playing around in the shallow end, metaphorically speaking.
By the way, can I just make one observation here? Am I allowed to make one final observation? That this whole narrative that, only a few teams are going to be sellers. Every year we hear that. You know why? Because no team is willing to tell its clubhouse or its fan base that we're going to sell. Is anybody promoting the fact that they're going to wave the white flag?
Yeah.
Of course not. So I don't buy it. I think there's always more sellers than they're letting on, because it's not something any club wants to share with the population at large, including their own employees in the clubhouse.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, Paulie. Seriously, there's no doubt about that. Again, I think the Arizona Diamondbacks, they might make some minor moves. The freaky Mike Hazen might actually make some minor moves. That's
Freaky
what I think
Mike
is going to
Hazen,
happen.
wheeling and dealing.
Indeed, but I don't expect any big moves from the Diamondbacks, and I think a lot of it, once again, now they know, Basinonians, they know because they're getting the medical reports on these guys, the guys that are on the IL, and how close they might actually be to coming off. They have guys who are difference makers that could come off the IL and be a difference for the Diamondbacks going forward. No doubt about it, Michael Soroka. No doubt about it, Justin Martinez, A.J. Puck, Corbin Burns eventually. We're talking about guys, they could make a huge difference. What they need is a first baseman.
I think you actually finished above 500 in neither one.
Really?
So like D-backs starting pitchers lately, you'd been shut out in recent past.
I see.
So if you're wondering what are Larry Fitzgerald's emotions as he prepares to enter the Pro Football Hall of Fame, guess what? We're going to ask Larry Legend himself next. Wolf and Luke Calvisi in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fitz.
Larry Legend does it again!
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win!
Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, you don't want to move in the summer. You do not want to. Don't call your buddy and say, hey, can I have your pickup truck? Or you know what? Don't call Paul Calvisi either, because I guarantee you right now he's not going to be much help, Basinonians. Listen, I'm telling you right now, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's right. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. It's a family-run business, Basinonians. That's right. Garrett and JT, his 2 sons. It's the Lee family running Moving Team 6. They built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. They built Moving Team 6. They proudly support and hire veterans as well. Here's what you do, Basinonians. You go to movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com because your move is their mission.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Countdown to Canton. Wolf and Luke talking fits in the Hall of Fame. Now.
Those playoff records from 2008, that postseason run, those marks still stand. NFL single-season, postseason records with 546 receiving yards, 30 catches, 7 touchdowns, over 100 yards receiving in each of the 4 playoff games, including Super Bowl 43.
Just incredible, the postseason that Larry Fitzgerald had. The fact that we're getting the opportunity here to actually speak to Larry Fitzgerald soon, based on it, and should be calling in at any minute. I'm honored by that, Paulie. I mean, just the fact how proud we all are of Fitzy and the player that he is, but more importantly, the man that he is, Paul.
17 epic seasons during which Larry Fitzgerald caught a lot more than just footballs. He caught our imagination, our fascination as a player and a person. And the man who's on a first-name basis with the state of Arizona joins us now. Larry, how we doing?
Fitz.
What's going on, fellas? What's going on, man? What y'all up to today?
Man, thank you. Really appreciate you calling, Larry.
Larry, what are you up to?
Come on, man.
What are your emotions right now? Come on now. It's closing in. Induction weekend.
Yes. Yeah, man, honestly, it's a lot, in terms of logistics and kind of getting everything together and making sure, people are happy where they're sitting, and it's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career, and there's not many people that can honestly say they watched every single game that I played, and like you were two of those guys on that list that were there from day one. And Paul, I like you a lot more than Wolf, just simply because he he went to a really, really horrible university that no, I'm just saying, like, that school it's hurt your vocabulary, Wolf, and you know it as well as I do. And Paul would agree. He loves you, but he would agree too that it's hurt you a little bit, Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Fitz. I appreciate that.
He's done his best to overcome.
That's right. I will definitely. I'll kick you in the cradle.
I got to.
Larry,
I got to give it to him. He does.
Yeah. Can I just ask you, man, seriously, when people walk through the Hall of Fame years from now and they look at this Larry Fitzgerald exhibit, when they look at Larry Fitzgerald being in the Hall of Fame, what do you hope they think of?
A guy who played hard, who took pride in trying to be a good teammate, and also understood that football is really important, but life and community and things of that nature are also really important. And I had the benefit of having teammates like Kurt Warner and Emmitt Smith, Hall of Fame guys who not only won championships and did it at the highest level, but also were exemplary human beings that I got a chance to learn from. So, like, I go in the Hall of Fame standing on men's shoulders like that, and it makes me very proud that I could be in the same conversation with amazing people and players like that.
We talked to Anquan Bolden about an hour ago and got a scouting report on your game, receiver to receiver. Which aspects of your game were you most proud of? What do you think separated you, enabled you to be second all-time behind Jerry Rice in catches and receiving yards?
Well, I mean, being able to play with Q and being able to see the toughness and the tenacity that he played with and practiced with every day. He made me such a better player by just being in his orbit. We have very different styles of play. But he did a lot of things that I wish I could have done. I wish I had the ability to make people miss and run through linebackers' faces and do all those amazing things that he did. And, you kind of try to pick and choose and take things that other guys do really well and try to implement it in your game. And obviously my hands and body control were my hallmarks, like the things that I did naturally very well. But, what I was really proud of is that my game evolved and it got better over time. When I came in the league, I was, athletic, linear player who can high point balls and do things like that. But as I got later in my career, a little longer in the tooth, I had to change the way I played. And, I think that's one thing I'm really, really proud of, that I was able to, kind of just morph into a different type of player and have just the same, if not more, impact in the game later in my career.
Larry, I think of, when I played, I think of so many faces and so many names and so many players, so many guys that poured into me and helped me with my own game. Which teammate had the biggest impact on you and your career?
Ooh, man, that's a tough.
I know it's not easy. I know.
That's tough. Because there's different versions of it, right? I needed Kurt Warner at 21 years old to teach me how to be a professional, to teach me how to conduct themselves, how to think about, your philanthropic endeavors, how to set up a foundation, how to be accountable fighters and all of those things. I needed him at that time. And then, you get a guy like Kurt Warner where I was in my prime and, I've been in, the quarterback position had kind of been turned over a lot, for a few years. I didn't have a lot of stability at that position. He gave me stability for a few years with him, right? And then I look at guys like Chase Edmonds and Christian Kirk and Trent Sherfield. They got to me at a later stage in my career in 2018. I was a little long in the tooth at that point, and being around their youth and excitement and energy, it made my last couple of years a lot more fun had I not had those experiences. Then in 2020, I got the chance to be with my one of my closest friends in the world, and Kelvin Beachum. We do business. We talk every single day. He's a lifer, man, and the way he sees the world, the way he thinks about things, and how he challenges me, and I try to challenge him. And so I think as you kind of evolve from a 20-year-old to 37, 38-year-old, what's important to you, then it's not as important to you now, and what's important to you at 38 had no significance to you at 20. And so, like, how people came into your life and why they were important to your life really changes as well.
First ballot Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald is our guest on Arizona Sports. That incredible 2008 playoff run, we cited the stats earlier. Those marks still stand. 100 yards plus receiving in every single playoff game. It put you on the national stage. What do you remember most about that stretch and the whole in the zone? I mean, when you look back, is that legit? Was that the feeling at that time?
Yeah, definitely was in the zone. Yeah, it was. I've been in it for games or days or a week or so, but I don't know if I've never been in it for an entire month, and that's kind of really what I felt like. The game just was very slow to me, and I never experienced it again, like that. There was times and moments where I felt it, but not continuously. So it was a really awesome feeling. It was great to be a part of it. Great to do it with the men that I was able to do it with, and the coaches and the community. And it was nothing like, I'll never forget driving home after the NFC Championship game, and driving up that, when you leave State Farm Stadium, we park our cars down there on the tray when the tray slid inside the stadium.
Yep.
And I remember driving up that ramp, and literally there was like 5,000 people waiting just to wave to us. They were hitting, tapping our cars to thank you. And then, all the people that were still
Fitzy.
All the flags and the cars and on people's houses, and it was Cardinals jerseys everywhere at the mall. It was just one I would never ever forget. I got home that night, and on my door I had baked cakes and flowers and cards and posters and all type of stuff. The community really just turned up. Literally, it was 30 things on my doorstep when I got home, and then throughout the course of the week, people were giving me things, for Tampa, here if you need some slippers, and people were just so into it. It was amazing. I got the cards, the handwritten notes from adults and kids, and I'll be at a restaurant and people would send notes over or put them in my car, on the windshield wipers. They would put notes in the windshield wipers, and it was just a cool time, man. So cool.
Fitzy, it seems ridiculous to ask, yet I know everybody that has ever lived has regrets. Do you have any regrets at all based on your football career?
Ooh. I try not to look at things that didn't necessarily go my way and regret the experience, because it helps define who you are, right, as a human being.
Yes.
And so I look at things pretty introspective. When I go back and I look at that, there are things that I wish I may have prioritized more, that I would have understood how fleeting these experiences were. Because if you guys talked about the 2008 run, when I was in it, I was like, man, I'm gonna be back here again. This is I'm coming back here, right? And I don't think you really understand how rarefied that is, And then guys like Tom Brady, and you see them playing at 10. People think oh, it must be easy. Heck, no, it's the hardest thing that you could ever do, to be able to get there. And you think about all the bounces that bounced your way, and the breaks and all the stuff that could have happened. if I had one regret, I wish Anquan was 100% during that playoff run. You know, during the Falcons, you know, he had that hamstring.
Yep.
And he wasn't like the Anquan that we all knew. He was kind of he was laboring a little bit. And if we have 100% Anquan, oh no, man, I think the run looks a lot different.
Larry Fitzgerald is our guest. By the way, he did tell a funny locker room story that early in your career, you decided you had won the offseason in the weight room and you wanted to challenge him. And you got him in a bear hug, and then quickly he pinned you. And you said, well, I better go back to the weight room. So,
hey, the thing about Anquan is so funny is because Q, he's in a weight room. He wasn't that strong. Like, if he puts 225 on the bar, he might be able to get it like 10 times. And I could do it like, 20, 22, 23 times, right? So I was strong, like weight room strong. But Anquan had that thing, that grown man strength. You know what I'm saying, Wolf? Like when somebody puts their hands up and you be like, oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And Q had that grown man strength. So I remember in the locker room, I was standing over him. He was sitting down in the locker room. He was looking at me like, what you about to do? You got that look on your face. I know you about to do some silliness. And so I grabbed him. I locked up to him, and I had him in the locker, right? And he looked at me. He said, "You got a good hold? You good? You got what you need?" Like kind of like telling me, like you don't have what it takes to handle what I'm about to do to you, but I want to make sure you got a good grip. And I said, "Yeah, I got you. You ain't going anywhere." And man, he jumped up, flipped me up, and then slammed me on my back so quick, man. It was crazy, man. I said, "Okay, I got it. There's levels to it.
So, Larry, your speech. Do you have your speech ready to go, man? I mean, I would imagine this is going to be a bit, and I know you're always a guy that likes to not be in the spotlight, so to speak. How are you going to deal with that, Larry? Getting inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame and your speech, do you have it finished?
Yeah, it's been finished for a few weeks. I had it done about a month and almost 2 months ago, like the framework. And then when my pops passed away, obviously there was some other things that I needed to add in there, and it's impossible to thank everybody who's contributed to your life in a meaningful way since the time I was 7 years old. When I first started this football journey, and so like that's the part that's hard, and that you're trying to get it right, and but in terms of the framework of it, I'm good now. There's like photos that I'm adding that you can see. So like with the stories that I'm telling, to match it with the photos, so like you hear the words and then you see the images, so that's the part that just finalizing that. But in terms of the speech being done, yes sir, it's all done.
And presenting you will be your son. How emotional will that be for you?
It will be awesome. It was going to be my dad. That was initially the plan, and that kind of changed. And I thought, what better way to have an experience with my son? He's now pursuing his own football career. For him to be there, sitting next to Jerry Rice and Tim Brown and Paul Warfield and Lance Allworth and all of these amazing players who paved the way for this great game to continue to grow and expand. To think he's sitting on there on this stage, and so as he goes back to training camp at Notre Dame, I hope it just lights a fire under him about what the possibilities, if he works really hard and things kind of bounces, what could possibly happen. And so it was one of the main reasons I wanted him to be a part of it.
Larry, is there one play in your unbelievable career? Is there one catch that maybe fans don't remember, but you'll never forget? Is there one play that you'll never forget yourself?
I would say there's a few plays that
Fitzy?
Stole. Ended up escorting them into the end zone. It should have been him escorting me into the end zone. But as mad as I was that he took my touchdown, I knew I had a job to do and fix it. And so that play stands out. There was a game at State Farm Stadium. I want to say it was 2007, maybe. 2007. No, I'm sorry. It was a little later than that. It's probably 2011 or something like that. John Skelton was our quarterback, but we played against the Seattle Seahawks, and this was, I think, Richard Sherman's first year. It was Earl Thomas's second, Cam Chancellor's second. Like they were babies. Bobby Wagner was like first year, second year. Like Legion of Boom hadn't turned into Legion of Boom yet, and we were playing a game. We were already out of the playoffs, and I made a couple big plays down the stretch, and we ended up winning that game. But I think it signified like how important the game was to me. You know, I know a lot of guys were packing it in, trying not to get hurt, going into the off season, and like it was important for me to win a meaningless game in late December, and putting it all on the line. And I think that was always something that was important to me.
So as we wrap it up, and just unbelievable insight from Larry Fitzgerald here, the station Arizona Sports is running a Countdown to Canton contest for the fans. The fans get to vote on your best plays. It's bracket style, like March Madness, okay? The listeners vote, and they go to the website, and it's down to the Final Four. 64-yard touchdown in Super Bowl.
Hold on. No. There was one other play that I made, too. It was in training camp. I don't know, probably like 2016. I made an open field tackle on Wolf on the sideline. Hey, you should have seen how unathletic he went down to. It was so bad, man. It was terrible.
Down in a flaming
I just
pile.
somebody would have had to really show me some tape to believe that Wolf actually played in the NFL. The way I saw him go down, it was a bad look, man.
All right,
it was a bad look. That's got to be top 5 too for me, right there.
Right,
well, maybe we'll include that. Well, it got better because then you tackled him again at the kickoff luncheon on stage when he was in a suit. So that was good. That was good too.
Hey, I heard him. He ripped the seam too. I heard it when he went down. He ripped the seam because his pants was tight. That he had put on a few pounds. He was trying to put 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. It didn't look good.
Hey, we won't tell the stories of some of the defensive linemen who had you pinned on the wrestling mat back in the weight room, like Corey Peters, who had you in a pretzel, the former high school wrestling champ. So here's the Final Four, Larry. 64-yard touchdown, Super Bowl 43, the 75-yarder in overtime against the Packers. I still love the boom, no-look stiff arm, love it. Shovel pass for the win against the Packers. And then the 3-touchdown demolition of the Eagles in the 2008 NFC Championship. That's the Final Four. Wow. How would you vote?
I mean, the Super Bowl touchdown, the 64-yard touchdown was, you kind of have to give that the nod just because of the implications, to be able to take the lead in the Super Bowl. That was pretty special. That was pretty special.
Fitz.
You know what else has been special? The past half hour or so.
Larry, thank you so much, man, for gracing us with your presence, man, for calling in. We love you. You are a class act, and so many Cardinal fans are out there proud of you, not just the player that you are, but more importantly, the man that you are. And all kidding aside, you went to Pitt, and yet you're a Pitt Panther I love. Thank you so much for coming on and talking to us, Fitzy.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And, you guys mean the world to me. The relationships that we've developed, over the last 20-plus years have meant a great deal to me. And it's the quiet times we would find, after games, going back and chatting with Paul on the plane, asking him about certain things, him trying to pry information out of me, not knowing if I could actually say it because he might use it on the radio. And him sometimes I'm not going to confirm or deny, but sometimes Paul would tell me what my stats were on the sideline. He was like, "Hey, Larry, look, you need 10 yards to get to 100." So Paul, I don't want to hear that. Paul, we're trying to win this game, man.
That's back before smartphones. Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Man, and hanging out with you, Wolf, and just talking shop and talking about guys and the toughness, and I still can't forgive you for that horrible nickname you gave me. But
Larry, it was the Japanese fighting
fish. Another episode. We'll talk about that another time. All right. Well, I love y'all boys. And I look forward to seeing you out there in Ohio, hopefully.
Will do. Yes, I'll see you next week for sure.
God bless you, man, and you and your family.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Larry Fitzgerald. Just the pride the entire state will have with him up on stage as a first ballot Hall of Famer.
What a dude.
Let that just hang in the air for a minute. We'll come back. We'll react to Larry Fitzgerald and some of the amazing things he had to say and share. This is Arizona Sports. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I thought I was in good shape, man, until Trajan Wealth, they took a second look. And it turns out that my investments, my taxes, my estate plan weren't as coordinated as I thought, Basinonians. And now they are, of course. One team, one strategy, and a lot more confidence about where I'm headed. Man, they are fiduciaries. They put your interests first, period. It's time for you to call Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it. Man, they're two different things. Trajan Wealth helped me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together. Explained clearly, no pressure. Man, I'm a client and I have not looked back. Go to TrajanWealth.com or call 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Countdown to Canton. Wolf and Luke talking Fitz in the Hall of Fame. Now.
And it's not just Larry Fitzgerald in the Hall of Fame. I think you said it well, Wolf. It's the entire state of Arizona.
Man.
It's the Red Sea. It's Bird Gang. He represents this state in so many ways. It's no joke. He's on a first-name basis with the state of Arizona. Larry Fitzgerald gave us 20-plus minutes here on Arizona Sports, and the guard was officially down. That was as reflective and as insightful as I've ever heard him.
I would agree with your assessment on that. It's just the class act that this guy is, and so much of it, Larry's superpower was his humility, Basinonians. I kid you not. When you have the kind of humility that Fitzy had, he's a guy that looked at himself first and said, where do I need to get better? Or why did I drop that ball? Or why did I not do this? Or why? Larry was a guy that would hold himself accountable. And the reason why is because of his humility. His humility. Humility allows you to look at yourself and see your flaws and say, where do I need to get better? Larry is a humble guy, and to this day, that's his superpower.
You asked him what helped him become as great as he was.
It's a lot, in terms of logistics. A guy who played hard, who took pride in, trying to be a good teammate, and also understood that football is really important, but life and community and things of that nature are also really important. And I had the benefit of having teammates like, Kurt Warner and Emmitt Smith, Hall of Fame guys who not only, won championships and did it at the highest level, but also were exemplary human beings that I got a chance to learn from. So, I go in the Hall of Fame standing on men's shoulders like that, and it makes me very proud that I could be in the same conversation with amazing people and players like that.
It's also him reflecting on what he hopes people think of him as well. Quick reminder, the next Four Peaks 4 seats drawing is for D-backs Cubs August 24th at Chase Field. 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text SEATS to 620-620 to enter. Up next, Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Top stories of the day. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. You got to have shade. You better believe you got to have shade. Are you kidding me? Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. These shades, that's right, there's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the basin. They'll work around anything you got, man. Stucco, a little tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open that same patio. Open it up with a touch of the button, man. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades, man. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all. They came out to the Wolfley compound, man, and they hooked us up. One of the best things that we've ever done. Go to allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, Here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among two different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame next Saturday, and Fitzgerald himself joined Wolf and Luke earlier today to talk about his great career. You can find that interview up now on the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are off today before they start a 3-game series at the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow. With the MLB trade deadline on Monday, head on over to arizonasports.com to read Alex Weiner's piece on realistic trade candidates for the D-backs. And that is what's trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Well, we just had to stop Ron Wolfley from packing up his gear and leaving. A, he's so used to leaving early with D-backs games, and then B, he thought his work was done here after that amazing Larry Fitzgerald interview. No, Wolf, you got to finish the show.
That's right, Paul. Listen, if it was Wolf and Luke, we got to do a 4-hour show here. But since I'm working with Paul, can we make it 2? I mean, next.
All right, wolfing down your lunch. You know, I had a stat for wolfing down your lunch, but we don't have time for that. Okay, here it is. Did you guys know that almost 1 in 4 American teenagers say they use delivery apps for meals during school hours, according to a new survey from public health researchers?
No,
delivery apps by kids in school.
Smart kids.
Which makes me wonder, was Spicoli ahead of his time when he ordered the pizza in class?
Jamal has never heard of that.
Jamal's totally lost
Jamal,
right now.
do you realize that, like, dudes used to pack their own lunch and take their own lunch to school in brown paper bags? Do you know that, Jamal?
I took my... Actually, no, I ate school lunch.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I was too lazy to pack.
Yeah, you know what's in... Sometimes you were, I don't know, 16, 17, walking to school with your brown bag. What are you... Are you nuts? Poopy?
You didn't have the Scooby-Doo lunchbox at 16,
No,
Wolf? You
I
sure?
didn't. Are you?
That's
No,
how you got so
knock it
tough.
off.
You had to have all the schoolyard fights because Hoopy gave you the lunchbox.
Right. Now, you had the wrong pair of jeans on and didn't have the right shoes on, shoes that were 3 sizes too big. Yeah, you're right, Paul. I got mocked.
Man, I could go for like a PB&J and some chips right now. You know, a classic paper bag lunch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald joined the show earlier today, and he talked about the love he got from the Cardinals fan base after his incredible 2008 playoff run.
You know, I got home that night and like on my door, I had like baked cakes and flowers and cards and posters and like all type of stuff. Like the community really just turned up. Literally, it was like 30 things on my doorstep when I got home. And then throughout the course of the week, people were like giving me things, you know, for Tampa, like here, if you need some slippers, and like people were just like so into it. It was amazing. I got like the cards, the handwritten notes from adults and kids, and like I'll be at a restaurant and people would send notes over or put them in my car, like, you know, on the, on the windshield wipers, they would like put notes in the windshield wipers. And like, it was just a cool time, man. So cool.
I've never heard that story before.
No.
Not surprised a bit. I mean, that playoff run rocketed his celebrity into the stratosphere.
There's no doubt, Paulie. And, once again, just listening to Larry right there, he was awesome. I mean, you could just hear him thinking about what it was like and remembering that and taking us with him through all of that. I've never heard his cadence quite that way before, Basinonians.
Do you guys think there is another athlete who means as much to his or her city as Fitz means to Phoenix?
Oh, man.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Larry is singular across the country to a particular city. He is singular to Phoenix and Arizona, but I'm sure there are other.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Arizona Diamondbacks currently occupy the second wild card spot in the National League after their big series win over the Pittsburgh Pirates this week. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which is up now on arizonasports.com, and it asks, where will the D-backs finish this season? The top wild card, the second wild card, the third wild card, or will they be on the outside looking in?
I'm going to go with the third wild card, Basinonians. That's what I think. It's just an answer. I think they're going to be in. And one of the reasons why is because they're going to get healthy. I think guys are definitely going to come back. And these guys that are going to come back are difference makers that will come back. Even a guy like Zach Gallen to me. I'm interested to see what they do with Zach Gallen. And if we see him the rest of the year at all, I'm interested to see them get healthy because I think they're going to be better. In fact, I know they're going to be better when they get healthy. Will it be soon enough? I don't know. But right now, I think they're competitive enough to actually go out and compete and hang on to that third wild card.
I was going to go third wild card as well, but my gut says, you know what, Wolf's never right on these forecasts. So I'm going to go second wild card because I am expecting the big three to play like it at some point soon.
Just wanted to one-up me.
All right. I will break the tie then. I think third wild card. I'm with Wolf here.
Okay.
Sorry, Paul.
What does the poll say?
The poll says third wild card 36%. Outside looking in is in second at 30%. Wow. Then Paul's answer as third 28%. And then and last the top wild card is at 6%.
So my buzzer has been usurped and used against me.
Yes,
Turned against me
I
now.
think so, Paul. How'd that feel?
By the way, can someone buy Jamal lunch? He's lost a lot of weight over there. Jamal, I mean, really, can you get him an all-you-can-eat lunch at this point? My goodness.
It's been a long journey.
Funny how I'm looking at Wolf when I'm citing Jamal on the weight loss. What do we make of how the Cardinals are running training camp this year? That is next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, Calvisi on the local sports leader.
Oh.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, man. Professional football will jack your teeth up, Arizonians. I mean, it wore me down over the years, no doubt about it. I've seen a lot of guys as well get their teeth jacked up. Every meal, it was hard to eat. Every smile was a roll of the dice, if you know what I mean. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implants. What a game changer it truly was. Eating when I want, smiling without thinking twice. So trust me on this. If you need this done, you want the best, right? You want the best in the business, and that is Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full mouth cases. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion. The All-on-4, man. The All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last, man. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales Event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Broncos Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Here's truly Paulie Pigskin / Pencil Neck. Ron Wolfley, I feel compelled to inform you some personal news, full disclosure.
Really?
That you're sitting next to a guy who last week fixed his own dishwasher. Just to let you know.
Knock it off.
Comes on the heels of last year I fixed the refrigerator. No, I did. I fixed it.
Come on.
Fixed it
both.
both.
YouTubed it, right?
Well, I mostly fixed it. The 19-year-old punk came in and reinstalled the part I'd taken out. I couldn't quite remember how to get it. But it works. And I didn't have to call the repairman, so that's a victory. That's a stinking victory over here.
All right.
I bring that up because...
I hope the Warrior Queen is not listening right now. Seriously.
When's the last time she fixed your truck? Was that...
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. She's the most capable human being on the face of the planet, which is why I call her the Warrior Queen.
Well, you might want to call her right now because I'm not sure there's anything anyone can do to fix this lame topic. It says here on the show sheet, what do we make of how they are running practice?
Well, mine says Paul gives us his opinion.
We're talking about practice, man.
Are we really talking about practice?
We're talking about practice, man.
Yeah, we are, as a matter of fact. And one of the reasons why, Base Earnings, is because I don't think I've ever seen a training camp practice, man, in pads structured the way that we have seen Mike LaFleur run these practices. We have seen more 11-on-11 than I have ever seen in a practice in training camp. I'm serious, man. It is incredible. They came out the other day. I was there, ladies and gentlemen. I was walking around because it was the first day. There it is, the first day in pads. And you know that's kind of like that's a holiday in the Wolfley compound, the first day of pads.
It should be a state holiday. I was telling Bernsey.
It should be. There's no doubt. And walking around there and watching it, They did some individual base and earnings. They came out and, the offensive linemen working with the offensive linemen. And look, everybody, it's the running backs working with the running backs. They did some individual things. And then all of a sudden, the horn sounded and boom. Let's go right into team. Oh, right into 11-on-11. And I was like, okay. Yeah, so, Mike LaFleur is going to be one of these guys that goes 11-on-11, goes team first, and then all of a sudden you're going to break up into individual or into group. You're going to break up into 7-on-7, of course. You're going to work that. The defensive lineman and offensive lineman will go somewhere else. They'll do 1-on-1, and then you're going to go ahead and you're going to have 7-on-7, and then you're going to have 9-on-7. You're going to do the inside meat grinder drill. There was none of that.
You're following an ultra compelling Larry Fitzgerald interview with talking about practice.
Yeah, that's exactly
practice,
right,
man.
This sound you're hearing right now is me nodding off. That's my forehead hitting the microphone.
Paul, that's good. You're nodding off because you don't care how it's structured.
Mike LaFleur
is one of these guys that believes, Paul, maybe you don't get better at football unless you're playing football. This is, seriously, and football is 11-on-11. It's not 7-on-7. It's not 9-on-7. It's 11-on-11. And you're not really getting better at being a football player if you're not playing 11-on-11.
You know how our programming gets better? We kill your mic and we go to the head coach, Mike LaFleur, talking about the emphasis, everybody now,
knock it off,
on 11-on-11.
Yeah, 7-on-7 is not real football. And one-on-ones, you will see that today. I do like one-on-one O-line, D-line play because you can at least put the 5 out there and then the ball is snapped and then it's not so much. I'll tell you the worst job in all of football, so if you guys ever get offered this, is being the quarterback in the one-on-one O-line, D-line. Because you know, they're playing ball, but you're sitting back there and they're big, and not all of us are that big. So if you ever get offered that job, I highly tell you probably stay away from that one. So, but you will see it today. I'm interested to see who's going to be the quarterback today. And then on the flip side, we will be doing receiver DB one-on-one, running back and linebacker one-on-one. Tight ends and safeties will be with receivers, DBs. We'll shorten it down to the red zone where it's ultra competitive. There's a limited route tree out there. I hate one-on-ones as much as I love receiver play, playing at the 40-yard line. You're running crossers and there's no Buda Baker in the middle to help you out. There's no underneath coverage. To me, it's fake ball and it's unnecessary strain that has, to me, not a lot of value in terms of what actual football looks like.
Rick, when was this sound, Rick? When was this?
Yesterday.
This was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Okay, this was yesterday. Okay, that's great. Do you remember this conversation that we had before we heard that sound? Because I don't remember hearing that sound. Okay? So, again, was I right on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I was right. Say it for Paul. Nice and loud.
I was right on that.
That was the long way to basically say, I'm right. You took a lot of time there.
I literally was like going, oh my goodness.
Okay.
I'm wondering if he's one of these guys that totally believes that, you're not playing football unless you're playing football. And sure enough, there it is. I said that after Tuesday's practice, Basinonians, and bam, there it is.
Normally, I complain about playing half the Mike LaFleur press conference there in that one cut, but if it keeps Wolf from talking, then that's all good for everyone all around.
Oh, you just don't like the fact that I was right.
Trey McBride. Oh, no. Trey McBride. Burnsy asked. I was right there. I don't remember this. Burnsy asked Trey McBride on going right to 11 on 11?
I thought it was perfect. You know, exactly. We got a game in 8 days, so it's like there's no time to wait around. There's no time to, ease your way into it. It's like, let's go. Let's play 11 on 11. Let's play real football, and let's see what happens. And, we just got to get our bodies ready. We got to get each other ready for the game, the season that's coming up. So I was not surprised at all. I thought it was a really good thing.
You don't understand. 7-on-7 is like a staple with NFL teams.
Okay.
You don't 9-on-7, the meat grinder, that is a staple in NFL practice, man. Yeah, you don't understand practice, how big this is, Paul, where you got a coach who's like, hey, listen, you know what, man, unless you're playing 11 on 11, you're really not playing the game of football.
I'm praying that we're out of time and we need to go to break before Wolf morphs and segues into the Oklahoma drill. We don't need any of that.
You need to understand, this is serious stuff.
Today is the first day of real hitting. Full pads, full contact. The day's highlight is the Oklahoma drill.
Yeah.
Football at its most fundamental.
Yeah. Think about that. Think about practicing against another team, Basinonians, in the NFL. And you send out your warrior, it just happens to be you, and they send out their warrior. And then everyone's behind him and everyone's behind you. Who's going to win? Well, I don't know. What do you say we blow the whistle, snap the ball, and see who's going to win? Can I tell you, it is the most intense thing you will ever see on a football field is one-on-one. Oklahoma drill. Die!
Don't look at me like I've never been in an Oklahoma drill. I played 4 years for the Chargers, the Leland High School Chargers. Yeah, alma mater of Pat Tillman, for whoever's laughing back there, by the way.
We already talked about the fact that
I was in the Oklahoma drill, and as evidence, you can call Mark Bolden right now, our starting running back, and ask him if he was in the Oklahoma drill, because I lit him up like Ronnie Lott.
There you go. Ronnie Lott, Paulie played hard. There's no doubt about it, once again. But you play the game of football from the inside out, my young crunks. You do. It's played from the inside out. Paulie had a problem with the out part of it because he was 4'11", 115 pounds.
Well, you shouldn't cite 115 pounds because that's what Jamal's weighing these days. It's not fair.
Jamal is not a.
You know what else I don't need is Lorenzo Alexander texting me that he agrees with you and it makes sense all around what you're saying. I don't need this right now.
Okay.
I just don't need this.
Thank you, bro.
I also found it very fascinating, Paul, how much team they were in on Tuesday when I was out there. I did.
He
and
did say it.
Wolf and I walked out of practice on Tuesday, both of us talking about how much team they were in.
Unbelievable.
If Wolf wasn't your boss, would you be saying that? I mean, come on, Rick. Come on.
Paul,
no, I was still
of nobody.
I was still very intrigued, like the entire time during practice, and I was talking to Tyler Drake about it. Yeah.
Okay, that was good, Rick.
So
it's a good drop there.
Here's my last
sound bite.
Quick question: Hall of Fame game. Since they don't tackle in practice anymore, man.
Yeah. Okay.
How bad do you expect tackling to be?
Yeah.
On Thursday night.
Man,
we're 1 week away from preseason football.
Paul, it's amazing, right? I mean, it's happening so quickly here because of the Hall of Fame game, of course. You know, that fourth preseason game. And how critical is that? How important is that when you've got a new culture or a new head coach and you're trying to establish that? And, oh, by the way, you got a young quarterback who might actually be good. You want that fourth preseason game.
I forgot to rip Larry about that during our interview because nobody despised the extra preseason game like Larry at the end of his career. And now guess what? It's his fault. He's culpable.
Hall of Famer.
All right. Before the Hall of Fame game, we got the trade deadline. So what's realistic? Trade candidates? Are we naming names? I guess so. Hope Wolf's prepped up for this. That's next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Yeah, Paul, you're dumb.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OEC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame next Saturday. He joined Wolf and Luke earlier today at 11:30 to talk about his great career, and you can find that interview up now on the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are off today before they start a 3-game series at the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow. With the MLB trade deadline on Monday, head on over to arizonasports.com to read Alex Weiner's piece on realistic trade candidates for the D-backs. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the D-backs keep the momentum going in Cleveland? We'll get you ready for the series against the Guardians starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, D-backs back in action tonight. Well, this afternoon, our time, at the Guardians. And Mitch Brott taking the mound for Game 1 of the weekend series. D-backs coming off that shutout. The Pittsburgh Pirates, a little tidy 2 hours plus there because he went and he played a 4-hour game, the longest of the season, blowing that 6-0 lead in the 8th and 9th inning. He ended up going 12. But Eduardo Rodriguez with 8 shutout innings. Turns out he wanted the 9th. Stared down Torey Lovullo. And Lovullo said, no. Sort of like Wolf off the top of the show, trying to stare me down, mean mug me, intimidate me. Erod tried to do the same with his manager. And Torey and yours truly, we stood our ground. He said, absolutely not. We're not having it.
Can I just say, too, once again, Basinonians, it's not just what you do, it is when you do it that matters. When you talk about the 2026 season, that Eduardo Rodriguez is having right now, starting with the WBC. We all know what he did and how different it was. And coming into this season and how good Eduardo Rodriguez has been from the jump. The fact that he came through in that game against Pittsburgh when they absolutely had to have it. Paulie, once again, man, there are some dudes that can do it, but they can't do it when it's really on the line and it means everything, and suddenly they back into the shadows. And then there's other dudes who step into the limelight. And Eduardo Rodriguez stepped into the limelight.
Now, after the All-Star break, D-backs have won 3 out of 4 series. All 3 of those series wins were after they lost Game 1. Think of the mental toughness, the ability to rebound, stay resilient. Now Wolf, you nailed it, and we're proud of yourself earlier. What's the D-backs' current record, win-loss record?
Only 57 and 52, 5 games above 500. Ron Wolfley reporting.
So proud that he looked at the standings.
Sources.
The level of optimism now, that was the question to Derek Hall, if we have that ready to go. Bickley and Marotta this morning, and here's what the D-backs president had to say on optimism.
Yeah, I think it's the health of our players that are rehabbing right now. I think we're seeing some good progress, and when you hear that Martinez is really throwing and he's on track to come back very, very soon, again, and you guys covered it this morning. It's difficult to believe that those guys are going to come back and be in tip-top shape. It's going to take a little time for them to get the rust off, but I think that's what gives me optimism. But I still feel the same, Vic. I mean, after we played in Washington, it's the roller coaster down, right? We were all in the dumps like, oh boy, here we go. And you still look, you get excited and you think, wow, we caught up to the Phillies. We're in that second spot, yet you're a game and a half ahead of the Padres and you're 2 games ahead of Washington and, in St. Louis. They're all still right there. So if you're going to continue to go up and down, so are the standings. But I would say, these guys are playing with a lot of confidence. We're going to get back home. It's not easy to play the Padres and Dodgers, and the Padres are going to definitely be trying to hunt us down to make up some ground, and the Dodgers are going to try and make up for that sweep. But that's okay. And then we've got the Rockies after that. It's just going to be good to be at home where we've played well.
You need 2 hands to count all the injured guys on the injured list, right? Man. We talked about Justin Martinez, Soroka, Ryan Nelson, Jordan Lawler, Tommy Troy, Zach Gallen, Gurriel, Corbin Burns. Burnsy's trying to give me the whole Corbin Burns thing in August and September. I'm not buying it. It would be outstanding. I
know. I agree with you on that, Paulie, too.
I mean, he's throwing off flat ground right now. I mean, come on.
Listen, it would be fantastic. It would be incredible if Corbin Burns at any point could actually come back. I just don't know. Is it really going to be worth running him out there in September? Now again, wow. What is your expectation? That's what you have to ask yourself right now. They're 57 and 52, 5 games over 500. What is your expectation for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now? They're playing better baseball, and they're doing it more consistently. Does this make you think, if you're Mike Hazen, we might make some moves, but we're not going to lean heavy into buying or heavy into selling. We're not going to do any of that. We're going to make some moves, but status quo for the most part is not the worst thing that could happen to this team.
Does Mike Hazen owe this clubhouse an addition to the roster? He basically looked at him and said, help me help you, and told this team, I need to see it. You need to show me. We talked yesterday, I used to live in Missouri, the show me state. He was the show me GM. Show me this team is worthy of buying at the deadline. They're now 5 games above 500, tied for the second wild card. You heard the old explanation right there. What if he does nothing?
You know what?
That would be detrimental to the psyche of the team.
Why? Why would it be detrimental?
Because they're expecting him to believe in them and invest in them. They held up their end of the deal.
Okay, yeah.
They went out and won 9 out of 11 right away.
How about this, Paulie? How about all of a sudden they get it? They have the team meeting. Once again, Paul, because I'm big on the team meeting. They have the team meeting, okay? And look, everybody, there's Mike Hazen. Hey, it's Derek Hall actually showed up as well. Mike Hazen, Torrey's there, and then all the team. And they look at him and say, guys, we believe the guys in this room are good enough to go out and get us into the postseason. We don't have to make any moves. We believe you guys are capable of doing it. And if you look at some of these guys, I look at Corbin Carroll. I think Corbin Carroll's best is still ahead of him this season. I think Jerry's best still ahead of him this season. I even think Ketel Marte's best still ahead of him right now. And because of that, Paul, I have a hard time believing that you're going to go, especially when you got $6 to $7 million to play with before you hit the luxury tax. Yeah, right, Rick, I get it. 6, 7.
Oh, no.
He does it all the time, and I guess what I'm saying here is, would it be the worst thing to sit there and say, we believe in the guys that are in this room right now, and oh, by the way, we're going to get healthier. We're going to get difference makers back, like Michael Soroka. We're going to get him back, J-Mart. We're going to get him back. Corbin Burns, maybe. But even if you just said Michael Soroka and J-Mart, what are 2 of the biggest needs for the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline? You know what, a rotation? They need a rotation pitcher, of course, and they need a closer or a guy at the back end of the bullpen. J-Mart could be that guy. Okay? And I
now, wait a minute. We had your power poll earlier in the show.
Yeah.
You had bat listed as the number 1 need. Yeah, remember, I brought up the urgency index that Bernsey foisted on us yesterday. I don't know where this thing came from. Somebody repurposed a power poll, and they called it the urgency index, and there's Bernsey, because the D-backs were the only team in the majors with 3 big needs in the top 5 and all this, right? And it's like he sounded like Spalding at Caddyshack. Like I said, I want a starting pitcher, and I want a big bat, and I want a closer, and I want a batting tee, and I want a Sonora dog.
And, Paul, that's why I said you've got these guys coming back. That's why they don't need it. A bat is what they need. First base is what they need. But
isn't that akin to Mike Hazen saying, you'll get nothing and enjoy it if he doesn't make an addition? I know there's only a few $1 million available at the deadline. I get it. And it's funny how Bernsey put that out there, and not long after that, Gambo came out with his tweet saying, no, they're up against the luxury tax penalties. Let's be a little more realistic.
Okay.
So there's a few names if you go to ArizonaSports.com and Alex Weiner.
Cradle.
I think there was some cause and effect there. I thought about it later after the show.
Yeah, no, I just honestly, Paulie, right now, if
Wolf,
told me that they did nothing, I'd believe it.
How about Reed Detmers from the Angels, Jose Soriano, each under $3 million apiece. Right? Emerson Hancock, less than $1 million of the Mariners. Foster Griffin. Yeah. I need a breakdown, detailed scouting report on every one of these guys. Go.
Okay. Thank you. Where's the buzzer? Thank you, Rick.
How about a left-handed bat? Nathaniel Lowe, right? You said Lars Nootbaar, just the name alone.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
Nootbaar. I'll take Nootbaar.
I mean, if you're going for a name, bring back, what was the first baseman with the last name Beer? Seth Beer? Bring back Seth Beer if you're going for the all-name first baseman.
I think he's an indie ball.
You're late.
Vinny Pasquantino. Love that one. Anybody with a vowel at the end of their name, I'm all about it.
Nootbaar. Hey, Nootbaar! Man, I guarantee you, man, that was tough in high school.
An autographed Larry Fitzgerald football could be yours. We're down to the final 4 in the countdown to Ken.
Into a newt.
Best Fits Moments bracket. Round 3 voting open right now through Sunday. Larry actually cast his own vote at the end of our interview.
Well, I got better.
If you haven't voted yet, jump in now. Text, in fact, and I'm talking now before Wolf does another lame impersonation. Right now, text FITS to 620-620 for the link to the bracket. Up next, what do the Cardinals need? Oh, no, another need. And what do we want them to have? Oh, wait a minute. That's my own segment. Oh, wait, we're all about it. That is next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Run.
Well, she turned me into a newt. A newt. I got better.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
First down and goal. No timeouts remaining. Cardinals down 6 with 23 seconds left. Fitzgerald wide to the right, 2 receivers left. Emmett in the backfield. McCown drops the throw, lobbing near side for Fitzgerald. He's got a touchdown, Cardinals!
He got the one-on-one coverage right there with Fitzgerald, and he just underthrew the football. Howard did not have a chance because Fitzgerald was between him and the football, and he took advantage of Larry Fitzgerald's best asset, his jumping ability and great hands.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Big rewards, summer excitement, one incredible night in August at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries beginning August 1st at Talking Stick Resort. Then on August 28th, you could win up to $10,000 in cash or a 2027 BMW convertible. The Hot Ride Heat Wave is happening every Friday in August. Don't miss your chance to drive away in a 2027 BMW convertible. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf, have you seen The Odyssey yet?
I cannot believe you brought this up. No, I have not seen The Odyssey, based on it means I have read The Odyssey, of course.
The entire time I was watching it, Wolf. Well, maybe not the entire time.
Wow, that's a flex.
But for a while I was watching it, I was like, man, Wolf would love this.
I can't believe you said that, Rick, because Savannah Shea, based on it is child number one in the Wolfley compound walking around. Savannah. She was in California, actually, and on vacation a little bit, and went to a movie and said, I saw The Odyssey. And now, I believe, based on it, we're going to see The Odyssey tomorrow as a family.
Really?
We're going to go see The Odyssey, not read it, based on it. Pick up a book, please. Yet at the same time, we're going to go actually watch The Odyssey. Wow. So I'm excited about that as a family. You know what? I love the popcorn. Are you kidding me? Give me the tub of popcorn. Ah!
Rick, did you see it at the IMAX? One of 41 in the world designed for the 70 millimeter version.
Actually, no. I saw it at potentially the worst movie theater in Arizona. I won't name names, but it is one that has not been renovated, but it holds a near and dear spot in my heart because I used to work there.
Because my 16-year-old at home, her friend actually saw it at that theater. I think it's the Tempe Mills.
Yeah, okay.
I said, are you kidding me? How long ago did they buy tickets for that? Because, I mean, they're adding like 1 a.m. showings. It's so popular.
Oh, my goodness.
3 months ago was the answer. They bought tickets, movie tickets, 3 months ago.
Okay.
I'm like, who does that other than Dave Burns? Who does that?
David Charles Burns sitting in the front row.
Yeah. Thought I'd take a belated swipe. It's the game show that's been sweeping the AZ, despite your reluctance to really participate and embrace it fully.
Oh, no.
It's soon to be syndicated, and or we'll just sell it off to the game show channel and monetize it. Either way, let's get going with...
Wait for it.
Need or want?
Well, Ron Wolfley answer correctly when we throw out Cardinals categories, and then we pose the simple question whether it'll be a need or want.
Need or want?
We'll easy into this, Wolf. We'll start simple. Number one, the pup players. Josh Sweat, Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams.
Yep.
Need or want?
Oh,
Need or want?
Oh, my goodness. That is a need. You need that right now. Are you kidding me? We need Tip Ryman in this offense. I am really, really excited because...
Wolf, you don't start with Tip Ryman. Your leading sack man, Josh Sweat. That's who you should start with. Are you telling me you need Tip Ryman more than Josh Sweat and his dozen sacks?
I can tell you right now, Walter Nolan, the three-technique base earnings, I think is getting ready to spray all over the NFL. And I mean in a bad kind of way. He's going to stink the joint up. And I mean that in a positive way. Because
How
he's
can
a
that
bad,
be positive?
Are you kidding me, Paul? He's going to stink the offensive lineup. He's going to stink them up in a big way, the offense, because the three technique is the most destructive force in the football universe, Paul. And that's why I believe he's going to get off. Okay, now look.
Stink
Tip
up
Ryman
the offense.
Tip Ryman, to me, is huge. Did you know, Basinonians, that the Los Angeles Rams, that's right, the L.A. Rams last year, do you care to take a guess how many times they ran 13 personnel, one back, three tight ends? Do you have any idea, Paul, how many times
they
did
led
it?
the league? I know that.
Okay, Paul, 331 plays. They ran out of 13 personnel. Basic audience, does that sound like that's a lot for three? Are you kidding me? 3 tight ends out there? 331 times? Yeah, that's exactly. Do you know who's number 2? The Pittsburgh Steelers at 145. 145 to 331. This was not just philosophy. This was belief. And because of that, you better have a stud tight end like Tip Ryman to remove your face from the line of scrimmage. So, you know what? I need Tip Ryman.
I need to get off 11 on 11 and 13 personnel. That's according to the station consultant who just texted me.
Okay, great. Did you know Mike LaFleur actually on Tuesday, there I was, Base Earnings, I was walking out onto the field. And I was actually walking out to the Cardinals sideline instead of going to the media sideline, which I got corrected, by the way, and then actually sent over to the media sideline.
No sideline for you.
Yes, that's right. Very interesting. I just, out of habit, I was just going to where I was going, right? And suddenly Mike LaFleur appeared behind me, and he was like, hey, heavy practice today. Heavy practice today. And sure enough, if they didn't go more 22 and 21 personnel and 13 personnel, I was shocked before I was removed from the Cardinals sideline.
Wolves Playbook for Dummies.
22 personnel, also known as pair personnel.
2 backs, 2 tight ends with 1 wide receiver.
Slam it, Mel.
I'm trying to do Need or Want, the game show that is sweeping Arizona, and the mere mention of Tip Ryman hijacks the show for 3 minutes on 13 personnel.
Okay, great.
Next question. Now that you have the super rookie Jeremiah Love, do you consider Tyler Algier and James Conner a
need or want?
They're a need. There's no doubt about it, man. They need to be in that running back room with Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, you can't throw him out there to the Wolves. Jeremiah Love needs some mentoring, and you need James Conner in that room. You need Tyler Algier in that room. These guys are pros. Yeah, you need them in that room.
When you run a 4.36 and you have that sort of elite athleticism and the twitchiness and the explosion and the ability to run through tackles, you don't need no stinking mentoring. Just start him and give him the ball.
Just knock it off.
All right, next question.
Man, you talk about a guy that didn't play the game past high school.
Now that you have Jacoby, there's it's right about usually before 1 o'clock where I played the game and you didn't shut it. That's where it comes in. Usually we hit this point at about the 3-hour mark.
You played the game hard, Paul. I respect you because I saw it. You did. You played the game hard, Paul.
That was the form.
It takes Wolf 3 hours.
Hard.
It takes Zoe about 1 hour to tell me you didn't play the game, shut it. Now that you have Jacoby Brissett under contract and Carson Beck is the future, do you consider Gardner Minshew
need or want?
Yeah.
Please pick it up. I got to get through this. Pick it up. Just spit out an answer.
I just feel like I don't feel like I know. Do I have a good handle on what is going on in the quarterback room? Wow. Like, why did you sign Gardner Minshew if you knew you had Jacoby Brissett and you were going to pay Jacoby Brissett at some point in time? And then you drafted Carson. Monty, can I talk to you over here for a minute? I think that's a want, Paul. Can I say that? I think that's a want. What would you say, Mr. Need or Want?
Need.
That's right. A little quid pro quo clarice.
It's definitely a want at this point. If Jacoby's QB1
I said it right.
and Carson Beck is the near future, then you know what? Hey, Atlanta. You got issues at quarterback right now. Tua's out. Penix is going to be out. You're signing some guy you never heard of off the street yesterday. Hey, how much you give us for Gardner Minshew? Make the deal right now.
Okay, Minch. Love that.
Okay, where are we? No idea.
You're late.
Will Johnson. Oh, thank goodness we're going to hear some real football from Will Johnson next. All right, breakout season for the former round 2 corner last year. That is next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've had 4 players on now in the time that we've been here, and every single one have said, we're going to be better. We're going to be better than people think. We're coming. What do you think leads to this team being in a position to surprise people like that?
I think the belief in each other, the belief in our team, the belief in what we have in the building, it's really about us. It's not about what everyone else is doing. It's about what we can do, and we do have a tremendous offensive skill. We have a tremendous offense, and I'm just excited to see us go and let it loose. And I think we can shock a lot of people, and we just got to go out there and do it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Sports fans, you know this, man. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Well, pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes, who need to get back fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, man, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. The way you do that is you go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain, and the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame next Saturday. Fitzgerald joined the Wolf and Luke show earlier today to talk about his great career. You can find the full interview up now on the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are off today before they start a 3-game series at the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow. With the MLB trade deadline on Monday, head on over to arizonasports.com to read Alex Weiner's piece on realistic trade candidates for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Get up to $15,000 off a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Here's the question. Other than quarterback, is cornerback the most difficult position in the game of football?
Ooh, yeah, you know what, it is quarterback. There's no doubt about that. Because of the mental side of it. It's very, oh my goodness, you got to think your way through it. So much of the time, I'm not trying to diminish what you do as a corner mentally either, but you don't need your cornerbacks to be geniuses. Let's put it that way, okay? They just need to be able to go out there and you got that guy in a gross simplification of the truth.
Can I push back on that a little bit? Can Paulie Pencilneck just take a small issue with the mental aptitude needed to play corner?
Okay.
There was a second-round pick on this team that Mike LaFleur cited that, you know what, some of the route recognition stuff isn't quite there.
Yeah.
And so that's an area of improvement needed by Max Melton.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, if you're going to play zone, you're going to play a lot of zone, okay? Now, all of a sudden, it does have a little bit, not quite playing in the middle of the field a lot. It doesn't mean you're not ever going to do that. But again, route combinations and being able to anticipate what it is that you're seeing, I can understand that. But for the most part, again, you don't have a ton of assignments. Let's put it that way. You're not the Mike linebacker. You're not making a lot of the calls and the adjustments of a Mike linebacker inside the box. Let's put it that way. It's not like you're suddenly going to have all these changes to what it is that you're going to do. Now, again, does it happen? Of course. But physically, man, play cornerback, you got that guy. Play edge, rush the passer, go get the quarterback. They're really, really simple.
In terms of camp battles, competitive position groups, cornerback has to be the leader. Just in terms of the number of corners. I mean, it's like hand-to-hand combat every day. I mean, how many corners are you going to keep? Who's going to be on this roster? Who's going to be the starter? Now, the one known is Will Johnson. And he joined Burns and Gamble yesterday. Yours truly was sitting in with Burnsy, and Will Johnson is just such an impressive human. I mean, beyond player, he's just I'm really bullish on this guy.
Yeah.
And Burnsy asked him about just the overall depth of the DB room right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of depth at safety, corner, and nickel. So, I mean, we got guys that are playing both corner and nickel, guys like Buddha, and, we got some new guys like Dewey. I got Rab that's still there. So, I mean, it's good to see, like, we're all able to play at a high level, no matter if it's the ones, the twos, the whoever's rotating there at nickel, and we got new guys on the team that people don't know about yet that I think can do great things too. So I mean, the depth just helps us stay competitive, never like get comfortable, and just go out there and compete every day and know you gotta do the right things, or somebody right there that can take your spot.
Not every rookie eases into their NFL career. Walter Nolan last year, his debut in Dallas.
Yeah.
He hadn't played padded football in basically a year. He ended up on his second snap as a pro with a TFL.
Flashed.
2 TFLs in the game. He had a sack. Josh Sweat. Oh, funny how Josh Sweat had a couple of sacks in that game as well. When all of a sudden he had a disruptive 3 technique next to him.
You got that right, Paulie.
How about Will Johnson in his season debut last year in New Orleans? What'd he do? Well, he got ripped off because he had an interception. Remember that deep interception that got taken away because of some frivolous penalty somewhere else down the field where he ran stride for stride with burner Rashid Shaheed, and he picked off that ball in the end zone?
Yes.
And then he had a big hit in the flat where it boom with the shoulder, and he right there from the get-go, game one. I mean, I've been bullish on Will Johnson ever since. He got a little banged up at times last season, but I am expecting a breakout cornerback 1 worthy season effective immediately.
Yeah, that's what's amazing about it. You watch Will Johnson based on his rookie year. He got his hands on a lot of pigs, man. 10 passes defensed in 12 games. To almost have 1 pass defense per game is really a big deal. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but last year, the cornerback that actually led the NFL in passes defense, 19. Okay? 19. So when you get over 1 per game, you're just rolling. And there were guys that had 17 and, 16. They were at the very top. Will Johnson had 10 passes defensed in 12 games. If you would have carried that all the way through, he'd have been in the top 10 in the NFL. His rookie year, if he would have played all those games, he would have been in the top 10 in the NFL in passes defensed as a corner, where you're also playing a lot of man coverage. That's really, really difficult to get a pass defense in man coverage.
Bernsey asked him how he felt he held up, if you will, in year 1.
I feel like I held up as much as I could. I mean, the injuries that I did have were kind of like weird freak injuries. It wasn't really like a, pulled hammy or things that I could really stop. It was a glute contusion that I slammed on my back, and that helped me out a few games. And then early in the year, I was still working back from the injury that I came out of college with. Mm-hmm. And we played a game. I think I was out there a lot more than expected to be. And then, they just said that was pretty much just from being out there more than I kind of should have been. So
Remember, he never ran the 40.
I always got a bunch of.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 6'2", 200 pounds. And again, he was running stride for stride with Rashid Shaheed in that week 1 game at New Orleans. And then think of some of the other experience he got in year 1. He had to check JSN, the NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith and Jigma.
Yeah.
He went against Puka Nacua. Those were some battles.
Wow.
I mean, he learned what physicality is like at the NFL level. Puka, arguably the most physical receiver in the NFL right now. And then in Week 17, he went mano a mano much of that game with Jamar Chase, arguably the best overall receiver on the planet. And there were catches Jamar Chase made where Will Johnson literally was in his hip pocket. He had his hand in there, and Jamar Chase just ripped the ball away like he was Larry Fitzgerald.
Right. Sometimes the other guy makes a play as well, Paulie, right? Will Johnson, if there was one guy right now that I am more sure of will develop and turn into a Pro Bowl player, it's Will Johnson. There's no doubt about it. I think Will Johnson is going to develop into being that shutdown corner. Walter Nolan, the 3 technique. Now, that's the other guy. And again, I've said this before, but Paulie, can you imagine if the Arizona Cardinals actually find a 3 technique that turns into being a monster, like all these other defenses that are great defenses have a 3 technique, who is the most destructive force in the football universe. And then you got a shutdown corner, pair those 2 things up. And, man, I guarantee you, the Arizona Cardinals are going to have a much better defense if those 2 things happen.
Did you see Kyle Vandenbosch on Twitter yesterday?
I did not.
KVB. First off, he's
What up, Kyle?
It's unnecessary to be in that good a shape, okay? I mean, just stop it. Your post-playing days, just ridiculous. There he is, and he's got one of those long extendo grabbers, and he had a couple of rattlesnakes that he had plucked out of his yard.
Okay,
Hello.
It sounds like Kyle.
Yeah.
He's out there looking for the rattlesnakes.
The reason I bring it up is because he said there's a direct correlation between his 3 Pro Bowl appearances, where the 3 seasons he played, 2 with Albert Hainsworth and 1 with Ndamukong Suh. Let that hang in a minute, right?
Yeah. Paulie, I talk about it all the time. Are you kidding me? Leonard Marshall and Lawrence Taylor, the greatest 3 technique and edge to ever play in the game.
What if the D-backs don't make any big moves ahead of the trade deadline? That is next. Calvisi and for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Hey, local sports leader.
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fitz.
Larry Legend does it again!
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win!
Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers only get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. You don't want that. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. Think about that for a second. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. Then they come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to settle for one offer or worry about maybe leaving money on the table because you don't know everything that's out there. Look, this way you see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first side by side. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
It's summer's last hurrah. Bunker to Bunker's last 2-person scramble event of the summer is on Saturday, August 22nd at the Junior National Golf Club in Goodyear. Come celebrate with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, and big raffle and prizes, all for just $100. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting the Junior National Foundation, changing the lives of youth through the game of golf. Open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I want to know who my representing here tonight. Hold on.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Arizona Cardinals are confident about this upcoming season. Should we share that confidence that they carry? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Paulie pinch hitter in for Luke. I'm just coming out swinging like Ketel Marte. I'm just taking hacks here.
Man, you know what, honestly, if there was one guy you want to see go off for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the remainder of the season, tell me it was Ketel Marte. And I'll tell you, somehow, some way, they get into the wild card.
What if, since dreaming is free, what if all of a sudden Ketel Marte gets on a heater, and then Corbin Carroll, right? It's infectious, and he starts really raking like he's capable of, and all of a sudden Perdomo, he mimics the second half of last season, and he turns that into the end of this season. I mean, think of where this team could potentially be, and if that's all feasible, plausible, doable, because they've all done it before, then maybe, just maybe, you don't make a move on Monday, August 3rd by 2 p.m.
Well, I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the broadcast. I don't think you were listening, but I was actually saying it. I was talking about Gerardo Perdomo and Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll, and these three guys specifically, if they got better than what we have seen so far, they got more consistent and played up to their talent levels in the remainder of the season, how much better would this team be? I think much better. And that is something, once again, that I wonder, sitting around the big rectangle, Torey Lovello and Mike Hazen, are they having this conversation about this? Of course they're going to have the conversation about it. Where's the belief? Is there dogma behind it that they think this is going to happen? And it's one of the reasons why we're not going to do anything at the trade deadline. Is that a possibility? We have all these injured guys that are going to be coming back eventually at some point in time, and we can look at our roster right now and say, this guy hasn't played up to his capabilities, and this guy hasn't. And oh, by the way, this guy too. Honestly.
But what's that old saying?
Does that not put cuffs on your hands? If you're Mike Hazen, maybe it does, because you believe it.
I'd say the luxury tax penalties are the real handcuffs.
I would agree.
But hope.
I mean, every general manager wants to be a buyer, Paul.
Sure.
Every general manager wants to buy. You don't want to sell. You want to get better. You want to be the buyer. It's just, can you?
Can you create extra room? Extra, salary to then go out and obtain. But first, before you can add, you have to subtract. But Wolf, if you're counting on the big three to earn that nickname once again,
big three,
guess what? Hope is not a plan.
No,
so
I understand that.
If you're Mike Hazen, you're like, okay, and now, wait a minute, is this closer situation front burner? Because when you go closer by committee, you know what my biggest fear is, thanks for asking, is that it trickles down and impacts the rest of the bullpen. Roles get jumbled. Guys don't know when they're going in. Who's the sixth inning or the seventh inning guy? Wait a minute, eighth inning used to belong to Kevin Ginkel, but now he's your closer today. So who has the eighth inning? Wait a minute, I've never really thrown the eighth inning. And all of a sudden, the comfort zone that these relievers are in, and we saw this 2 years ago, did we not? It's the all-important, give some order to the bullpen. It wasn't it Ryan Thompson who told you in spring training a couple years ago?
Man, and what Paul Sewald had done to that bullpen. There's no doubt about it. It was the leadership that Paul Sewald brought, and it was the fact that he brought order as well. In 2024, he brought order to the bullpen, where guys started settling in to their position and what it was going to be, the late-inning leverage, and how many times they were going to go out and be able to be given the opportunity to pitch the eighth or pitch the seventh inning, be a setup guy. It was so important. Ryan Thompson told us that. But having said that, Paulie, once again, I'm at a point where I think the Diamondbacks aren't going to do a lot. They're not going to have a big move. I don't think that's going to happen. I know that there are some guys that are actually listening, some former Diamondback players that are listening right now that are agreeing with that idea that, the Diamondbacks don't need to make a big splash. They don't have to. What they need to do is get better play from some of their guys already and get healthy. That'll be the splash. So you know what? Mike Hazen, we had this. Do we have the cut, Rick, of Mike Hazen? Do we have the cut where he was talking about this very thing? The fact that players were going to get healthy and come back. I mean, wasn't that going to be an addition?
Puck and Martinez could be coming back into the bullpen. All those things are going to factor into what we're doing. The bullpen's been phenomenal for the entire year pretty much, and that's been a real strength of ours. The defense has been a real strength of ours. The offense is the area that I think we've talked about the most and still something that I want to focus on. We can get level of production we've gotten out of the last 4 days, and we might be in a slightly better spot. But I'm not going to just sit on that and just, project that's what's going to happen moving forward.
No, he was also talking about the injuries, all the injuries they have with difference makers that are going to be
look, I
coming
think
back.
the biggest thing beyond us taking care of business in the next 2 weeks is watching the medical progression of the guys that I'm talking about coming back. Yeah. If I have reasonable to good optimism that Soroka, Gallen, Burns are all coming back in the rotation, and Nelly, at some point as we move through, that's going to temper I was not planning on fixating on the starting pitching group going into the deadline. Now I have to look at that a little differently depending on what the what the outlook is going to be for that group coming into the second half. So I think the next 2 weeks we're going to gain a lot of information on that group as they move through their progression. Some have already started, and we get to sort of, okay, where do we optimistically or reasonably think they're going to land in the cycle in August and September, and then what do we have to do to keep the team running until that group gets there?
Now, did he cite at any point, his new assistant GM, Geraldo Perdomo, asking for 2 starting pitchers? Is he taking that advice under consideration?
What are you talking about?
Well, Perdomo told them immediately, I want 2 starting pitchers. So I figured, I don't know if that was front burner. Look, back to my original point.
Something tells me the freaky Mike Hazen would have said, "You sit down and be quiet." Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
When he was wheeling, dealing, and talking right there, that was before, wait for it, they demoted Paul Sewald. So now what? Now do you have a brand new need? Nobody denies that first base and or a bat is a definite need. Right? We don't need the need or want stuff. It's not a want. It is a need.
Right. It's a need.
Is closer a need? For reasons I've already discussed, and then we all know what happens historically, recent history, when this team doesn't have that guy allocated for the 9th inning, bad things tend to happen. Now, you got away with it, obviously. Brandon Garcia had a stellar 9th inning, couple of strikeouts, but
good,
the Pirates showed up DOA after that 12-inning loss. They had nothing in that game. So now all of a sudden, and we know the upcoming schedule starting this afternoon at Cleveland, and you got, NL West games coming. I just fear, based on past recent history, what happens when you go closer by committee.
Yeah, Paulie. No, I'm with you on that one. I really am. And yet, have you, again, I know they're going closer by committee. I know that Torrey's already made that announcement. And at the same time, if you get Paul Sewald and you put him out there in a safe situation, suddenly it just happens that way because you think he's got the best chance of closing the game out as a closer by committee, and he goes out there and looks like Paul Sewald, maybe you're just going to do that again and maybe again. And again, I think a lot of it has got to do with A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez as well and how they look. Now, I know that you're not just going to bring Justin Martinez back and run him out there as your closer. I mean, I understand that. But, man, the more and more I look at this and the more and more I think about what Mike Hazen said in regard to the injuries and getting healthy, I think the likelihood of the Diamondbacks making a big move is very, very small.
Did he give you a number?
Next to nothing.
Did he give you a number how many games above 500 he wanted this team to achieve where he wanted them to be before he pulled the trigger.
It was interesting because he did mention, I believe, you're 7 or 8 games above 500. Did he not, Rick? Mention 7 or 8 games. Yes, I believe that he did. Now they're not there. They're 5 games over 500, but still the Diamondbacks have played so much better as of late. Maybe that's going to also influence his decision as to what they do.
How much better does the right side of the Cardinals' offensive line need to play? How comfortable should we be with that side of the line? That is next. Calvisi in for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Lefty Garcia set. The pitch. Bouncer over the mound. Charging Perdomo. Gloves it. Waits, steps on second, and the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon 3-0. They take 2 out of 3 in the series.
Chopping up the Pirate series and talking D-backs and the MLB trade deadline on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. And I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
What do we get with a built Ford tough truck? Easy, more capability, durability, more confidence for whatever the road or job throws our way. Paul Calvisi here. Quality, that means America's best-selling line of trucks, the Ford F-150 and Super Duty. Work truck or versatile SUV for the family, our Desert Ford dealers have us covered. And right now, on the best-selling truck brand in Arizona, get a 2026 Ford F-150 with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Plus $1,000 matching down payment, plus 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments. What's more, on a 2026 Ford Explorer, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, that 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame next Saturday. Fitzgerald joined the Wolf and Luke show earlier today to talk about his great career, and you can find the full interview up now on the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are off today before they start a 3-game series at the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow. With the MLB trade deadline on Monday, we have plenty of D-backs coverage for you up now on arizonasports.com. And that is what's trending now.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
You know what Dennis Gardeck used to call August, Wolf? Do you remember the Barbarian? See, now that was maybe because Larry did rip you about your nickname at the very end. Larry Fitzgerald joined us earlier in the show. It was epic. It was insightful. I was Larry unfiltered, unplugged. I mean, really reflective and poignant about his career.
Paulie, how long was that interview?
It's at least 20 minutes.
It was longer than 20 minutes. I told him 10 too. I told him 10 minutes, and it was like 23 minutes or something like that. I'm absolutely stunned. But Basinonians, if you haven't heard it, if you didn't hear it, go back and check it out and tell me if you've ever heard Larry Fitzgerald speak the way that he was speaking and the cadence in which he was speaking. Man, I got to tell you, I loved it. Loved it.
And you can tell, this is my own takeaway, you can tell he has given his career a lot of thought with the Hall of Fame and the speech right around the corner, because he was armed and ready with a lot of really good recollections.
Yep.
You can tell he has given it all. He has contemplated his career in depth. And so for that reason and many others, it's really worthwhile. It was excellent, unlike we've ever heard him in that setting before. But the Barbarian, Dennis Gardeck, used to call August separation season. Not preseason, separation season.
Okay.
From a player's perspective, you need to separate yourself. It was akin to Bruce Arians saying, we're not a team. Not yet. Get yourself a spot on the team, and then come Labor Day weekend.
That sounds like BA.
It becomes we. Right now, it's I. And remember, there is an ME in team.
That's right.
So it's me in August. Get yourself a spot, either on the team, on the roster, or on the depth chart, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
So what do you make of the current depth chart? The right side of the offensive line, Elijah Wilkinson starting right tackle. And although the depth chart hasn't come out, just based on what we've seen based on the open portions of practice, where Isaiah Adams has held on to the starting right guard gig despite Chase Basantis being a high second-round pick.
Yeah, Paulie, how that right side comes together is going to be huge because, once again, and we've talked about this, the Arizona Cardinals base earnings from the skill position, even with Jacoby Brissett as their quarterback from the skill position, they've got everything they need to go out and actually be a good offense. And when I say a good offense, I'm talking about the top half of the National Football League. I think the Arizona Cardinals, with Jacoby Brissett as their quarterback, has the ability to be in the top half in the National Football League in points and, of course, in yards. I think they have the ability to do that. Now, will they? Because the offensive line, you got to remember, they are what allows your skill to go out and do what they do. Nobody notices the offensive line until things are bad, until it's breaking down.
I mean, how did the Bears go from worst to first last year?
Oh, yeah.
In the NFC North.
Offensive line.
How did they win a playoff game, nearly knock off the Rams in the playoffs because of the offensive line? They added Joe Tooney. They figured out the right tackle. They got a young stud right tackle.
Different.
So, I mean, look at the stinking Seahawks, okay? And I can't stand the Seahawks.
Yes.
I mean, I hate the Seahawks more than I hate the Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's saying something. But they got Gray Zabel in there.
Give it away, give it away,
No,
give it away now.
it's so soft. It's
Come
just,
on.
there's nothing there. It's so vacuous,
Eric
vapid.
Sterner, love that, man, by the way. What's up, man?
Gray Zabel was plug and play at left guard from day one. And he helped solidify that Seahawks offensive line that had spent much of the past decade stinking it up. And they figured out the offensive line. So now, Isaiah Adams holding on to his job at right guard despite the highly drafted rookie. Here's Michael LaFleur yesterday. What does he like about Isaiah Adams?
He's a strong and sturdy dude on the inside, and you think about his journey, right, from Canada and Illinois and all the things, and kind of getting kind of that next level education of football a little bit later than some of these other guys. And so you knew there was a quote unquote developmental aspect of him when he was coming out. And I just think there's been times when you watch it, again, not being here, but where you just saw, really good play. And then it was, hey, how can we consistently have this really good play? And all you can worry about is moving forward and what he's done from OTAs and now. And what I would say is from OTA 1 to now, I can't say that he's ever taken a step backwards. I think every single day has been a learning opportunity for him, and I think he's just continued to get a little bit better every single day.
Oh, wow. That is some high praise right there, Paulie.
Now, here's the only word of caution.
What?
A year ago, he had a really strong training camp.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
And he came out of camp as a starter, and then a month into the season got benched.
You're right.
Now, he came back at the end of the season, played some really good football. So not sure what was corrected or amended. What was – well, you know what? So he was asked, Mike LaFleur, what did change for Isaiah Adams based on the tape you saw from early to the end of last year?
I don't know. There's so many factors with that. I mean, you could go off the silent tape with that, but there's the continuity thing is real. We're always going to be next man up because that's the league, and ultimately you're going to have a ton of you're going to have injuries. Hopefully not a ton, knock on wood. But you know what I mean. There's going to be guys at every position that are going to that get hurt at some point, and that happened amongst this whole roster, but particularly up front. And so just not combination blocking with the same guys week in and week out. Like as you string those practices together and then string those games together, ultimately you're just going to build confidence with each other, and with confidence becomes belief. And I don't know if that was able to happen with a lot of our guys last year. And so again, that's all I can speak on. But you saw the talent. You saw the talent coming out. And again, just it's been a pleasure working with him and his approach.
He's not wrong on that. 13 different offensive linemen started a game for the Arizona Cardinals last year because of injuries. They had 8 different starting offensive line combinations.
You know what's amazing? It seems like the defense is dominating the offensive line in training camp right now. And you know what? As a matter of fact, Rick, what do you say you bring me a little digital download right now from my cloud account? Generally speaking, the offense is getting knocked around in the running game. I don't know if you've noticed that, Paul. I don't see this as a problem. I see this as a process.
Am I supposed to just nod, or can I respond?
The offensive line is a work in progress, Basinonians. It is a process that must run its course. The defense is always ahead of the offense early in training camp, always. The reason for this is simple to me. Offense acts, defense reacts. The offensive player has to know what their assignment is and execute properly. The defensive player is reacting to what he sees and what his technique may be based on what he's doing and what his responsibilities are. Acting is harder than reacting, because when you act, you have to know what you're doing before you can do it well, before you can act. And many times, a player will act incorrectly, and that incorrect act will mess the whole play up, Paul Calvisi. The offensive coordinator I used to play for was fond of saying it takes 11 guys to make a play work, and only one to screw it all up. It's harder to act and execute properly with all 11 offensive players than a defensive guy that just happens to make a great play Isn't that right, Lawrence Taylor? Google it, my young crux. And there's an old saying in defensive coordinator rooms as well that says this: I don't care if we're playing the wrong defense as long as we're all playing the same defense. So the problem is obvious, Basinonians. You need more brains to be on the same page offensively for the play to work. And it all starts with the 5 guys up front. The butt guts must come together, literally solidify their production and act as one. And until that process happens, the defense is going to dominate the line of scrimmage. And that domination is happening right now. Ron Wolfley reporting.
I didn't anticipate the soliloquy coming. The Odyssey is all the rage. So
digital download, Paul, from my cloud account.
By the way, AQ Shipley also agrees with yours truly that the right side of the O-line is the big key right now. Is the big key.
What's up, Ship?
Because the left side of the offensive line, Wolf, when it's 3rd and you got to have it, 4th and 1, where are you running the ball right now? You're running left. Go left, young man. Run behind Isaac Seumalo and Yelda Froholt and Paris Johnson, right?
You didn't have to be so good, AQ.
Stoke it.
You didn't have to be so good. Could have just eased your way into it.
What was the name of the previous Cardinals radio analyst that was in the booth for 20 years? What was his name again?
You didn't have to be
Rick,
great.
Put that on my screen, Rick. If you put it on my prompter, if you don't mind. I can't.
Would have been okay.
Who did precede AQ Shipley? I honestly can't remember.
I'll let you know. I'll look it up.
I mean, AQ just left scorched earth in that booth.
He did.
How are the position battles going for the Cardinals at training camp? That is next. Calvisian for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Hey, local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, if a new vehicle has been on your mind, you got a great reason why you ought to jump in the car and drive on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Their summer sales event is happening right now. Oh, Paulie loves that. Yeah, the summer sales event. And they're making it easier than ever to get behind the wheel of a brand new Ford. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days. And they'll even include 2 years of premium Ford maintenance at no extra cost. Maybe you're dreaming about hitting the trails or have been looking for that fuel efficiency, or maybe you just want to hear that engine rumble. Well, Santan Ford has some serious summer incentives going on right now. $5,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Ford Bronco. Are you kidding me? Up to $8,000 off MSRP on a brand new Ford Mach-E. Head on over to santanford.com. That's santanford.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
We've been talking a lot of football today. And Quan Bolden joined us in the 10 a.m. hour. How about that? Larry Fitzgerald in the 11 a.m. hour.
Man.
Nearly a half hour with Fitz. Highly recommend that. Been talking about position battles, been talking about wants and needs. I mean, you look at this roster and the depth chart, and I don't know how this new head coach, Mike LaFleur, is going to approach the Hall of Fame game, but historically, how should I sum this up? Week 0 in the preseason usually means 0 starters, but we'll see. We'll see what he has in mind. Either way, many of the starters are already set, especially in the offensive skill positions, most of the offensive line, with the exception of running back. How do you envision the running back room? I mean, you're talking about the number 3 pick overall. Speaking of Larry, number 3 pick overall.
Yeah.
The most guaranteed money to any running back in NFL history, $50 million plus to Jeremiah Love. Are you telling me that he's not going to be RB1 come week 1?
Yeah, Paulie, it's going to be really interesting to see what he does. Something tells me, basically, this is a weird thing, but just after watching how different Mike LaFleur has been running padded practices, how different he's been doing it, where there's so much team, so much 11 on 11 base and audience, like to a point where I've never seen a practice where they've run that much team, where it was individual, and then we went to team, and then we had 2 special teams periods, and everything else was 11 on 11. Where's the 7 on 7? Where's the 9 on 7? Also known as the meat grinder. Where are all? What are we doing? Something tells me that Mike LaFleur is sending a message to a lot of his team that, you know what, it's going to be a competition. And we have a 4th preseason game, and we're going to do an awful lot of evaluating of players. I think we're going to see guys actually start, Paul.
Okay, so your fixation when it comes to 11 on 11 continues. So at this point, I just give. I give in, I cave.
Good,
so
Paul.
11 on 11s. Trey Benson got into the 11 on 11s. There's a name we haven't heard in a while. A couple years ago, was a 3rd-round pick, ran the 4.3, 640, 220-plus pounds. I mean, he can run between the tackles. We saw him sort of emulate James Conner during his rookie year, sort of had that hot 3 or 4 game stretch, and they got hurt for the rest of his rookie season. But he's been out there. He's supposedly healthy. Here's the head coach on Trey Benson.
It was cool to get him out there, and obviously I don't, this is my first crack with him in terms of not being out there in OTAs and not knowing exactly what happened over the last year or two. But it was good. It was cool because you saw one of the first runs he had where it bounced out to the right and he slipped. And that can happen when you haven't played football for a while. You're just going a little bit fast. Your mind's racing a little bit faster than your body can keep up with. And so you saw that, and I thought he was able to self-correct himself in terms of, hey, get my feet underneath him, play the game that I've always played. And then you saw that one bounce off the left side off of some of our G series where he was able to, it was a well-blocked play, but I thought he read it right and got the most that he could on that play.
He has one thing in common with Jeremiah Love. He has finishing speed.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, no doubt about it, Bully. I mean, he's big, too.
Big.
He's a big guy.
Yes. Yeah, and once he emulated James Conner, then it was something to see.
Yeah. You know what else is something to see, Paulie? It's just the fact that you've been talking about this, too, in regard to that fourth preseason game. I think we're going to see Carson Beck take a ton of reps in preseason. That is my big expectation right now. Paulie, I almost feel like standing up on a table and saying, oh, Captain, my Captain. You know, I just believe so much that we're going to see Carson Beck get a ton of reps in these preseason games. And you know what? I'm just wondering how he's going to respond to that.
I mean, does Gardner Minshew need a preseason game at this point in his career?
Right.
I get it. It's a new offense for him, but he's been doing it since day one of OTAs. You know, Jacoby Brissett, if he misses the Hall of Fame game, which I expect him to do just based on past history in these games, still has 3 preseason games to go. I mean, September 13th is the opener, so there's still plenty of time. To your point, Carson Beck and Keaton Slovis.
Yes, and this is exactly what happened with Dak Prescott once again. And I've been talking about it all of training camp. I'm sorry I keep talking about it, but it's the truth, Basinonians. I mean, Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick, okay? And he got the opportunity to play in the preseason a ton. And what did he do? He went out, man, and he lit it up in 3 preseason games. He threw 5 touchdowns and no interceptions. And not only that, he had a quarterback rating that was, well, like 138. Can you imagine? 138, 140, Paul. That's where his quarterback rating was between. Because he went out and executed and completed 72% of his passes. He didn't always throw the ball downfield. He was actually checking off from time to time as well. He was running the offense like you need to be able to run the offense if you want to be diverse. And to me, that's something that I'm going to look for with Carson Beck, because I think he's going to be given the opportunity to say, hey, you want to make us think about you as a possibility? Here's your chance.
Well, so far, Carson Beck, just having been at the practices, you've seen a little bit of everything. You've seen some rookie struggles.
Yep.
But you've also seen some downfield strikes with accuracy and anticipation.
Yep.
So, yeah, what do you have in Carson Beck? It is a total unknown right now at the NFL level.
And honestly, you're really not going to be able to tell, Paulie, until you see him in the silks.
All right, what about Jeremiah Love? Are we going to see Jeremiah Love on national TV on Thursday night? Hall of Fame game. You know, a number 3 pick is going into Canton in Larry Fitzgerald. How about this year's number 3 overall pick? What is the head coach looking for from Jeremiah Love?
Being hard on himself, in which he is, and just learning every single play. Again, there's only so much you can take from the run game, like we've talked about. I feel like kind of a broken record on that, so I'm not going to go any further than that. But, hey, in the protection in the pass game, like if we make a mistake, how can we not make that same mistake twice? And that's just not Jeremiah. That's all the guys, particularly the younger guys who are going through some of these experiences for the first time. What's awesome about Jeremiah is, you know, it might be 1 or 2 a day where, you know, we're going to have a cool discussion about what we saw there and how we can improve and how that it's not always going to be the same way twice, particularly on some routes, you know, and the ways that some of these guys are going to defend him. But he's a cool dude to work with because he wants to learn and he wants to attack it every single day.
And we'll talk a lot more about this on the Big Red Rage tonight.
That's
Special
right.
thanks, Anquan Bolden, Larry Fitzgerald. Thank you both. For Wolf, I'm Paul Calvisi. Burns and Gambo are next.
Peace and strength.
Stay frosty.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
2 things have to happen for Carson Beck to play. Number 1, first and foremost, he's got to be ready, all right? The coach has got to be able to look at him and go, okay, he's in over his head. He's never going to manage it. Forget it. I'm assuming that by week 8, he'd have enough under his belt practice-wise to be ready. Number 2, they have to be, 2-6 on the season, 1-7 on the season. They have to be falling apart. There has to be no reason to keep going with any of the other quarterbacks to give yourself that look.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. We're a little over a week away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame's newest induction ceremony, meaning we're getting really close to seeing Larry Fitzgerald receive that gold jacket and a bronze bust in Canton. Fitz told Wolf and Luke today there's been a lot of logistical planning leading up to next week. but he's ready.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
For that full conversation, you can listen on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, you can also find Bickley and Murata's conversation with D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall. Hall told the guys with the trade deadline just a few days away, he'd be surprised if the Diamondbacks didn't act upon it.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. Diamondbacks will pick up action again tomorrow in Cleveland. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And we are happy to hear that Mr. Fred is doing well.
We are too. First off, I want to thank everybody here for forcing me to take yesterday off. Lauren and Erin and Ryan, and because you know me, I have this. I always hate taking days off, but I was basically forced to take yesterday off to be with my family, to be with my dog. We didn't. My dog, Fred, we adopted him at 10 years old, senior dog, out of a rescue. He was in a hoarding situation with 40 other dogs. This great rescue saved him, and then we adopted him right away, and we love him. I mean, you know how much we love Mr. Fred. We get him regular vet care. He just had an ultrasound a few months ago. We've taken him to the vet a couple times over the last few weeks because we knew something was wrong, and they just kept misdiagnosing him. Well, somebody thought it was arthritis, and somebody thought he just needed pain medicine, and so they misdiagnosed him a couple times. And finally, our vet said, "Let's get him to this hospital in Gilbert by you." And so we took him to the hospital, and he was in heart failure. His heart and lung, everything was starting to fill up with fluid, and kidneys weren't functioning properly, liver wasn't functioning properly, and but they saved him. They saved him, and we didn't think they would, and they did. He was in the hospital for a while, overnight, all this oxygen and diuretics and all these things, whatever they did, they saved him. And then they called us last night. I would have been in the middle of the show. Would have been the 5 o'clock hour of the show. They called us and they said, "You could take him home. He's doing much better." And so my thanks to them, and all glory to God, because I prayed really hard for this. So Mr. Fred is back home with us. So we're all and there's so many people reached out on social media and friends on text. So thank you, because you all know how much we love our animals, and Mr. Fred is my best friend. So thank you for everybody for reaching out. It was really touch and go there for a while, but it ends in a good story because they saved him.
The picture of you guys on social media of Fred.
Him kissing me?
Yeah, basically him shoving his tongue down your throat. I think he better be your best friend. I mean, with a picture like that, he better be your best friend.
I love him with all my heart, man. I love him with all my heart.
Glad it worked out. I didn't want to say anything on the air because it wasn't my thing to say, but Calvisi filled in on an emergency basis yesterday, and just wanted everyone to know that you would have been there at Cardinals camp with us if you could have. You couldn't have. You had more important things to attend to. Glad you're back. Glad Mr. Fred is ready to go. And now we got a trade deadline to talk about. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, tick-tock. The deadline is on Monday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Arizona Diamondbacks, with winning that series against the Pirates the way they have, with where they are in the standings right now, I don't know what stronger declaration you could get that they're going to be buyers, or at least that they should be buyers, than the way they've played as of late, right? They clearly have done the thing that needed to be done to convince management that they're going for it and they should add and things like that. But yesterday, after you got the good news about Mr. Fred, you did a little bit of work and you did a little bit of homework on the trade deadline, and we got to understand, as Diamondback fans, that there are limitations to what the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be able to do at this deadline? You think they're going to add?
They are.
It's going to be cautious how they're going to do it.
Most people got what I was saying. It was a long tweet yesterday. I know it's got a few 100,000 views. It's just what I can tell you in a nutshell is I do expect the Diamondbacks to be buyers, but there are major limitations to what they can buy, and I'm going to explain it as best I can. The Diamondbacks' payroll is somewhere around $215 million, give or take, right? I don't know the exact number. It's the highest it's ever been. They went way above what their budget was this year to bring back Zach Gallen and to do the... So they had a budget. They far exceeded their budget. They spent more money than they had budgeted to go do a couple extra things to try to make this team a winner. Unfortunately, right now, out of that $215 million, only $100 million of it is playing baseball. Over $100 million is sideline. So it's been devastating to have all that money put into a team and over $100 million on the sidelines. So here's where it gets catchy. It's kind of like in basketball, the second apron, the punishments that you could get if you go into the second apron. The Diamondbacks are very, very, very close to the luxury tax line. Mm-hmm. They will not go over that line. They cannot go over that line. First of all, and if you go over the line, they've got to pay a 20% tax on whatever player they add. So if you buy a player for $10 million, you're paying more money because of the tax, whatever you go over. The second thing is, if you stay under the tax line, if you stay under it, there's 9 teams that are paying tax money. The Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, and all these other teams. The Diamondbacks stand to be one of the top collectors of money that's being redistributed from the taxpayers. If they go over the tax line, in a nutshell, they forfeit over $30 million, about $30 million. I don't want to say over, about $30 million forfeited. Just, you go over by $1 million, you forfeit the $30 million. They're not going to go over the tax line. That means they've got about $6 to $7 million to play with. About 6 to 7 to play with. And so, they can't go add this player that's got all this money on his contract because it puts them over the tax line. So they're limited. I'm not saying they're not going to sit there buy. I think they are going to buy. Yeah. But they're buying at players that are under cheaper contracts.
That's, I think, the thing here, and I kind of followed along on social media, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Paul and I did, but not a lot. I think the thing following along on social media that needs to be reiterated, you're not saying they're not going to buy. No. You're not saying they're not going to add. You're just saying that anybody who's got, I'll give you an example. I'll give you the Luis Arise example. Okay. He is going to get dealt. He's going to get traded. He's one of the top bats on the marketplace. The San Francisco Giants are way out of it. They're done. He makes about $12 million this year. Right. Now, the distinction, if I understand your tweet correctly, the amount that counts towards the tax line isn't the amount that he's owed. It's the total amount on his contract this year, right?
Now, I got a clarification on that just now, clarification. Okay. So I'm partially right and partially wrong, okay, the information I put out. If the player is on an expiring contract, the acquiring team would only get charged for the remaining money in his contract.
Oh, okay.
But if the player has more than 1 year remaining on his contract, that's where additional money is added to the collective bargaining tax. So I was partially wrong in my premise is right. They can't spend more than $6 or $7 million. How I got there is a little bit wrong because I did say that if you sign a player for $10 million, the $10 million counts. If you sign a player for $10 million, it's about $4 million that counts. Okay. If he's on an expiring contract, if he's got multiple years left, there is added money for the collective bargaining that would be added on to make that number higher. So there's a discretion between, I think that might be the word, between the guy who's on an expiring contract and a guy who's got 2 years left on his deal.
Discrepancy is what you're thinking.
That's what I was thinking. I was close. I was close.
Discrepancy, whatever.
I know.
All right, so that's a perfect example then.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go back.
So Arise is a free agent.
I'll go back to Luis Arise. He's on a 1-year, $12 million deal.
So
we're about 2/3 of the way through the season.
About 4 point something million.
He's owed $4 million on the rest of his contract. If he had multiple years left on his deal, you probably couldn't do it.
Right.
But at $4 million, technically, he's
a guy you could get
within the $6 to $7 million range. That changes the game a little bit.
I was just informed on that just now.
Okay.
But I'm also told there are very few guys available that would fit for the Diamondbacks. And there are very few sellers at this point.
Well, that's okay, but those are always the tricks that come with this time of year anyway. I mean, there aren't a whole lot of teams that are out of it. I think by the end of the weekend, there will be teams that decide, you know what, we're out of it. We're not going to do a whole lot here, or we're going to sell, or we're going to do whatever, and the number of sellers might grow.
Yes.
When we get into Saturday, when we get into Sunday. I mean, I know it's that fine of a margin, but teams might do that. But I think Arise is a perfect example. And again, I'm not sitting here waving the flag for the Diamondbacks to go get Luis Arise, but he's a guy who is a bat that you could use, and certainly they could now fit him if they wanted to, since he just has the 1 year left on his deal.
1 year left on the deal, yes.
There are other players out there, and again, this does not preclude the Diamondbacks from doing anything at all. We believe they will. You believe they will. But there is a little bit of a limitation on this. They do have to be
big limitation, I think.
And I think what the bigger limitation is not so much the type of player they go get,
the quality, the quantity.
The quantity.
They can only get one guy.
Like if you're sitting there going, oh man, the Diamondbacks are going to go get a bat and a starter and a reliever. No, they're not. Not under the way you're describing it to me. They just don't have the funds for that. Could they prioritize getting a bat? Could they prioritize getting a reliever or a starter? Sure. But all three, if you think the Diamondbacks need all three, doesn't sound like there's room for that. I do think at $6 to $7 million, and if they're able to buy and sell at the same time and clear a little bit of room,
okay, I'm going to go there.
Then maybe they could add an even better, higher quality player if they're able to get rid of some salary.
So without doing anything, they're very limited because they can't cross the tax line. They're limited to about adding $6 to $7 million. If they trade a player, let's say they traded Ryan Thompson, I think that's a possibility. I think that could, look, a week ago, Ryan Thompson's ERA was in the 2s. He had 2 implosions. Now his ERA's in the 4s. But if you're able to trade him, that could free up a couple $1 million that you could use. The other scenario, I think this is harder to thread the needle. You get a player you like, you overpay in prospects, they take Zach Gallen. Now you free up the money from Gallen to help you add that player. But it's almost like, we'll give you these prospects that you want. We're going to take back this salary. You got to take Gallen.
It's the Jordan Montgomery trade.
You got to take him.
Right. It's the Jordan Montgomery trade, right?
Yes.
We'll give you Shelby Miller. You got to take Jordan Montgomery's salary off our hands. We just take it. We don't want it anymore. So yeah, that is another possibility. A lot to digest with this trade deadline. 3:00 in the afternoon on Monday. When we come back, another day of Cardinals camp, another day of takeaways in the pads. Did one player improve his stock by putting the pads on? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Get ready for Give-a-thon. Arizona's kids need you. And we'll share some incredible stories of hope beginning August 17th. Thanks to Mattamy Homes. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, because I'm telling you, as I near my retirement and I start looking at my situation and finances and things, I want answers. I want answers on the quality of life I'm going to have and the things that I want to do and what buckets do I take that money at. I've done a really good job saving. I've done a really good job investing. Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax has been with me for years. He's done a great job for me. But as I approach that, now I'm going to start saying, okay, where do I pull the money out of for my villa in Lake Como? I got to have it. There are things that I need to know that I don't know, right? There's tax burdens. A lot of my money's, I'm going to be taxed on it. And some I'm not going to be taxed on. So where do you pull the money from? All of these things you don't think about until you get close to retirement. That's why you need a financial advisor who's a fiduciary, who can help you with your estate plan, your tax plan, your financial plan, your retirement plan, and that's why I recommend Stuart. Call him at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Big rewards, summer excitement, one incredible night in August at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries beginning August 1st at Talking Stick Resort. Then on August 28th, you could win up to $10,000 in cash or a 2027 BMW convertible. The Hot Ride Heat Wave is happening every Friday in August. Don't miss your chance to drive away in a 2027 BMW convertible. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Right now, O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple Fuel System additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'Reilly.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the D-backs keep the momentum going in Cleveland? We'll get you ready for the series against the Guardians starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Absolutely must tip jar the song for me, please. Appreciate that. Panic switch.
Oh, wait. There's breaking news that has nothing to do with sports. Thanks to Bernsey, I've got 2 tickets to go see Odyssey in IMAX. It's September 5th of 2033. So it's in just about 7 years. I have 2 tickets for 2033 at the big IMAX screen.
Enjoy it.
So we're going to start that count, that 7-year, it's what, about 2,200 days, something like that, 2,300 days.
Good friend of mine sent me a text this morning and said, I probably shouldn't be making this announcement on the air. I should keep it on the down low so people can get their tickets. But I'll just go ahead and say it now. They opened up another block of tickets at the Arizona Mills IMAX 70 millimeter for the Odyssey. Friend of mine sent me a text and said they just opened it up if you want to. So he bought some.
You bought 11 tickets.
I bought like 11 tickets. Not that I'm going to second market them or anything, but I know a lot of, even Paul Calvisi, I bumped into him on the way out.
Paulie!
He's like, seriously, if nobody wants to use one of those tickets, I will gladly take one of those tickets from you. So it's...
I have no idea what's going on in our lives on September 5th. My kid might have a baseball tour. I don't know, but we have 2 tickets.
You have 2 tickets, and I have 11 tickets. And if you want to go see, they opened up a month's worth. I think it's from August 21st until September 15th. So you've got tickets, I've got tickets. I've already seen it. I do want to see it on the
big
IMAX
screen.
70.
And according to Bernsey, I got perfect seats.
Yeah.
According to him. I don't see movies in IMAX, but he said I got perfect seats.
In the back, in the middle. In the right, the 3rd row in, just slightly left of center. Yeah, great seats. Fantastic. You don't want to be close.
I'm not
you
close.
You don't want to be on the edge.
And I'm not on the edge.
Yeah, you don't want
I'm kind of near the back, and closer to the middle.
It's a good thing Gambo got that Schwartz laser eye surgery when he did, so now not being too far back isn't a problem.
I see great. Thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz.
Thanks, Dr. Jay. We appreciate that. And
I can't believe that you guys are going to miss the ASU football game versus Morgan State.
What time does that game kick off?
It's a night game.
It's a night game.
I can make it if I wanted to.
Yeah.
What time are you guys going?
I got the 11 something.
11:45, and I think I'm like 3:30.
Yeah, 11:45. That's not a time to see a movie.
That's not a good time?
No, that is way too early. That's like when Bernsey saw Sinners the first time.
I saw it at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
I will never forgive you.
I saw it over my
$11:45.
coffee and scrambled eggs. Yeah, it's not a good time to see a horror flick.
I think 11:45 is great. By the time the movie's over, it's 2, 3 o'clock. It's not like past dinner time.
It should not be daytime.
If I am responsible, if Gambo is responsible for a sudden surge in ticket sales for this IMAX 70 mil, I expect a cut. I want to hear from Harkins that I got the word out, and I expect a cut on this.
I don't know how you would explain that.
Can I get a cut too?
We talked about it on the radio. The tickets sold out in a month. That's how I would justify it.
I don't want to tell you how much money I spent in that hospital for Mr. Fred to live, so I could use some commission too right now. That bill.
You're fine. Trust me, you're fine.
I showed you that bill.
Yeah,
I'm not
you
going
did.
to mention it.
But you're fine. You can handle it. You can handle it. So while you were gone yesterday, they did pads again at Cardinals training camp. Today they're doing a light jog through. Nothing major, anything like that. One guy who was not out there was James Conner. And this is Mike LaFleur talking about how James Conner's just not ready for 11 on 11 just
It's
yet.
kind of like I said the other day, James knows his body better than any of us, and we were hoping at this point we could get him out there, but just need a little bit more time. I do think in the near future, whatever that means to you, I do think we will see him out there, but he's still just kind of working through to make sure that he feels as good as he should to get out there. And again, he's earned the right. He's very much like Jacoby. He's played a lot of football. He doesn't have to learn the speed of the game, doesn't have to learn how people are going to be attacking the football like some of the younger guys do. So not overly concerned by that, and look forward to when he's able to get out there.
I'm not going to say this is one of the biggest stories facing the Cardinals this year because it's not. But, Gambo, I'd be lying to you and everybody listening right now if I didn't say I wasn't really genuinely interested to see exactly how James Conner is going to be used this year, given his place in the organization and what he's done for the last several years, combined with what they did in the offseason at the position. I have no idea what to expect out of James Conner this year.
I know we've got some discussions here. We're going to talk about Jeremiah Love and the growing pains and stuff like that as a rookie tries to pick up, an offense and blocking and, blitzes and all of that stuff. James Conner is not going to make this easy on LaFleur and Hackett. He's not going to okay, great. You got this rookie coming in. He's all that in a bag of chips. Oh, Algier's a good player. I'm James Conner. I'm the leader of this team.
Right.
I'm a really, really good physical running back that is very, very difficult to break down. When I'm healthy, I'm as good as anybody. So he's not going to make it easy. You can't play 3 running backs. You can't find the carry for 3 running backs. Nope. It's a fascinating thing. I think they should trade. I think they should look to trade. I don't know which guy they would trade. I think it would be Conner. But again, I don't think that he just, I'm just going to take. He's not here to just collect a paycheck. He loves to play the game. He's a winner. He's going to make it hard on whoever it is out there to not play him.
He's just such an emotional leader for that team. He's just such an easy guy to root for and get behind on that team. I'm with you. I don't think he's going to go quietly. And I don't know how that shakes out when you've got Tyler Algier, one of the best free agents you signed in the offseason, Jeremiah Love, one of the best additions any team made in the offseason, if you believe what some have to say about it. I just don't know how that room's going to shake out. The other thing, there are a couple other things that happened yesterday. We'll have Tyler Drake on in a little bit. He's our Cardinals insider for ArizonaSports.com. He pointed out in his story today that Carson Beck has looked a lot better the last couple of practices. It's something about getting the pads on, getting the reps, whatever the case may be. He ran a 2-minute drill yesterday.
And connected on almost all the passes,
like
right?
5 of 7 when he was out there. He was very, very good.
Before that, I don't know. I didn't get to listen to the show yesterday because, what we were going on with our dog. He had been really struggling on 11 on 11, right? To the point where people were saying, this kid can't throw the deep ball.
They were
he can't get the ball down the field.
The arm strength was there. They were really worried about the accuracy.
The inaccuracy.
Does he know where he's throwing it? Apparently, he's looked a lot better. And then the other thing that happened to it, by the way, I'm going to tease this ahead because when we do talk about Jeremiah Love later in the show, guys, I would really love the sound that's coming down right now from Tyler Algier because this is the first time he's addressed the media since they got Jeremiah Love.
Bernsey. Please, we've already got like 7 cuts done, and Mitch is over here working on the rest now.
Can you give me one? Can you just give me one about how he's fine with it, he's cool with it, and how respectful the Cardinals were about the process? Can you just give me a little of that?
Just give me like 2 seconds.
Okay,
because
that'd be one, because I'm seeing all this stuff come down right now. Apparently, Tyler Algier he's fine with it. He's not bitter like you think he might be since he's gone through the same situation with the Falcons. Go ahead. Did I give you enough time? No? You want me to stall a little bit longer?
The computer has stopped loading.
Some guy said, will you guys be quiet about the Odyssey? Some of us want to see it too. Shut up about these new times that are out. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
See, that's what I was worried about.
You freaking guys, now you just sent all these people to go buy tickets, and now I'm not going to be able to get any.
And well, go get some,
Yeah.
Who is it? Somebody
Jake.
Come on, Jake. Go.
Jake's saying, pipe down, you idiots.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Did I buy you enough time now?
You did. Can I interest
That's what I do. I buy time.
You did a stellar job at it, Gambo.
I'm good at it. Yeah.
Can I interest you in an Algier cut about if he had flashbacks of when Atlanta took Bijan?
Please.
No, it was just obviously we've been a part of that, but then you end up drafting Love. But it was good. I think it's just another weapon that we can have on the offense, and it's not like there's any bad blood or anything. I think just building that relationship, we're pretty close right now too. So just building that relationship and just feeding off each other on and off the field. So it's been good.
When we get into the Jeremiah Love topic, we'll play more of that Algier sound because there's a lot of it in there, and I think everybody should hear what he had to say about it because he was mature about it. He was growing up in the room, not like upset or anything. Not that he had anything to. But you got to think it's weird timing, right? Like I signed with you guys in
to be
March.
your number one back.
You drafted Jeremiah Love in April.
I didn't know we were going to draft Jeremiah Love in March. You didn't know.
I mean,
you had no idea you were going to draft him.
Probably should have had a little bit of an idea. Maybe you were going to draft Jeremiah Love in March.
What if somebody would have taken him 1 or 2?
It's possible.
I'm not gonna, hey, we didn't. What if Jeremiah Love went 2? And you're sitting there and we were going to sign a running back, but we thought we'd get Jeremiah Love. Then you look like idiots.
That's fair.
Always take the best player.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after you go out and get your tickets to go see the Odyssey at IMAX 70 Mil, again, the Arizona Diamondbacks, closer by committee. So what are the options on said committee? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
2nd and 5 now at the Atlanta 42. They're going to keep it on the ground with James. It's a flea flicker. Warner going to throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. Touchdown Cardinals. You can't stop that guy.
Flea flicker! Wow! What a play! The Japanese fighting fish, Larry Fitzgerald, deadly and single-minded of purpose, stabs the ball out of the air.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Vareldis. Here's what's trending now. We are just over a week away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame's newest induction class being inducted. And that means we're getting real close to seeing Larry Fitzgerald get that gold jacket and that bronze bust in Canton. Now, Fitz was on with Wolf and Luke today, and there's been a lot of logistical planning leading up to next week, but he's ready for it.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
For that full conversation, you can listen to it all right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, you can find Bickley and Murata's conversation with Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall from this morning. Hall told the guys with the trade deadline just a few days away, he'd be surprised if the Diamondbacks weren't acting on it.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. Diamondbacks off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow, first of a 3-game set against the Cleveland Guardians. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can the Arizona Cardinals shock people this season? We'll ask Cards players tomorrow live at training camp beginning at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Troy Lavello, after making the decision and the announcement after yesterday's rubber match against the Pirates, won by the Diamondbacks 3-0. That Paul Sewald is now no longer going to handle the ninth inning and he'll be switched to more lower leverage situations, was asked, this closer committee of yours, who's in it? And this is what he said.
I don't know. Loizaga
as well. So yeah, it'll fall on different people depending on what's going on. It's stacked up today with that left switch, right, left. We felt that, first of all, this ballpark favors a left-handed pitcher, so I want to stay left. But I think it sat right in a really good pocket. That something we talked about pregame for Garcia.
So in true closer by committee fashion, Brandon Garcia was the most natural option for yesterday's game. He came in, he closed it, he did just fine. Whether that's the case on Friday against the Guardians, Monday against the Padres, who knows? This is not Torey's favorite thing. We're going to have him on the show tomorrow for his weekly at 2:30. You better believe this is going to be a main topic of conversation, right? Because this definitely takes Torey out of his comfort zone when he doesn't have a defined ninth inning guy to be able to hand the ball to.
Yeah, this has been just brutal with the struggles of Seawald, and they obviously weren't going to keep him as a closer. My understanding is that'll most likely lean towards Garcia and Loaizaga, depending on the matchup. So Garcia and Loaizaga at this point. If Justin Martinez, people keep asking about Justin Martinez. The problem with J-Mart is that he's under contract, he's under control for a long time. He can't pitch in back-to-backs right now. It's very unlikely that he would be able to come back and pitch in back-to-backs. Sometimes you need your closer pitching back-to-back. So I think it is going to be a little bit of I think the main two guys to close will be Garcia if you're facing the lefties, Loaizaga if you're facing the righties. Those are who I expect to be the main closers at this time. But Lovello is not completely ruling out some other options. And he's, obviously he wants to just keep all of his options open. But I've heard they're going to lean more on those two guys.
That's interesting. For a couple of different reasons. That's interesting because it frees up Juan Murillo to be deployed, kind of when necessary, and not necessarily just saving him for the ninth. It's interesting because if you look at the numbers of Loaizaga this year, and I want to thank our friends over at Sports Illustrated Diamondbacks. They did a really nice job of kind of ranking the guys, and this guy you have high trust in, this guy you have medium trust in. The thing they pointed out about Loaizaga is that he's been really, really good in the low leverage situations. He has not been really good in the high leverage situations. And that's an interesting distinction, because obviously the ninth inning, pretty high leverage situation,
high leverage,
right?
Yeah.
And so I'm curious to see how that's going to work with him, because he does have some experience handling the ninth from his time with the Yankees, and maybe that's the thing that wins him over. But I want to look a little deeper into those numbers, because I think in the moments where it's mattered the most, Loaizaga hasn't been the best. Garcia, I don't know if I love my only lefty being the closer. It would have to be
you got a bunch of lefties coming up.
Specific to like what you did with the Pirates the other day. The guy I would want is Murillo, but I also understand that Murillo doesn't have a ton of ninth inning experience.
And he can strike guys out in situations where you need a strikeout. Look, I will tell you, about 2 weeks ago, they actually discussed taking Seawald out of the closer spot. So probably there was that run there, June 23rd. He gave up 3 runs in 2/3 of an inning against St. Louis. The next outing, he gave up 2 runs in 1 inning against San Francisco, and then he gave up a run on July 4th. It was right around there that they actually had a discussion about removing him from the closer spot. So this has been something that they thought about a few weeks ago before they pulled the trigger on the move now, where they decided to take him out because he's just had a really, really rough time, really rough go of it.
He's been leaking oil for a long time.
Yeah, it was a little bit, two weeks, 15, 16 days ago.
Yeah.
They had discussions about removing him from the closer spot.
13 earned runs over his last 11 1/3 innings. He's allowed 11 home runs in 42 appearances. That is officially a career high for him in a single season, the long ball. So now, what roles he pitches in, lower leverage ones, can he kind of put Humpty Dumpty back together again and reclaim that role? I'm sure in a perfect world, they move him down to lower leverage stuff. He figures it out, and they can move him back into the ninth, and everybody slots back in. It's a really good point about Justin Martinez, and I think we have to remember that. The number I was looking...
He's very unlikely to pitch in back-to-backs when he comes back.
Alex DiAgostino from Sports Illustrated, he was the one who pointed out, and I'm just pulling up the story right now about the closer options when it comes to Jonathan Loaizaga. Here it is. Loisaga has been more effective in low leverage situations than high leverage situations. Opponents have an OPS over 1,000 against him in high leverage, 459 in low leverage. So you're talking about a 500-point swing.
Right.
So if it's going to be Loisaga, proceed with caution, right? Like, be very, very careful about how much you commit yourself to that idea, because if those numbers are accurate, and I know Alex, I have no reason to think that they wouldn't be, that's a really big swing between the important moments in a game when he's appeared and the not-so-important moments when he's appeared. Garcia, I mean, he and Murillo form a heck of a tandem back there, and I think the overall success of the bullpen really gave them the flexibility to make this move. They've got a lot of options down there. And I know they haven't pitched great the last 3 or 4 games, but they've got a lot of options. Yeah.
Listen, there's different ways you could look at usage, right? You could look at usage and say, wow, the Diamondbacks bullpen is only the Blue Jays, they haven't had a lot of usage. They're second to the Blue Jays. But that doesn't take into account, and I'll tell you, a lot of teams use openers. If you use an opener and he pitches 1 inning and then the starter comes in and pitches 5 innings, that's counted as bullpen. It's counted. The starter's 5 innings count as a bullpen. Mm-hmm. So it's very misleading to think that the Diamondbacks' usage rate is so low. You look at, their usage rate is low. No, they don't use an opener.
Yeah.
And all these other teams that use openers, that counts. The starter's innings counts. So, that matters too. June and July were heavy usage by the bullpen. And if you look at the amount of guys, they lead the league in guys that have 40 or more appearances. No team in baseball has anybody that has as many as they do. They've got 6 players that have 40 or more appearances. No other team in baseball has that.
The bullpen is going to be...
It's gassed.
It's certainly gassed with this road trip, right? The game in St. Louis they had to play... You could that's why the 8 innings that Erod gave them yesterday were so essential, right?
Huge.
Just to give those guys down there a little bit of a break. Then they had the off day yesterday. Hopefully they're rested up, because after the 3 against the Guardians, they have 4 big ones against San Diego next week. And look at the standings and look at how close San Diego now is to the conversation in the National League wild card, and tell me those games next week against the San Diego Padres won't be of the utmost importance to them.
I'm hearing that Cabrera could be up within the next day or 2.
Really?
So keep your eye on Jose Cabrera.
To start potentially for one of either Mitch Bratt or Cole Drake?
Maybe who's pitching tomorrow? Is it Bratt?
I think it's Bratt tomorrow.
Do they pitch Bratt tomorrow and then send him down and bring Cabrera back? I don't know. Do they put Cabrera on the taxi squad? I just heard somebody tell me keep your eye on Cabrera possibly coming back very, very soon.
It is Bratt tomorrow, Lauren? Is that what you said? Okay. So
I wonder if they pitch Bratt and then send him down and then have Cabrera up so they got a fresher arm. Just keep your eye on Jose Cabrera possibly coming up very soon.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, how is Kyler Murray going to fit with the Minnesota Vikings? And what former Cardinals coach said what about Kyler Murray? You'll hear next on Burns and Gambo.
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fitz.
Larry Legend does it again!
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone, the shovel pass for the touchdown of the win!
Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
Can be found at ArizonaSports.com. No idea what it is. Haven't been to the website since this morning. So here's Lauren to ask us the poll question. Is it a good one today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have any complaints about it today.
Okay.
I'm sure Gambo might.
I like what the I like the Big Lee Murata show throw like a whole bunch of stuff out there.
Well, they do the
Those
social
kind of
studies.
interesting.
Yeah, the social studies. Yeah.
This isn't social studies.
No, I
I'm
know it's
sorry.
not. That's okay.
It's also
That's
not
fine.
Generation Gap.
No, yeah.
No.
Generation Gap is really funny. It's not mustache, not a mustache.
I don't know Generation Gap. I've never heard it.
You've never heard that they do it every Thursday.
Oh.
It's Sammy and Jamal versus Dan and Vince.
Oh.
And they ask Dan and Vince all the questions about current pop culture.
Oh, geez.
And they ask Jamal and Sammy about stuff that guys our age would know. And it's hilarious.
It's incredible
Jamal
radio.
especially is fantastic because dude doesn't know a thing about anything that hasn't happened in the last year or two.
No.
Oh, man.
Like, not a clue.
Some of
Sammy's
their
not.
answers make it even funnier
I
because
know.
they're so wrong.
Yeah, it's funny. It's
We
a
should
really.
ask if we could borrow it, and one day, me and Burnsy against you two.
Oh, I see. Lauren would destroy us all in this game. I don't think it'd be
one day.
I don't think it'd be any fun on our show because Lauren knows old and she knows new. She would
knows
mop
old
up
Chicago.
Oh no, she knows old.
I know
You ask her. You know
I know
old?
old.
She knows old.
Because
You're an
there's
old soul?
music. There's music questions. I always
Movie
know
questions,
the music questions.
sports questions, American history questions.
Oh
yeah.
my God, the American history questions today. Are you kidding me?
Give us one.
Oh, what are the first 7 words of the Gettysburg Address?
Ferrato Romeo.
No.
Four score and 7 years ago. Four score and 7 years ago.
Listen, we are at such. There has to be a handicap I'm not educated.
There can't be a handicap.
There has to be a
That's
handicap.
the point
That's
of
what
the
makes
game.
it
There
funny.
has to be a.
That's what makes it funny.
I'm not an educated person. Like, it's not fair. I don't know what the first 7 words of the Gettysburg Address are. Give me another one.
Ooh.
Can you think of any others?
I don't remember the other ones from this morning.
The history questions?
Yeah.
I don't remember what the current
Who was the
history
first
question.
person to sign the Declaration of Independence? Can I guess?
I don't.
You don't know that?
I don't know the answer to
I don't
that.
know the answer. Okay. I don't.
Boy, this segment just took a turn,
Yeah.
man. What's the poll question?
I
for
need a
goodness
lifeline.
sakes?
Can we call Gina Ficarra?
This is not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
No,
there
clearly
are no
not.
lifelines available in this game. All right, poll question today. You need to make a prediction.
Okay.
Where will
Pain.
the D-backs finish the season?
Yes.
Top wild card, second wild card, third wild card, outside looking in.
They're going to make the wild card. They're going to get a lot of these key players back for the last 4 to 6 weeks of the season. It's going to give them a jolt. They are going to make a trade by the deadline. And I think that they're going to make the third wild card. I don't believe in the Nationals. The Phillies are falling apart.
They're a mess.
They're a mess. And I think they're going to get in. The Diamondbacks are going to get in.
I think the Pirates are a real threat, and I think the Padres are a real threat. We'll see about the Phillies.
That Pirates team's good.
They're good.
I watched them. They're pretty good.
They're good.
But the Diamondbacks have the tiebreaker.
They're going to hang around. Well, not completely yet. They didn't lose the tiebreaker.
They won the 2 games they needed to win.
They did, but now it's going to go to divisional record, and the Diamondbacks.
Right. But they're ahead of them in
They're
that,
ahead
aren't
of
they?
them, but right
Okay.
as of right now, they're ahead of them. But that it's close.
Okay.
Third wild card. Put me down for the third wild card. Trying to
That's what
get
I
it in
got.
before the music runs out.
You got a minute.
Third wild card.
All right. Results. Third wild card is leading the way with 37% of the vote. 29% going with outside looking in. 28% going with second wild card. And 6% going with top wild card.
I would bump the Cubs, right? If they
I would
finish with
bump
the
the
first
Cubs.
wild card.
That's not happening.
All right,
Cubs
so
won today.
the top 3 options are pretty evenly split. That's good to see. That's the poll question. You can find it at ArizonaSports.com if you want to vote on it while you're there. I'm going to read this quote, Gambo, to you and to everybody out there either listening or watching. And this was from a story today on The Athletic about Kyler Murray and his attempt to win the starting quarterback job with the Minnesota Vikings. Said one of Murray's coaches with the Arizona Cardinals who requested anonymity to be candid about a former player, quote, "I think you're about to see the best version of Kyler Murray, and I'm bleeping pissed that I'm not going to get to be a part of it. I'm going to be jealous when he's in a good environment, his headspace is good, and he shows people who the bleep he is," close quote.
Wow.
Current player? No. One of Kyler's coaches with the Cardinals who requested anonymity to be candid about a former player.
Okay.
So it's unclear whether this coach is still with the Cardinals, not with the Cardinals anymore. Just
Okay.
one of Kyler's coaches with the Cardinals
has said,
"I think you're about."
JG.
You weren't with us yesterday because you were dealing, rightfully so, with Mr. Fred. Lauren and I were recklessly speculating that this was Jonathan Gannon who said this.
He loved him. He loved him. How many times? That's my guy. That's my guy. K1's my guy. Would laugh at us when we ask certain questions.
I think you're about to see the best version of Kyler Murray, and I'm bleeping pissed that I'm not going to get to be a part of it. I'm going to be jealous when he's in a good environment. His headspace is good, and he shows people who the bleep he is, close quote.
I'm not rooting against them. I'm not rooting against them. I mean, what we saw out of Kyler Murray was time for a change. They needed to go in a different direction. That could very, very well be because of the Arizona Cardinals organization that he didn't blossom into the player he was supposed to be. And he may very well do that somewhere else. He might be able to do that. There are still issues. His inability to go through all of the reads. His ability, he locks in on guys too much. He escapes the pocket and things break down and he improvises. That's when he seems to be at his best. He does have a problem with the long ball. But if you give him a proper offensive line, and let's be honest, this offensive line last year was not any good. How many times was Jacoby Brissett sacked by that offensive line? And he's a talented quarterback. I think that the cards were stacked against Kyler to a certain extent, but then I also think that Kyler, maybe Kyler's needed a change of scenery. Maybe he needed new coaching. Maybe he needed a kick in the ass that for the first time in his life, nobody said there was a team that didn't want you. And, maybe this will motivate him to be a better player. I mean, part of it has to be on him. He's got to want to get better. He's got to want to grow. Mm-hmm. He's got to want to win this job and get that next new contract. But I'm not rooting against Kyler. If the Minnesota Vikings win a division and Kyler's an MVP candidate, I don't know how we're going to look at it. I will cross that bridge when we'll get there. Yeah. I don't know, but I think most people, my opinion, most people are going to say the freaking Cardinals. They had this guy. They drafted him first overall. They ruined him. He goes somewhere else and look after one. It's like the Jets. The Jets ruined Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. Sam Darnold's a good quarterback right now, right? I mean, a guy just won a Super Bowl. With the Jets, it was like, it's now that he's had success, you're like, it's because he was on the Jets.
It's weird to feel, for me, it's weird to feel two things at once. And I understand what you're saying because I feel two things at once with this. On the one hand, I very much feel like I was ready to be done with this story. I was ready for the Cardinals to move on. I was tired of seeing them bang their head against the wall and try and make Kyler this franchise quarterback. It had been 7 years and it was time. On the other hand, Kevin O'Connell is a skilled offensive coach in this league and has done it time and time again with a wide variety of quarterbacks. And if he succeeds with Kyler Murray, then I think you're exactly right when it comes to the Cardinals' level of culpability of not giving Kyler the proper coaching and the proper coach in particular who could truly unlock the best of him. Because really, when you think about it, what Kyler's had to choose from is either Cliff Kingsbury or Drew Petzing. Did the Cardinals really do enough to extract maximum value out of Kyler Murray when I say for the bulk of his career here, those were the two offensive minds who were in charge of him, neither one of whom hold a candle to Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do in Minnesota. So on the one hand, I feel like I was very much ready to move on and see something else. And on the other hand, if he succeeds there and it sticks throughout the year, it's just going to be like
you did it wrong.
You hired the wrong people around him to get the most out of him.
If there might be some fans, a lot of Cardinal fans, like I want Kyler to fail because it looks so bad if he has success, leads that team to the playoffs as an MVP candidate, really looks bad on us, and you don't want it to look bad on your team. There are others that probably want Kyler to exceed. To show Michael Bidwell that you keep doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be better.
The Diamondbacks are going to buy. That much is clear. Will that edict hold until Monday? And who exactly are they talking to? Talking trade deadline, which is coming up on Monday. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days, free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig, Santan Ford.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Larry Fitzgerald is just over a week away from heading to Canton to get his bronze bust, his gold jacket, and a great Hall of Fame ceremony next week. Now, Fitz was a guest of the Wolf and Luke show today. He said there's been a lot of logistics and planning leading up to next week, but he's ready to go.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
For that full conversation, you can listen to it right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, you can find Bickley and Murata's conversation with Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall from this morning. Hall told the guys that with the trade deadline just a few days away, he'd actually be surprised if the Diamondbacks didn't act on it.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. Diamondbacks off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow. The final 3 games that they have before the deadline, a 3-game set against the Guardians in Cleveland. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a legitimate Football Friday. We'll get you updated on the Cardinals and all the pertinent NFL news. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so here's Derek Hall. Speaking of Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta and the Bickley and Marotta show, this is Derek Hall today talking about the trade deadline and everything that goes into it for the Diamondbacks.
I do. And, and I think focusing on the CVT or that tax level, it's kind of a responsible thing to do, but I don't think it's the driving factor. It is a factor. Nonetheless, I think, Mike and our staff, they're very good at doing both buying and selling. I think we might see a little bit of that. I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and that's why I'm back in town. But, I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen in the position that we're in. I think how many times I was in the elevator and our players would say, hey, we're going to do something. We're going to do something. And it's always been that way. It's not just this year. Years ago, I can remember when I was in L.A., I'd have Dodger players come up to me on the field. Hey, we doing something? Come on, we got to do something. But they always want to do something. And I can just tell you the volume of calls that we're making and that we're taking would indicate that there's some good activity out there. However, I warn us before we get too excited. Again, there aren't that many sellers. So for us to be a buyer and a seller, I think that is what probably makes the most sense. We're very good at it, but we'll see if there's opportunities for that.
What does that look like? Being a buyer and a seller. What does that look like?
So again, Derek mentioned it. It's a factor. They're not going to go over the luxury tax. They do it, they forfeit $30 million. It's stupid business. They're not one player away from winning the World Series. Right. They're not. Okay? It would be irresponsible to go over and lose $30 million on one player. So they're not going to do it. So number two, they've got a limited amount that they could spend, $6 to $7 million, unless they sell. If they trade Ryan Thompson, they free up a few $1 million more. If they're able to get a player they like and overpay with prospects and get that team to take Zach Gallen, they free up a little bit more. So there's not a lot they can trade. There's not a lot. The highest paid bullpen guy is Ryan Thompson. Mm-hmm. A week ago, his ERA was in the 2s. Okay, there'd be a lot of teams that would want him. Sidearming, he's great against righties. He's imploded a little bit the last few times because he's had to face a lot of lefties, and he hasn't got the job done. So now his ERA is a little bit higher, but I think he's a guy that a lot of teams would want. So I think he could be traded. I don't see a lot of guys that teams are going to be saying, I want that guy. But if you overpay with a prospect, could you get some? Remember last year they got somebody to take Jordan Montgomery in the deal. He wasn't even pitching.
It was a Shelby Miller.
The Shelby Miller trade.
We'll give you Shelby Miller, but you got to take Jordan Montgomery off.
I remember when I broke that story that Jordan Montgomery's been traded. People were like, "What are you talking about?" Remember when I broke that Jordan Montgomery story? People were like, "What are you guys? How can you trade Jordan Montgomery?" But it was to free up a little bit of money. Could they trade Lourdes Gurriel?
That's the other name I'm looking at. You mentioned Zach. Certainly, I was looking there because that's been a drain on resources. Certainly, I was thinking about Ryan Thompson just because you've got one, maybe two bullpen arms who are incoming in Justin Martinez and maybe even Ryan Nelson. So maybe he's a little expendable. The only other one I was looking at is Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Now, he's hurt right now, as is Zach Gallen. Gurriel is counting for $13 million, I think, right now. So, again, you're going to have to, like the Shelby Miller-Jordan Montgomery deal, you're going to have to attach something you don't want to get rid of and make somebody take that salary off your hands. But I do think, just to back up your point about how tight the finances are here, okay? And I've been thinking about this the last few days.
Yes.
Keep in mind that when the season began and they let Alec Thomas go, they were talking even then about the $1.3 million they saved by letting Alec Thomas go, almost suggesting this matters. This is. It may seem like only $1.3 million, but you got to understand where we are and how much money we've committed, and $1.3 million means a lot to us right now. So I wouldn't scoff at Ryan Thompson's money, and I certainly wouldn't discount the idea that they would be so desperate to add a player that they would give up a prospect but make that team take one of these contracts off of their hands so they can have a little more flexibility at the deadline to get guys they really want.
It's almost like, I'll just put it this way, and I don't budget for food shopping. I got a teenage boy. He costs a lot. But if you just say a normal person, and I'll just throw it just for numbers, you've got $1,000 to spend for the month. And the first week you go to Costco and you spend $900 of it. You load up on everything. Now you've only got $100 for the rest of the month, but you load. And now that's where the Diamondbacks are. They spent all their money in the beginning. Other people might be, I'm going to spend $250 here, $250 there, $250. They don't have money to spend. They do, but again, how irresponsible would it be to trade for one player and then cost yourself $30 million? Like, nobody does that. Like, maybe the Dodgers, but nobody else is going to do that.
If this team were closer to being a World Series contender,
That's the key.
I think you'd have to advocate for it.
But they're not.
But they're not. I mean, at this point, we'd be just seriously thrilled if they got into the postseason and they were a wild card team. So you have to. I think you have to manage expectations here. But the facts. Just a couple things that are inescapable here. Everybody keeps talking about buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling. So I think in some ways they're kind of telegraphing what they're going to do. Everybody with the organization also keeps talking about we've got these 8 players that are coming back, and your tweet mentioned this too.
Quality players.
They are really counting on those 8 guys coming back.
Yes.
As filling slots, filling holes. Now maybe that's a little irresponsible to do that because they're not all. Who knows when they're going to come back, and who knows how long it's going to take them to be effective when they do come back. You can't just count on Corbin Burns walking through the door and he's Corbin Burns again, right? It's going to take a while.
Can he be better than Zach Allen?
But can he be better than Zach Allen? Can he be better than Cole Drake? Can he be better than Mitch Bratt?
Yes,
right? Like, I mean,
he should be.
And that's where, same thing with the bullpen. No, Justin Martinez isn't going to be able to pitch in back-to-back games, but can he give you the flexibility to maybe deal Ryan Thompson?
Yes.
And can Ryan Nelson go to the bullpen because this year's kind of shot for him anyway? And be a short inning guy.
Yes.
And he can.
Yeah.
And because of that, you might not need a reliever at the deadline. And because of that, you might not need a starter at the deadline. I want them to focus on getting a bat. I don't know where you are. I think a bat is the thing they have to walk away from this deadline with.
When I will say, with the failures recently of Thompson and Sewald and even Ginkel, I started to think the other day that maybe bullpen is the threat.
I saw your tweet about that. In the middle of Sewald's meltdown, I think you tweeted something like, I think bullpen just went from third to first on my priority list. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I understand why you tweeted that.
If I could get Mason Miller, but again, I don't think he's an option for them because of the high cost the process.
You don't have the prospect.
What I'm hearing right now is that there are very few guys that may be available that would fit the Diamondbacks. And there are very few sellers at this point. Take it for what it's worth. What I'm hearing, there are very few players out there that may be available that would fit them. And there are also very few sellers at this point right now.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we are 3 games away from the trade deadline. We got a pivotal weekend series this weekend against the Guardians. And then it's go time on the deadline. We're going to ask our lead Diamondbacks writer, Alex Weiner, co-host of the Ain't No Fang podcast, on just what this weekend means and what his expectations are for the deadline, next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
After the D-backs Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new?
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Mitch Brad and Cole Drake lead the Diamondbacks to a series win over the Guardians this weekend? We'll preview the series tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so full disclosure, a lot of the stuff that we're about to talk about here with Alex Weiner, our lead D-backs writer for ArizonaSports.com, my co-host on the Ain't No Fang podcast as he's waving
Ain't
to the
no
camera.
fang!
A lot of it we talked about because we recorded one today. We recorded a podcast with Bob
Let's just play the podcast.
No, I'm not getting...
Go to it afterwards.
There
right?
we go. Okay, now we weren't getting you on mic, but now we've got him now? We good? Okay, fantastic. So, yeah, just go listen to the podcast for an even enhanced conversation about the trade deadline and things like that.
So I'll start it off. You saw the information I put out yesterday. You wrote a terrific story about it. The nuts and bolts of it is the Diamondbacks are very close to the luxury line. They do not want to go over that luxury line. It would cost them, in essence, $30 million to cross it. There is a very limited amount of money they could spend, only 6 or 7. Give me your thoughts on where they are with that bit of information that we were able to get out yesterday.
Sure. I mean, a lot of what they've been kind of posturing is that their biggest additions are going to be the ones coming off of the injured list, and that's a long list of guys, right? It's Michael Soroka, it's Ryan Nelson, it's Corbin Burns, it's Jordan Lawler, it's more than that. But that doesn't mean necessarily that they cannot add to this team. Derek Hall said this morning he'd be surprised if they didn't make a trade. And there's a group of players who, maybe aren't making the money of a Christian Walker or a Robbie Ray or somebody kind of in that upper tier, but are on cheaper deals that they could go and fill some holes with, whether that is a left-handed hitter or a starting pitcher or even a relief pitcher.
Gambo and I are going back and forth about some of these names. And you know this because we just talked about this guy when we were recording the podcast an hour and a half ago, Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals. Do we think they're even going to be a seller when it comes time for that to make? Because to me, he's the guy. And I said that as much on the pod. But Gambo rightfully brings up the idea they're only 2 games out of a wild card spot. Are the Nationals really going to purge at this point?
It's a good question. And the fact that they've already made a trade sending out one of their top hitting hitters with Curtis Mead to bring back some pitching that's controllable. Kind of gives you an idea of, all right, maybe they have this top, scoring offense in the league, and they're right there for the wild card. But at the same time, you're looking at them kind of going forward. They could use some pitching help, and so maybe they kind of have an eye on the future while not trying to completely take away what makes them good. It's like C.J. Abrams is probably not going to get traded, but Garcia's kind of an interesting middle ground there because he only has another year after this one. So it's going to be an interesting question what they do, what the Marlins do, what some of those teams on the borderline do, because they do have some valuable pieces potentially. And I agree that Garcia would be a good fit, but yeah, it's very I don't know, will they, won't they, for the Nationals to sell.
You put out a list based on the information we went with yesterday that they're limited in resources money-wise. You found a bunch of players. You mentioned Luis Ariz, Luis Garcia, Nathaniel Lowe, Lars Nootbaar, Vinny Pasquantino, led Italy.
They just put on the IL.
They
just put him on the injury
He's kind of
list.
been hurt all year. J.J. Bleday, Carlos Cortez, Mickey Moniak, Trevor Larnach. If I mispronounced any of those names, my apologies. Any of those names pop to you?
Yeah, I mean, I like Lars Nootbaar. He's just been a solid major leaguer for a number of years whenever healthy. He's an outfielder, though, so, you kind of balance what you need in terms of you need a left-handed hitter, but first base is probably more important to you than outfield at this point. Yep. Granted, if you do make the playoffs, you lose Max Kepler, and that opens up an outfield spot potentially. You get Gurriel back, so there's a lot of moving pieces with that. I think Nathaniel Lowe, if you're looking for a first baseman on a pretty cheap contract.
Cheap.
Very cheap contract, and has just been also a solid major leaguer throughout most of his career. Very low in terms of what you would be investing in him. He's probably not going to cost you one of your top guys. So that's probably one I would say the risk is relatively low and could help.
The 8 guys they could/should get back. Mm-hmm. Michael Soroka, Ryan Nelson, Justin Martinez, Jordan Lawler, Tommy Troy, Zach Gallen, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and Corbin Burns. Give me some idea in your mind of the guys that you think, in terms of not only closeness to coming back and what they bring when they do come back. Who are the truly impactful names on that list? Who are if we're really going to be building towards this idea of they're getting 8 guys back, who among these 8 are the ones that we can really count on making a difference when they do get back?
I think it's got to start with Soroka because he's the closest among their starting pitchers. And, I mean, before he got hurt, he was having a fantastic season. Somebody was pitching well enough to where, if they needed to have a couple more kind of replacements for the All-Star game, he would have been a candidate for that. He had like a 3.8 ERA or 3.08 ERA in 15 starts, and they were winning almost every start that he had. So the fact that he's going to be coming back relatively soon, can kind of build out and kind of get back into a rhythm before the stretch run, I would think it all starts with Michael Soroka, and then see who you can get back after that. Justin Martinez could be helpful for that bullpen, but it's been more than a year since he's been out. Corbin Burns would obviously be kind of the elephant in the room of this whole conversation we've been having for over a year now, but it's been a really long time, so you kind of question what can you get out of him. Can he get on a little bit of a rhythm before the postseason if they make it? But I would start everything with Soroka and say he's probably the most important right now.
Is Jordan Lawler the other elephant in the room, just given his inability to stay out there on the field?
I think so. I mean, he's been really good. It's just been like 6 games here and 6 games here, right? And, in center field, if Waldschmidt can continue kind of on the trajectory he's on, he's been playing better in the second kind of stint in the major leagues. Maybe that lessens necessarily the need in center field, but Lawler's such a dynamic player. If you can get him back and get him healthy, he would just help your offense a lot.
A lot of people think that Justin Martinez comes back and all of a sudden, okay, that could be your closer because we don't have a closer right now. My understanding is they'll lean heavily on Loaizaga and Garcia at this point, but I think there are other options that are open. What I was told today, though, is, Justin Martinez has not pitched in a major league game in over a year. Mm-hmm. He's not likely to be a guy, because he's 24 years old and a part of the future, that they would throw in back-to-back games. You usually need your closer to be able to go 2 games in a row if you need be. How would you see them using him when he comes back if it's difficult to just say you're the closer because he can't pitch consecutive days?
Yeah, carefully. Carefully is probably the right answer there. You get him back and it's exciting. He's a great arm and, he can kind of work his way into high leverage. But, to count on him, like you said, for back-to-back days, it's going to be a little tough. So I wouldn't say they would name him the closer necessarily. They're going to go this like matchup space system, and they have the depth to do it. Like you mentioned, Garcia and Loaisaga. Juan Murillo has had a terrific season. Kevin Ginkel has a little bit of experience doing that. Clark has been fantastic, and then you can add Martinez to that, and it just gives you more options for kind of piecing together these games. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine he gets named the closer at any point for that reason, but it's just that's a dynamic arm that you would add to this bullpen. It'd be a pretty big addition.
You can spin numbers any way you want, and you can look at the bullpen and say, oh, they've got the second lowest usage to the Toronto Blue Jays. But again, I was talking about Burnsy about this. That doesn't factor in all the teams that use openers. Guy comes in the second inning, throws 5 innings. Like all that stuff kind of counts. For the Diamondbacks, there's been a lot of use in June and July, and they've got a lot of guys. I think they lead baseball with the amount of players they have in that bullpen that have 40 games or more in appearances. What are you seeing out of the bullpen and the struggle? Because they were great for so long, but we're seeing them really struggle right now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just think of how healthy that group has been, knock on wood, but they've had Loaisaga all year, and they've had Ginkel all year, and they've had Maria. Like, all these guys have been healthy all season, and so it's going up and up and up. A few of them are getting towards 50 appearances. I think Ginkel is 48. I think Taylor Clark has 48.
6 guys, 40 or more. No other team in baseball has that, I don't believe.
Yeah, so some of the guys, are continuing to do what they do. Brandon Garcia continues to look great. He had a hiccup in Washington, but that's happens. He bounced back really well in Pittsburgh. Loaisaga, a couple in a row that weren't great, but at the same time, he 15 scoreless appearances before these past 2. The guy who's really kind of stood out as struggling right now is Ryan Thompson. It's 3 straight outings. He's given up some runs. He's given up 8 runs in his last 3. But we've also kind of seen that from him before. They've leaned on him heavily over the years. And I think last year he had like a really brutal May that kind of ruined his numbers for the rest of the season. But he was really good after that. So we've seen him bounce back before. But you're right. They are going to have to monitor kind of the usage of a lot of these relievers and maybe get more out of their starting pitching to benefit from that.
Alex Weiner from ArizonaSports.com and the Ain't No Fang podcast. Given the financial constraints that Gambo is reported upon and that you've written about for ArizonaSports.com, what constitutes the perfect trade deadline for the Arizona Diamondbacks come Monday at 3 o'clock? What does that look like to Alex?
That's a good question. Definitely adding a bat, I would say, using some of those resources and getting somebody who can kind of fill in the middle of that lineup. I think it'd be nice to add an innings eater if you could, but that's going to be really hard. It'd probably have to be somebody with controllable years, and that's a whole other separate conversation. That's a more complicated trade to make. So I would say another bat for sure, and then if you can get off of a little bit of money from somebody and add maybe some relief help, if you trade a reliever, but then add somebody else who's maybe
not a
cheaper.
lot to trade, right?
Not a lot to trade.
Not a lot to trade.
Not really, because they've been so good. You don't want to get rid of any of these guys. And so, yeah, I would say if they get a bat who can help with their lineup, I think it's a successful deadline. And you can add on top of that if you can find somebody who can eat some more innings and help bridge the gap between, getting Soroka back and then getting Burns or Nelson or Gallen or whomever. I would say a bat and maybe somebody who could eat some innings.
Read his work at ArizonaSports.com. Listen to the podcast Ain't No Fang with Alex and myself, which has it dropped yet? Have we recorded it today? Is it posted yet?
The audio is, the video's coming.
Okay, there you go, at ArizonaSports.com. So, Alex, we appreciate your time. I know it'll be busy for you and Gambo over the next few days, so go out and make some news, gentlemen. See what we can do.
We're trying.
All right.
We're trying. We'll give you everything we got.
All right. Sounds
Thanks,
good.
guys.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how did Tyler Algier react to seeing Jeremiah Love drafted by the Cardinals back in April? That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Lefty Garcia set. The pitch. Bouncer over the mound. Charging Perdomo. Gloves it. Waits, steps on second, and the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon 3-0. They take 2 out of 3 in the series.
Chopping up the Pirate series and talking D-backs and the MLB trade deadline on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They're ready to help you right now with all of your mortgage needs, refinancing, new home loans, getting yourself pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all, and they do a remarkable job of helping people get pre-approved for a mortgage on a regular basis. If you are looking to get out of renting and get into a home, I highly recommend the Lund Mortgage team and all the incredible things that they're doing for people every single day to help them just see that dream come true of owning your own home. A lot of people think, oh, I'm not going to be able to own a house because I need 20% down. I don't have 20% down. Well, guess what? Most people don't. You think your credit's not good enough, but they don't really know what good credit is. Here's the deal. Stop guessing. Call the Lund Mortgage team. There's a lot of programs out there, FHA, VA, down payment assistance, and there's probably a program that is built specifically for somebody like you so you can own a home. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130 to get pre-approved for free. That's 623-889-0130.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Larry Fitzgerald is just over a week away from being inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, so we're so close to seeing him get that gold jacket and that bronze bust in Canton. Now, Fitz was a guest of Wolf and Luke earlier today, said there's been a lot of logistics going into next week, but he's very much looking forward to it.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
For that full conversation, you can listen to it right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, check out Bickley and Murata's conversation from this morning with Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall. Hall told the guys with the trade deadline just a few days away, he'd be surprised if the Diamondbacks didn't act on it.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. Diamondbacks are off today. They'll be back in action starting tomorrow. first of a 3-game set in Cleveland against the Guardians. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals going through not a walk-through, like a jog-through, I think is what they're calling it today. We're not there. It's a light day of practice. We were there yesterday when the pads came on for day 2 of padded practice for the Cardinals. 11-on-11 work, a lot of good stuff that we saw. Gambo, of course, was yesterday not available to us as he was home with Mr. Fred, his dog, as Mr. Fred was battling through some stuff and came through on the other side, which was great to see.
Most of the time, you see a story like that and you're just bracing for the worst. Somebody lost their beloved family member, and for us, it was the reverse. We're the 1%ers where the hospital was able to save our dog from heart failure. And we
fantastic.
Brought him home.
Great news. So Gambo wasn't with us yesterday, but he is today, and there's no doubt that one of the early angles for Cardinals training camp is the running back room and just how loaded it is, how fascinating it is, how many different storylines there are in that room. And just think about it, just off the top of your head. Here's Jeremiah Love, the number 3 pick overall in the draft, and the guy that many argue shouldn't have been the number 3 pick, not because there's anything wrong with him, but because he plays running back. Here's Tyler Algier, who probably thought he was coming to the Cardinals to be a starter and now is going to be splitting reps with Jeremiah Love, even though he signed the free agent contract. Here's James Conner, who has been one of the true faces of the franchise for the last half decade or so, who takes a pay cut, comes back to the organization. Who knows what his role is going to be. Here's Trey Benson, who was inevitably drafted to replace James Conner. And because that went nowhere the last 2 years, you felt compelled to go out and sign Tyler Algier and draft Jeremiah Love. And yet he's still out there battling for reps. That's not even getting into some of the other guys on the roster at the position. It's a really interesting room. It's going to get a lot of attention. So you can't blame us for looking at every Jeremiah Love run, every Tyler Algier run, and just wondering how exactly is this going to work, right? Like, how exactly are we going to split this up?
I have no idea. Listen, what you should root for is that Love is a generational running back that deserves the majority of the carries, and to heck with Algier and James Conner, who are good running backs. But you're looking for your Barry Sanders. You're looking for your Eric Dickerson. You're looking for your superstar running back, Adrian Peterson,
Christian McCaffrey.
That's what you want. Nothing against James Conner and Algier. I need Love to be great.
Yes.
I need Love to be, oh my goodness, we're not the same team when this guy's not on the field. And that's nothing against the other guys who have proven that they're good running backs in this league. They're good. They're not great. They're not Hall of Famers. I want Love to be that Hall of Fame running back that can one day threaten 2,000 yards rushing. So what I'm rooting for is not a competition between 3 guys. And how do we start? I want him to stand out so much that it justifies the 3rd pick in the draft. And was it $50 million in money?
52, 55. I can't remember the exact number.
I want him to look so good that there's not a shadow of doubt that he's got to be the guy that gets the majority of the carry. Hey, you want to mix in a couple carries for Algier to keep him fresh? Great. But this is about he needs to pop. I don't want to hear this, he's got to pick up the blitz. I get it. All of that stuff matters. I need to hand him the ball, and he's capable of breaking a 60-yard run and I need him to scare the crap out of defensive coordinators.
Here's Mike LaFleur from yesterday on what he's looking for from Jeremiah Love right now.
Being hard on himself in which he is, and just learning every single play. Again, there's there's only so much you can take from the run game, like we've talked about. I feel like kind of a broken record on that, so I'm not going to go any further than that. But, hey, in the protection in the pass game, like if we make a mistake, how can we not make that same mistake twice? And that's just not Jeremiah. That's all the guys, particularly the younger guys who are going through some of these experiences for the first time. What's awesome about Jeremiah is, it might be one or two a day where, we're going to have a cool discussion about what we saw there and how we can improve and how that it's not always going to be the same way twice, particularly on some routes, and the ways that some of these guys are going to defend him. But he's a cool dude to work with because he wants to learn and he wants to attack it every single day.
I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I've watched every rep at Cardinals training camp. I haven't. I'm not going to pretend to you or the audience that I'm dialing in on every time Jeremiah Love has touched the ball out at State Farm Stadium, what it's looked like. I can tell you in the couple days that we've been out there, he does have an electricity about him. When you see, there was a run he uncorked yesterday. Calvisi and I were doing the show, and I'm not normally one to pay attention to practice while we're on the air. Yeah, Calvisi had his binoculars out the whole time he was doing the show. Mitch reminded me the whole time Calvisi's hosting, he's doing this, watching the practice. There was a time Jeremiah Love uncorked a run, and it was like, oh my God, look at that.
Right.
It was art. It was just this. He's doing things that other guys, that Tyler Algier can't do, that James Conner can't do, that they just can't do.
Yeah.
And when he did it, again, I'm not going to sit here and say he's done that every single time he's touched the ball. I don't know if he has or if he hasn't. But the one time I did see it yesterday, it was art, Gambo. It was beautiful.
There's been a lot of really good running backs in the NFL, but I'm talking about, like, people think this kid has the chance to be Walter Payton, Eric Dickerson, Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson, the chance to be one of the greats.
Yeah.
And that's what you're Emmitt Smith, that's what you're looking for, and that's what you're hoping for.
Tyler Algier met with the media today for the first time since the Cardinals drafted Jeremiah Love. So understandably, everybody kind of wants to know, hey, did you get reassured that you'd still have a role even after they drafted the kid out of Notre Dame?
I'll say yeah. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. It wasn't like, no, we're gonna bench you now. No, it wasn't that. Yeah, no, I think it was a really good communication between him, which I can respect, because head coaches or anyone doesn't have to do that. So being able to just communicate that, and yeah, it was good. So I knew what I was getting into, and we're here now. Deep into camp, we're splitting both, and just great competition here now.
What did LaFleur tell him when Love was drafted?
You guys are still, we're going to be a really good tandem. So I think, and I believe that. So yeah, we're going to be really good.
And then one more.
I feel like it was good. The front office has their reasons and all of that, but I think it's just another weapon to put on, get on the offensive side. I think it was a great pick, great player, great competition in the room, and we're really a backed up room. So it's great to have. I think depth, especially in this league, is always great to have. Just having a lot of options. So it was a great piece.
I got one more quote, Gambo, I want to read to you. I don't know exactly where this soundbite is. Tyler Algier, when he was asked why he was so upbeat about the Cardinals drafting Jeremiah Love, quote, "There's no point in being a jerk about it because that's not really going to get you anywhere," close quote. Just kind of deal with it,
I think the most important thing for players is their money. And he did enough to get him starters money, guaranteed money. There's a lot of guaranteed money in that contract. I'm okay. All right. I'll be okay. If the kid's that good and he beats me out and he gets more carries, it's okay. I got my money. I think guys are also competitive and they want to play and they want to, figure it out. Love shared a lot of time at Notre Dame. I'm hoping that he's so great that he doesn't have to share a lot of time, but they've got to figure it out. They've got 3 running backs. I would still trade one, but the thing that he said about the depth is very interesting because last year, they went in with James Conner as their number 1 and Trey Benson as their number 2, and then you had Amari DiMercato, and there was so many injuries. The guys that they were playing at the end of the season were guys that were coming off the damn practice squad. That's how quickly they went through their depth last year.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, in order for the run game to succeed, obviously it's got to work up front. How much confidence do we have in it working up front? That's next. Burns and Gambo.
Arizona sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Backs are in and I. Fitzgerald to the right. Johnson to the left. McCown back to throw. Looking for Fitzgerald and throwing it to him in the end zone. Fitzgerald leaps. Fitzgerald catches it. It's a touchdown. The first career NFL score for Fitzgerald.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The D-backs host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a weekend series starting Friday, August 7th. Get your tickets for the matchup now at dbacks.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Speaking of the Cardinals, our good friend Darren Urban over at azcardinals.com also heard us talking about the Odyssey at the beginning of the show and bought tickets to go to the IMAX.
So I'll tell you, this is very, very. I don't have my wallet with me, and I couldn't remember like the 4-digit code on my credit card, so we put it through the first time and it didn't go through. So then I had to call Chelsea and say, just what's your credit card number? And so with literally like 3 minutes before the show started, Burnsy's typing it all in and trying to get me these tickets because I don't know which theater to find. I'm not good at this stuff, you know. So he's putting 3 minutes before the show starts, he's buying these tickets for me. And then I go and I look and I'm like, okay, you got me in like seat 8 and 9, but 10 and 11 are available. 10 and 11 are just a little bit more closer to the middle than 8 and 9, so I bought those two as well.
I'm sorry, we were in a rush. I don't know.
And then I'm like, wait a second, I just saved $3.75 because now I did it and I put in a senior because I'm 60 this year. So I just saved $3.75.
I have to say, from an outsider's perspective, but my desk is just right outside the door to hear all of this go down.
You heard it all go down,
I heard all of it minutes before the show started.
I couldn't remember the 4-digit code on my card.
Chelsea, what's your CVV code? What is it?
I don't know.
I also loved Chelsea's voice coming through the other end of the phone. Yeah, I can do it. What do you need?
She sounded
What's going on?
She sounded so
was
annoyed.
Like, yeah, I can do it, but okay.
She sounded
if you need it.
so not into it. If you don't know what we're talking about, I got a text from a buddy of mine today who said, hey, the only IMAX 70mm movie theater in Arizona opened up a month's worth of tickets to go see the Odyssey. So from like August 21st until September 16th, they open it up again and you can buy those tickets. So it's like the Oklahoma land rush, man, right? Like I bought a bunch of tickets, he bought a bunch of tickets, and
I bought 2, and then we realized we were in such a rush that there were actually, I bought seats 8 and 9 with Burnsy. And then I went to look at it, and 10 and 11 are available. It's just a little bit closer to the middle.
So Darren,
I'm like, damn it, I'm going to freaking buy these tickets too. So I bought 10 and 11. So I'm a little bit closer to the middle now.
Darren Urban, I do wonder how many members of the Burns and Gimbo show audience went and bought tickets today because Darren
I'm
Urban's
going
like,
September 15th. September 5th.
September 5th.
Like 11 something in the morning.
You got a whole month and a half to prepare yourself.
If I had friends, I would sell the other 2 tickets. I don't really have any friends, so now I have 4 tickets.
Friends.
At this rate, we should be hosting a Burns and Gambo show meet and greet before the Odyssey, given how many people are going to be there.
And then Gambo says to me right before we get on the air, okay, the only thing is I need to know when to get up and go pee in the middle of the movie.
This guy's got a pee app. He's got an app that tells you when to pee. I told my wife she couldn't believe it. I'm like, but this is like a 4-hour movie or whatever. I'm like, I'm going to have to get up once. He's like, I got an app. I'm like, how do you have an app? He goes, I got an app that tells you when to go.
A little timer on it.
Did you get up? When you saw it the first time?
No, I didn't. The timer silently went off.
He peed in the cup.
No.
He peed in the cup. He was like, I can't leave. Anybody looking?
No.
I just got that cup there.
I just wrote it out. I'm like, I'm not getting up. I'm not leaving. I'm going to write it out.
Want to refill on that Coke?
That's how I was. About an hour and 15 minutes left in the movie. I went, nope.
Nope, not going.
Nope, you're not getting
up. Not going.
Burns is like, I finished this popcorn. I don't know what I can do with this thing now. You know, I know what I'm going to do with it.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Anyway, we've probably spent too much time talking about this today.
Did
anyway,
these seats recline?
Funny. No, they rock, but they don't recline.
Oh,
they're not the big recliners. They rock, but they're not like the big recliners.
You don't have a lot of room.
Not a ton. Not a ton. It's a little more. Yeah, it's
all right.
But hey, IMAX 70mm. There's only 25 of these theaters in the continental United States. And you get to see it. It's
Gambo, you can sit in seat 11, and Chelsea can sit in seat 9.
That's true. You have 4 tickets. Just the 2 of you go.
I do have 4 tickets.
And then just spread out.
Keep an empty seat between you.
Nobody there.
Absolutely.
Lorenzo Alexander. I could charge Lorenzo Alexander double. He wants to go, and he keeps hitting me up to get the tickets. Zoe, hey, you want to go with us?
It's funny how quickly he went from pleading for a ticket to somebody from the audience to now upcharging people he knows to go with him.
It's amazing how quickly he went from no friends to really famous people texting him and saying, dude, I'll totally go with you. It's crazy how that happened.
Oh, my God. former star NFL players want to go to the movies with me.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, poor
he was asked me to use my poll to get a theater for us.
You have 2 empty seats, Gambo.
Yeah, so I got him now.
And double date with the Alexanders. That'd be nice.
You buy all the popcorn and the soda.
Anyway.
And I'll let you get these 2 tickets.
Enough on that. So here's another interesting development from Cardinals training camp, if we can change the conversation here.
Yeah,
for a minute.
please, go ahead.
And that is that so far, Isaiah Adams appears to be holding off a Chase Basantis charge for the right guard spot, which is
interesting. He played really well last year at the end, not in the beginning, right? But he got better as the season went on. He's a good player. I like him. I think Basantis has a chance to be a really good guard. And I know when Monty got Basantis, he was like almost beside himself, so happy, because he was true. Like, if you look at the draft and you look at when the Cardinals took Basantis and then go find the next offensive lineman taken, it was a long time. He was the last of the really good offensive linemen available. The last. And then there was a run where everybody said, look, there's no more good offensive linemen left. And so there weren't any taken. But I think Adams should be able to beat out Basantis, at least in the beginning. He should be able to. He's got more experience. He's a veteran. Basantis, I think, is going to be good. We had him on our show. We met with him. I think he's going to be a terrific player, but I think he's going to have a battle on his hand.
Here's Mike LaFleur from yesterday on Isaiah Adams.
He's a strong and sturdy dude on the inside, and you think about his journey, right, from Canada and Illinois and all the things, and, kind of getting kind of that next level education of football a little bit later than some of these other guys. And so you knew there was a quote unquote developmental aspect of him when he was coming out. And I just think there's been times when you watch it, again, not being here, but where you just saw, really good play. And now then it was, hey, how can we consistently have this really good play? And all you can worry about is moving forward and what he's done from OTAs and now. And what I would say is from OTA 1 to now, I can't say that he's ever taken a step backwards. I think every single day has been a learning opportunity for him, and I think he's just continued to get a little bit better every single day.
I can't say he's ever taken a step backwards talking about Isaiah Adams. Yeah, that's a heck of a thing for a coach to talk about a player like that. There's a lot of things that's going to go into the Arizona Cardinals being even remotely better than what everybody thinks they're going to be. One of the most important things for them is the right side of that offensive line and how they hold up. It's just we feel good about Paris Johnson. We feel good about Sayamalu. We feel good about Yelda Froholt. How do we feel about Isaiah Adams and Chase Basantis? I don't know. How do we feel about Elijah Wilkinson at right tackle? I don't know. That right side of the offensive line, Gambo, you could argue is the weakest spot of the Cardinals' entire offense if you just step back and look at it from 30,000 feet. Skill position players are great. Even Jacoby Brissett is experienced, knows what he's doing. Left side of the offensive line looks good. The running back room is top-notch. Can the right side of that offensive line hold up? It might be the key to everything for them offensively, potentially.
Some of the notes that you see, it was the Cardinals. The offensive line has been the weak link so far. That's been the weak link. And, whether it's penalties or false starts, parts of penalties, or just not enough quality there, it does seem like the edge, Darius Robinson's getting a lot of rave reviews. Is it because he's that much better? Is it because of the offensive line he's going against?
Fair.
They've talked a lot about that, the guys that have struggled to protect the quarterback. So I do think the Achilles heel right now is definitely the offensive line.
Let's hit that reset button, find out what's going on in sports. Here comes Lauren to tell us what's in the 4 o'clock reset here on Arizona Sports.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
It's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have a whole lot. I didn't really know it then because my parents made sure our home was full of love and not things. But one day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just gifts, treats, and kindness I didn't fully understand at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, but I still remember opening that box and feeling the kindness of someone who wanted nothing in return. That moment stuck with me. It taught me that kindness matters. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie, because I know what a single act of kindness can mean to a kid, a family, to anyone. I don't know who left that box, but I've tried to pass that kindness on in everything we do at Moxie Pest Control. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-A-Thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Didn't realize the microphone was on. Sorry, Burnsy, didn't mean to scare you there. Anyway, here's what's trending now. We're a little over a week away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame's latest induction ceremony, meaning we're getting close to seeing Larry Fitzgerald get that gold jacket and that bronze bust in Canton. And Fitz was a guest of Wolf and Luke today. So there's been a lot of logistical planning leading up to next week, but he's excited.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
That full conversation you can listen to right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, check out Bickley and Murata's conversation with Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall from this morning. Hall told the guys that with the trade deadline just a few days away, he'd be surprised if the Diamondbacks didn't act upon it.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and, I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. Diamondbacks off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow. First of a 3-game series against the Guardians in Cleveland. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Arizona, the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event is on. 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, and $1,000 towards your down payment. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer expires on August 31st.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Let's find out what's going on in sports. Lauren is here. 4 o'clock reset. She's going to take us through top stories of the day. What's up?
Well, I convinced Matt over in 620 to order the MVP shirt. So now he wants me to order one, and we're going to match.
Gambo missed this yesterday.
No idea what you're talking about.
So, because Shohei Ohtani's not going to pitch the rest of the year, Lauren is now convinced that Pete Crow Armstrong is going to win the...
Convinced is too strong.
Okay. Believes that Pete Crow Armstrong is going to win the National League MVP, so she wants to buy some Pete Crow MVP gear to flaunt around here at the station. Including, what's the one that you like the most?
It's the letter M, and then it's Pete. After he hits a home run, he goes like this. That's the V.
That's the V, and then a P.
And then a P.
Yeah. That's what you missed.
By all means, live your best life. If that's
Gambo.
what makes you happy,
It is what makes me happy.
I support you 1,000%.
Sports makes me happy.
Buy the damn shirt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Buying tickets for a movie a month and a half from now at IMAX 70 makes me happy. And it makes you happy, too, apparently.
I've got my tickets for 2032. I will be there in 6 years. They opened up to 2032 for
By then, Christopher Nolan will have made 3 other movies by then, but that's okay. Gambo's got his IMAX tickets.
Doesn't matter. All right, well, let's start with some NFL news today. And a shout-out to our midday show, Wolf and Luke. They interviewed Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden today.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. Stacked show for them. You can go listen to those interviews now wherever you get your podcast, arizonasports.com. Also, we got some video from Anquan Bolden on that one. And 1 week from today, folks, the Cardinals will be playing the Panthers in the Hall of Fame game.
Crazy.
I know. Isn't it kind of crazy that we're already here?
Yeah, it is a little crazy.
Yeah. Tyler Algier, he spoke for the first time today, and he spoke on the Cardinals drafting Jeremiah Love and what he thought of that.
I felt like it was good. The front office has their reasons and all of that, but I think it's just another weapon to put on, get on the offensive side. I think it was a great pick, great player, great competition in the room, and we're really a backed up room, so it's great to have. I think depth, especially in this league, is always great to have, just having a lot of options, so it was a great piece.
He so said all the right things today.
Yes.
He really did. I do wonder, if he could go back and do it all over again, knowing now what he didn't know then, would he have chosen somebody else? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but he said everything right today. He handled it very, very well. I wonder about that in the back of my mind.
He got, just trying to see the guaranteed money, signed a 2-year, $12.25 million contract with $5.5 signing bonus and $8 million guaranteed. He's got $8 million guaranteed. Congratulations. You worked so hard in the NFL. Somebody gave you a contract with $8 million guaranteed. I'm sure he's happy. But I'm sure he wants a chance to prove himself too. So
yeah. I don't know. He did get paid, to Gambo's point. We'll never know. Like I say, he handled it very well today.
And an update on the 49ers wide receiver situation. 49ers are preparing for Ricky Pearsall to miss the entire season.
Wow, already?
Quote from a reporter covering the San Francisco 49ers, I think it is reasonable, rational, and logical for the 49ers to not expect Ricky Pearsall to make any contribution in 2026.
It's already started for 49ers.
I'm seeing it. Pearsall's outlook is increasingly grim. I'm talking about how the 49ers can't catch a break. Brandon Ayuk doesn't have a team yet, right? No. He's certainly not playing for the 49ers, man. He's been bashing his coach, and his coach got in some kind of car accident. It was his fault, and he was making fun of him.
Actually, that's the next thing. We have an update to that story, which is that Palo Alto police did not cite Kyle Shanahan for causing the car accident in which he was seriously injured because of the officer's discretion. The police also won't release body cam video, the 911 call, or the accident report. Kyle Shanahan said they could. He said it would be fine if they did, but the police department has decided not to.
Kyle Shanahan has been very, very clear about this. The accident was his fault.
Yeah.
It was not her fault. The 21-year-old driver, he dropped his phone. He went fishing for it between the seats. And boom, head-on collision that caused him to get injured, almost lose an eye. She was fine, right? I believe
so.
She escaped the accident unharmed. But Kyle Shanahan has been very clear, very direct, and very on the record. This was my fault, my responsibility, and nobody else's.
I had a guy swerve into my lane today. I almost had to swerve out of the lane. Wait, did I get it? I drove by, and he's on his phone. I'm like, can you people not have your phones in your hands when you're driving? Is it possible?
Please.
Like, is it possible to not be texting when? Please.
Yeah.
Like, this guy we're in two lanes, and he just starts to come over to my, and I know you're on your phone. I know, because unless you're a complete idiot, and I had to swerve out of the way to not get hit by this guy, and I drive by him, and he's on his phone. Like, you really?
It makes you think that and I don't know this for a fact, but the officer's like, that's Kyle Shanahan. And here's Kyle Shanahan saying, it doesn't matter that I was Kyle Shanahan. It was my fault. I did something wrong here. So
Tony Romo was like, I'm going to my grandma's house. I go to grandma's. You want me to do what? Can I stretch right now? Got 2 back surgeries. I don't feel so good. What'd you have to drink? Nothing.
There's your
The
Tony
video
Romo
is
impersonation.
really funny because he's just totally Tony Romo.
Oh,
So it's
I
just-
got to stretch. I'm on my bare feet. I'm going to stretch.
All right, and Baker Mayfield sat down today with Jeremy Fowler at their training camp, and he's playing in that final year of his deal, and he discussed how he's been upset and disappointed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers front office.
Between years, average, and guarantees, probably the most disappointing is years. Didn't get offered anything over 2, and so when you're told you're a franchise quarterback and they handle it otherwise, that's disappointing. So felt like I earned that. It's not a poor me pity party over here. It is what it is, and so that's why I said the deadline was training camp. Focused on the team, focused on getting better, and trying to give this team a better chance to win a Super Bowl.
Wow.
Who was that?
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield. So he is now saying he's going to go into this final year of the deal.
Be a free agent.
And be a free agent. Now, they can still tag him a year from now, but if Baker Mayfield somehow does make it to unrestricted free agency, he becomes a very interesting option for teams that need quarterbacks.
I don't know who it was. There was somebody on Twitter that was suggesting the Cardinals should trade their first-round pick for Baker Mayfield.
No, but if he really is going to be a free agent a year from now, and you want to talk about signing Baker Mayfield, I'll have that conversation.
But there's no way you give up a pick.
No.
But you don't do that.
Sign him
as a free agent.
Let's talk. I like Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
I'd be willing.
If you win enough games to not get one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the draft next year, then maybe. But if you can get a top 5, 6 pick and get one of those top quarterbacks, then no.
Of course.
Yeah. And New York Giants brass had a sit-down meeting with Cam Scatterboo following his backflip.
Honestly, it's about damn time.
Yeah.
Someone needs to be the grown-up in the room on that one. It's about
You
time.
notice I don't do box jumps around here anymore? I mean, they sat me down and they said, you have to stop jumping on everybody's desk. Stop. People are working. You can't just do a sideways box jump onto their desk.
We appreciate it.
And so if you've noticed, I no longer run around the office jumping on people's desks.
Far less computers broken.
I can't believe you would out me like that. I mean, yeah, I was the one who went to HR to complain about it, but why you got to talk about it on the radio like this? That's
Because
not
I
cool.
enjoyed it. It was good exercise I would get during the show. I'd walk around and just box jumping on desks until somebody ratted me out.
That's funny.
And in NBA news, the Phoenix Suns preseason schedule has been
released. Let's go!
October 5th, they will play at the Detroit Pistons. October 7th, at the Chicago Bulls. October 10th, home against the San Antonio Spurs. The 14th, at the Spurs. And the 16th, home against the Jazz.
Oh, Malawatch versus Wemby twice!
If Wemby plays.
If he plays.
If he plays in the preseason.
I don't know why you'd play him, to be honest.
Play a little bit. You play a little bit.
Yeah, I don't get that excited about the NBA preseason. It's kind of that's a tough watch. I find the NBA preseason to be difficult to take.
I think the worst is the NFL.
I mean,
starters are out by the first quarter. You look at all these. You go to these games and nobody's playing that you know.
This year's a little different with Carson Beck, but I do find the NFL preseason to be kind of a tough watch too.
I think they're all bad.
Spring training baseball is the best.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I love spring training baseball.
Amen to that.
I just love baseball.
All right, and one thing to end this reset, which is an update on the NBA investigation into the Clippers and whether they circumvented the salary cap to pay Kawhi Leonard, could drag into 2027 if the parties don't agree on findings or any proposed settlement that involves punishing the team.
Wow. I had a lot of information about that I think is being used that I put out when that happened because I had ownership groups tell me stuff that was going on with that thing. You might not remember, but we put out some information on it.
I vaguely remember that, but yeah, that's boy, they are really taking their sweet time with that, aren't they?
Truly taking way too long.
Come on, let's go.
That'll probably come out about the time I go to the movie in 2032.
Probably.
We might have an update on that, and Gambo will have seen the Odyssey in IMAX. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
When we come back, thank you, Lauren. Reasonable targets for the Arizona Diamondbacks to go after at the deadline. We'll give you some names and talk some possibilities next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Murray to Fitz on the far side, caught at the 45, and number 2 takes it to the 36. Larry Fitzgerald moves past Tony Gonzalez, number 2 all-time on the NFL receptions list.
Larry Fitzgerald, number 2 all-time. Unbelievable. And what did he do? Spotted the ball for the referees, spotted it, and went out and stood the slot.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the D-backs keep the momentum going in Cleveland? We'll get you ready for the series against the Guardians starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's crazy. It's almost like ESPN knew what we were about to talk about. On one of the 4 monitors we've got here in the studio, they're about to show a Nationals game. I don't know who they're playing. What is it, the Mets? Can't tell who that is. And they were interviewing, is the Braves. They were interviewing the guy I want the Arizona Diamondbacks to go get, and that's Luis Garcia Jr.
You do want Luis Garcia Jr.
That to me is the, now I don't, are the Nationals, and I'm sure they were asking him about it. I'm sure they were having a conversation with him about it. Are the Nationals even going to be sellers? Who knows? They're only 2 games out of the last
2 games out of a wild card spot.
But if we're going to have a conversation about targets that we like, I'm just going to be transparent with you and say I think he's the perfect fit.
Left-handed bat, hitting .281, 22 homers, 74 RBIs. He's a middle-of-the-lineup guy at 26 years old. He's a middle-of-the-lineup guy with some thump, right? There's some thump in that lineup. You look at those numbers, you say, okay, I'm pretty impressed. You look at the on-base percentage, you look at the RBIs, you look at the doubles, you look at the home runs. Okay, this guy really fits. As we've talked about with the contract, the Diamondbacks are very limited with what they can do. Now, he comes in under the amount of money that they would, they could sign him basically and not go over the luxury tax. He's making $6,875,000. He's arbitration eligible next year, so you would have him under control. He would be very, very costly, but the biggest question simply is, are the Nationals sellers? I don't know that they are. We're 2 games out. Right now, I'm going to tell you what I was told just a short time ago, that there are very few teams, very few players that could be available that would fit what the Diamondbacks are looking for. And there are very few sellers at this point. I would think right now the Nationals today are not a seller. Could that change? Maybe. But 2 games out, what does that say to your fan base?
Right. What does that say to your clubhouse? What does it say to your locker room?
We're 2 games out, we're selling. Why? We're right there. So that's going to be, and it's also a player you have control of.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to lose him next year. Nope. He's your player.
No, you'd have
That's
to be,
a hard player to get.
It is, and I know, I understand that. I understand I'm asking for something that I'm probably not going to get. I'm just saying, if you're telling me shoot the moon, who can you get? That's the guy I'd want, because I think he checks all the boxes. Left-handed, yes. Power, yes. Crushes right-handed pitching, absolutely he does. Plays first base. And when we had Alex in here earlier, I think that's an important distinction too. I'm not as interested in outfielders. I feel like I'm okay. Now, I know I'm going to lose Kepler come the postseason if the Diamondbacks are lucky enough to get there. But I feel like between him and Jordan Lawler and Ryan Waldschmidt kind of coming around a little bit, and maybe Gurriel coming back, I don't know if I really want an outfielder. I need a first baseman badly. I need left-handed, power-hitting first baseman in the worst kind of way. And that's why I want him.
And this is the type of player that Hazen has said, look, they are not going to give up top prospects for a rental. They will give up top prospects when you start to talk about players that you have control over. Now you could talk about Cunningham or Chrysantis or some of those players, Troy or Waldschmidt or Groover, you could talk about those guys if it's a guy that has control and you're going to have for more than just a partial season.
He's got the 19th best OPS against right-handers in baseball. Nearly 900 OPS against righties. He's got 19 home runs against right-handed pitching. That's 9th best in baseball. He's a straight platoon guy. He only has 51 at-bats against left-handed pitching. So he is straight platoon. But you think about like the Jock Peterson and how well they managed that a couple of years ago, kind of what they were thinking they were going to do with Pavin Smith. He's 26, as you mentioned. He's under team control. Do you have a guy you're interested? Do you have
I think that's the best name is Garcia Jr. I just don't know that he's available. There was another name that Alex had on his list that I thought was pretty interesting, and that was Nathaniel Lowe.
That's the other one I like too.
Yeah, because he's very, he's productive and he doesn't cost a lot of money. He's got 12 homers. He's got 33 RBIs. He's got a 255 batting average. He gives you a little bit of thump, not a lot of thump, but he gives you a decent bat. Been a good player in the league. So he's 31 years old. That's a good player to have. He's like his career high in home runs was 27. His career high in RBIs was 84. So he's capable of being a guy that could drive in runs and hit you some home runs. And I don't think he would cost you that much on Cincinnati player.
And the difference with him and Luis Garcia, there's no question the Cincinnati Reds are sellers. In my mind, there's no question. There's 6 games out of the last wild card spot right now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in front of them to jump. They're out of it. They're out of it. The Nationals, I'll give you that there's questions about the Nationals, about the Padres, about the Pirates, about the Marlins, the St. Louis Cardinals. There's questions about them. In my mind, there's no question about the Cincinnati Reds. They are sellers going into this deadline, and I'm gonna tell you something else. I'm gonna call my shot that by 3:00 in the afternoon on Monday, Nathaniel Lowe is a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Calling my shot. I think it's going to be him. I think he's going to be the one for all the reasons that you just said. The money's reasonable.
Okay, Babe Ruth.
The prospect inventory. I'm call my shot right now. Nathaniel Lowe will be a member of the. I think he's the guy. I bet he's the one they end up going to get.
Again, his salary's very low. He comes way in under, you don't have to worry about the tax with him. And the prospect give up for him is probably not that great. You might not have to give up a top 10 prospect to get him. Might be able to give up 2, single A and a double A guy with some potential.
Any pitchers? Any relief pitchers?
There's some decent names, pitcher-wise, that are available. I was looking at bullpen help. But I just don't they can't address all of their needs, right? They can't address all of their needs. So it really comes down to what do you prefer? I prefer that they go get a bat as well. I think that's the best scenario for them. I had a list of names. I just don't know if I have it in front of me right now for guys that they could get. I think Luis Ariz is a great name. I just don't think you're going to get him because the simple fact is he wants to play second base. So I don't think that that's something that you can do because he wants to play second base. I think Nathaniel Lowe is a good name for a guy that you could get that's not going to cost you a whole lot. I don't know that there's a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher that kind of, like people have mentioned Freddie Peralta as a possibility. Yeah. I just don't know that fits. So I don't know if I have a pitching name. I haven't heard anything, if that's what you're asking to. I have not heard of any names.
And I was kind of asking that. There's a couple of Angels guys, Reed Detmers, Jose Soriano.
Soriano's been a name that a lot of people have talked about, yep.
And Detmers is like at 2.6. Soriano's at 2.9. Emerson Hancock, who's a younger, very controllable pitcher for the Seattle Mariners. They are dangling him because they are looking for a bat. He only makes $795,000 this year. He's going to cost a fortune. But there is tremendous history between the Diamondbacks and the Mariners when it comes to trades.
Yes.
So there's a built-in kind of consider that. Then there's another interesting name, too, especially with everybody believing that Tarek Skubal is on his way out. And most people think it's either going to be the Dodgers, the Brewers, or maybe the Rays.
Seems like they're going to trade him.
If they're going to trade Tarek Skubal, would they also trade Casey Mize?
Good player.
And would the Diamondbacks get in on Casey Mize? He makes about $6 million this year. Now, again, I don't think they can afford to do that. And too much else is a bat. And I agree with you. The bat needs to be the priority. but
it cannot add up to over $6 million in salary
unless you subtract.
Unless you trade Thompson or you trade Gurriel, or you trade somebody else. That's why the whole can they be buyers and sellers, not sellers like sellers to free up money, not sellers for any because they're out of it, but sellers to free up money.
When we come back, how much of the Cardinals rookies will we see? Should we see this upcoming season? That's coming up next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
It's an anniversary day.
Whose anniversary?
It's the anniversary of this show.
Is it really?
13 years on the air. Yes.
13 years.
Is this the longest tenure either of you have had with?
Oh, by far.
Any partner, any job,
any relationship of all.
That's half my life.
Wow.
I didn't get you a gift, Bick, but just know I am wearing something slinky.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I could have lived a lifetime without hearing that. Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. I got to focus on Global Credit Union. Back here to tell you about Global because I've got a checking account, I've got a savings account, I've got a loan with Global Credit Union. I can tell you firsthand, their commitment to me as a member, their commitment to all of their members when it comes to saving money through better rates on the loans, lower fees on the checking and the savings accounts, in some cases, no fees on the checkings and savings accounts. It's real. I feel it every day. I appreciate it all the time because it is just so different. And their level of commitment to making sure I'm doing the best I can to save money is very real. They also 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support. I needed that customer support a couple of weekends ago. On a Saturday, I was having a little bit of a money issue. I called the traditional bank, got nobody. I called Global Credit Union. I got somebody. I got answers. I got a little peace of mind. I don't know if you can put a price tag on that. 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support with Global Credit Union. Joining is simple. Sign up online by going to globalcu.org or stop by any of their branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
What do we get with a built Ford Tough truck? Easy, more capability, durability, more confidence for whatever the road or job throws our way. Paul Calvisi here. Quality, that means America's best-selling line of trucks, the Ford F-150 and Super Duty. Work truck or versatile SUV for the family, our Desert Ford dealers have us covered. And right now, on the best-selling truck brand in Arizona, get a 2000
2026 Ford F-150 with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, plus 2-year premium maintenance plan and 90 days deferred payments. What's more, on a 2026 Ford Explorer, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 matching down payment, that 2-year premium maintenance plan, and 90 days deferred payments at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. We're a little over a week away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame's latest induction ceremony, meaning we're getting close to seeing Larry Fitzgerald receive his gold jacket and a bronze bust in Canton. And Fitz was a guest of Wolf and Luke earlier today, said there's been a lot of logistical planning leading up to next week, but he's very much looking forward to it.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
That full conversation is available to listen to right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, you can find Bickley and Murata's conversation with Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall from earlier today. Hall told the guys with the trade deadline just a few days away, he'd be surprised if the Diamondbacks didn't act upon it.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. Diamondbacks are off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow, first of a 3-game series against the Guardians in Cleveland. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, online at thewindowdepot.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, back on Burns and Gambo. We'll be back out at Cardinals training camp on Monday.
The final day, right?
That's the final day of our training camp coverage. First preseason game, of course, is the Hall of Fame game coming up a week from today. They'll take on the Carolina Panthers. Their second preseason game is 2 weeks from today when they take on, I think it's the Vegas Raiders, if I'm not mistaken, on that Thursday the 13th. Yes? Am I right? Yeah, okay. So we're there. I mean, we're just about there. Football season, I think the opener for the Cardinals is like 45 days away or something like that. We're there. Really, I don't know if thought-provoking is the phrase I want to use, but certainly it was an interesting read today from Teo Mackey, who covers the team for AZ Central, in which he kind of, based off of his observations on training camp so far, he's noticed that, Jeremiah Love certainly has not been handed the job at running back. Chase Basantis certainly has not been handed the job at right guard.
Yeah.
Certainly
Good.
Carson Beck has not been handed the job at quarterback. Now that one's a little different, obviously, with the complexities of the position. But he kind of wondered out loud if this team truly is rebuilding, and certainly they profile as a team that's doing just that is rebuilding. Shouldn't they be committing more to playing the young guys
Later.
and really leaning into the young guys?
Not now. Later, yes. There is a time for that. There's no question. That time is this year. But it is not now. You have to believe that you have a chance to win. You have to believe. When I was with you, we had Mac Wilson on. What did he say to us? I'm going to surprise some people.
He said,
all right.
Remind me what he said to us.
He said, we're going to surprise some people.
Oh,
I just told you what he said.
Sorry, I missed the connection there.
Orange is thinking.
He's I'm
like, at the end of the day, you can't go based off what a team did last year. Everybody 0-0. You don't know how the season going to go. And, all I can tell my guys is we're going to take it one day at a time. We're going to take it one game at a time. And if we do that, we buy into the details and we lean on one another, we'll be successful.
Hey, we had Trey McBride on yesterday. He missed you, by the way. He said hi.
Okay.
He said he felt bad.
He could just text me and say hi.
He didn't text you.
Just text me.
Sorry about that. We had Trey McBride on yesterday.
Did you or did you not tell him about Will Johnson?
Oh, I forgot to tell him about Will Johnson.
What about Will Johnson?
We had Will Johnson on yesterday.
Yeah.
You know how he spent his summer? A week of his summer? He was in Lake Como, Italy
No way.
He was a guest of the owner of the soccer franchise in Lake Como. He went to the stadium. He hung out in the owner's suite. He did like a week in, Venice and Lake Como? Milan and Lake Como. Milan and Lake Como. And he was there mostly as a guest.
You're kidding me.
No, I am. He's like, literally before this interview, I was wearing a Lake Como soccer jersey. And I've got my gear on now for practice. I'm like, oh, Gambo is going to be
Did you tell him that?
Yeah. I said, Gambo's going to be so heartbroken. He's not here to talk with you about this. Oh, yeah. I mean, like yesterday, with good reason for you to not be there with what was going on with Mr. Fred. Totally get it. But Trey McBride, your guy, was like, where the hell's Gambo? And then Will Johnson comes in and he's like, yeah, I was hanging out in Lake Como, the soccer stadium. You know, the owner hosted me. And I'm like, oh, poor Gambo.
Wow. I am going to get season tickets.
You two could have talked about that all day long.
Yeah, I'm working out. I'm going to buy a place there, and probably sometime early next year, I'm going to fly out there, and I'm going to buy a place in Italy. And I want to be close to Milan because my favorite. I have two favorite cousins, but one of my favorite cousins lives in Milan. The other one goes back and forth between Rome and Catania, Sicily. But I also like Switzerland a lot, and Lake Como is very close to Switzerland. So I want to buy a place there. That's my preference, is to buy a place there. So I'm going to go look for a place once I get my citizenship approved, which should be any day now. And then I want to get tickets I want to get season tickets for that stadium.
Will Johnson's your guy.
Lake Como.
Will Johnson's your guy.
I want to get season tickets.
So anyway, Trey McBride kind of said the same thing yesterday too. He made a comment on NFL Network about how he thinks they're going to shock some people, and I asked him about it. Do you have the cut, Mitch?
I think the belief in each other, the belief in our team, the belief in what we have in the building. It's really about us. It's not about what everyone else is doing. It's about what we can do. And like I said, and I truly mean that, we do have a tremendous offensive skill. We have a tremendous offense, and I'm just excited to see us go and let it loose. And I think we can shock a lot of people, and we just got to go out there and do it. That's really the bottom line. We just got to go out there and do it, and I'm excited to see our guys go.
Now, I want to be fair to Teo because I think Teo does a really, really good job covering the Arizona Cardinals.
Very good, very good.
He mentioned in the piece, look, it's early to be looking at how reps are being divvied up in training camp and concluding that, they're not committed to the youth movement because Jeremiah Love and Tyler
Algiers have to try to win.
Are splitting reps right now. He said this might look very different a month from now. This might look very different 2 months from now. But I agree with you. For right now, you can't just completely lean into a youth movement without giving the veterans in the room and looking like you're trying to make something out of this.
Love better beat out Connor and Algier. He better, okay? As far as Beck and Basantis is concerned, they have to play a lot this year. They just don't have to play a lot early. Mm-hmm. Okay, you owe it to your team to go out there and try to win football games. Some people think they're going to be 0-11 at some point. I don't know. But if it does, when it starts to go off the rails and the season starts to slip away and you realize that you're not going to make the playoffs, at that time there has to be a plan in place for the rookies to get more playing time. And it's not just Carson Beck. It's the other guys. There needs to be more playing time for them. You've got to commit to that youth movement the second you can look in the mirror and say, we're out of this thing. Mm-hmm. That may come earlier than expected, but at some point, we expect that they're going to be out of this thing, and that's when they're going to have to turn to those guys.
Mike LaFleur was talking yesterday about Jacoby Brissett. Somebody took note of the fact that Brissett kind of pulled aside Beck during some of the 11-on-11 works and kind of coached him up a little bit. Here's what Mike LaFleur said about that.
I'm getting to know Jacoby, right, in terms of in person, but from afar and knowing so much about him through all the years, not shocking. Again, he's seen it all. Right now, there's a language barrier, obviously, because we're teaching him what our system and our words. But the most important aspect of this whole thing is when the ball snapped, he's played football, and he's done a lot of these things that we're asking him to do, and so that's the stuff that I'm not worried about, and that's the good thing. Like we'll catch up with the verbiage and all that. So I don't know exactly what he's saying. It was pretty cool yesterday. I know Jacoby kind of got on a little heater there, and he was pretty excited. And next thing you know, you got to see Jacoby's personality. Me first and foremost. You guys probably saw it a year ago. I didn't get to see it in terms of just his excitement for his teammates when the other groups were out there. I didn't know what was going on half the time when he was gone. I was like, hey, the ones aren't up yet. He was just going to celebrate with the guys or give some little tidbits to the quarterbacks. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, so give it, to your point, give it time. I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Give it time. There's plenty of time for you to give the Carson Becks of the world and the Chase Basantises of the world. But I also agree, Jeremiah Love,
he's got to play.
He's got to play. He's got to play.
Third pick in the draft, he's got to play.
He's got to play. And I'd be surprised if he does.
I saw something with Jacoby. Somebody was asking him about, like, are you caught up to speed? He's like, hell no. Like, I got a lot of work to do. This is my first day. And some people are like, that's a concern. I wish they would have got that done earlier because he would be a little bit more up to speed if they had.
An autographed Larry Fitzgerald football could be yours. We're down to the final 4 in the Countdown to Canton Best Fitz Moments bracket. He actually voted on that today, by the way, when he was on with Wolf and Luke. Round 3 voting is open through
do we
Sunday.
know what he voted for?
I do. I'll tell you in the next segment, as a matter of fact. If you haven't voted, text FITZ to 620-620 for a link to the bracket. Larry Fitzgerald's going to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame next week. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. He says the speech is done. Today, he reflected on his career with Wolf and Luke, and the thing that stood out to me was Larry Fitzgerald's biggest regret. You'll hear what it is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain, and the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN. high-end for QC Kinetics.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
Let's get an update on our poll question real quick. Here's Lauren. It's over at ArizonaSports.com. Good question today. The Arizona Diamondbacks right now tied for the second wild card spot in the National League, along with the Philadelphia Phillies. Will they stay there? That's part of the question. Lauren, what you got?
That's part of the question because we're asking you guys to make a prediction. Where will the D-backs finish the season? Will they be the top wild card, the second wild card, the third wild card, or on the outside looking in?
Third wild card.
Yeah, I think I could see second. The Phillies are falling apart right now.
It's going to be close. And it's easy to say this because this is recency bias. Man, they play a lot of games against the San Diego Padres between now and the end. I think they actually...
Oh, my God.
What?
Your boy just hit a home run that may have left the ballpark.
Go get him.
Okay,
get him.
You need to see this. You need to see this, and I know this is live radio and this sounds terrible. Luis Garcia Jr. just hit a ball, 111.1 exit, 436 feet into like the... Watch this thing.
Oh, just hung a curveball and he...
Watch where it lands.
Demolished it.
Watch how nobody moves.
Yeah, right fielder took like 3 steps. To the chop
Look
house.
where it lands.
It's over the chop house.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, go get him.
Oh, my goodness.
Go get him.
Also, listen to his interview on ESPN pregame. They did not ask him about the upcoming trade deadline.
No, they didn't? Okay.
They did not.
They're winning this game 2-0 right now. This is like...
I know they're not going to trade him.
They're 2 games out.
If
they win this game...
Dreaming's free, Gambo. Dreaming's free.
Yeah, nobody ever charged you for dreaming.
Nobody ever.
No. All right. Well, third wild card spot leading the way with 37% of the vote. 28% now both going with outside looking in and the second wild card. And 6% going with the top wild card. And extra, I pulled one of my favorite moments from Generation Gap so that Gambo can understand what happens.
Can I try to answer the question?
I'm going to ask you the question first because it's hard to pause.
All right.
Who famously broke up the Beatles?
Yoko Ono.
Fantastic. Okay, keep that in mind while you listen to this.
What artist, singer, and activist is infamously credited with breaking up the Beatles when she married John Lennon?
Oh. No.
Oh, man. I'm going to hear the name.
Okay.
And I'm going to know exactly who it is.
I have a guess.
A truly amazing moment.
You have a guess? I have a guess.
Okay, let's talk about
I don't want to embarrass myself.
What's your guess?
Marilyn Monroe.
No. Marilyn Monroe is incorrect.
No, that's
you
not
don't even know.
Steal.
You don't even know what you just did, Sammy.
You don't. Sammy, the answer is Yoko Ono. And when you were ruminating over the question, you said, oh, no. You actually said the answer. Do we get points? That is the greatest moment this game will ever produce.
Get points we all looked at each other. I don't know.
Oh, no. It's great. Correct. Play the tape.
Let's give him the points. But have you guys ever have?
No.
That was
funny.
I heard that live. That was so funny. That was a few weeks ago. That was great. That's Marilyn Monroe from the Beatles. Oh no, you're correct.
Right.
That's who it was.
It's almost like the Who's on First.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
That's exactly, yeah.
Fitz was a guest on Wolf and Luke today. He's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
So awesome.
They asked him about the best play of his career. We currently have a contest where we're asking a March Madness style bracket, asking our listeners to vote on the best moment. They asked Fitz today.
I mean, the Super Bowl touchdown, the 64-yard touchdown was, you kind of have to give that the nod just because of the implications, to be able to take the lead in the Super Bowl. That was pretty special.
Cardinals moving left to right. Warner to pass with time. Fires over the middle to Fitz. Caught at the 45, 50. Fitz is loose 40, 30. Goodbye. 10-5. Cardinals lead. Touchdown. Larry Fitzgerald.
Right now, the voting is the 64-yard touchdown in the Super Bowl is beating the 75-yard gain in overtime against the Packers. The one where he ran down to the 5.
Right.
And then the other semifinal is the next play, the shovel pass to Fitz from Carson Palmer that won the game against the Packers versus the 3 touchdown catches he had against the Eagles in the NFC Championship
So if
game.
I remember correctly, the 64-yard touchdown pass in the Super Bowl came so late in the fourth quarter.
2 minutes and 37 seconds.
That it was like, oh, my God, they're going to win the freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, the Cardinals are going to win the Super Bowl.
That's it.
And then the Steelers came back and scored.
2 minutes and 37 seconds.
And they were up by 3.
And they were up by 3, 23-20. And I remember thinking
Neil
after
Racker's extra point.
I remember thinking after that game was over, the Cardinals could do everything right for the next 10 years and not be 2 minutes and 37 seconds away from winning a Super Bowl. That's how hard it is to be that close to your dreams. It was a great interview with Fitz. I would encourage everybody. They spent almost a half hour with them on Wolf and Luke. I would encourage everybody to go to arizonasports.com or YouTube, watch and listen to it. I got 2 responses here that I want to play for you, Gambo. He was asked a question about if he had any regrets in his career, and he kind of gave an answer about his career and just, realizing that, hey, maybe not every season, enjoying the Super Bowl more because he thought they were going to be able to get back, and they obviously never did. Then he said this about that 2008 playoff run.
If I had one regret, I wish Anquan was 100% during that playoff run. During the Falcons, he had that hamstring.
Yep.
And he wasn't like the Anquan that we all knew. He was kind of he was laboring a little bit. And if we have 100% Anquan, oh no, man, it's. I think the run looks a lot different.
I thought that was really interesting. It was so long ago, almost 20 years now. I had forgotten that Anquan Boldin was dinged during that run, and they still were 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
How many playoff wins since then?
Since
the Super Bowl,
the 2008. Is it
2?
It was 1 the year after. Because they won and then they lost to the Saints, and then Kurt's career was done. And then I think it was just the one under Carson Palmer. So 2, right?
Carson had 2 wins because they got to the NFC Championship game.
I've got wild card January 10th, 2010 against the Packers in overtime, the 2009 playoffs, and I have 2015, the other overtime win against the Packers.
That's it. Because
the next year they lost in the division game.
Mm-hmm.
In 2014, they lost the wild card game. In 2015, they lost in the conference game against the Panthers. They got clobbered by the Panthers. Remember that?
Yep.
They had won the game before that against Green Bay. So they beat Green Bay, and then they lost to...
The answer is 2.
The answer is 2.
The answer is 2. 1 with Kurt Warner the year after the Super Bowl.
In 20 years.
And then 1 with Carson Palmer with the Fitz in the overtime play and the shovel pass to win it. because that year they clinched the bye, and so they immediately advanced to the divisional round.
So 2 wins in 20 years.
Yeah.
Since the Super Bowl.
2 wins in 20 years since the Super Bowl.
It's crazy to think like, hey, I think we're going to get back. I think we're going to get back. I think we're going to get back. In 20 years, they've won 2 games.
One more from Fitz on what teammate helped him the most early in his career.
There's different versions of it, right? You know, I needed Kurt Warner at 21 years old to teach me how to be a professional, to teach me how to conduct themselves, you know, how to think about, you know, your philanthropic endeavors, how to set up a foundation, how to be accountable fighters, and all of those things. I needed him at that time. And then, you know, you get a guy like Kurt Warner where I was in my prime, and, you know, I've been in, you know, the quarterback position had kind of been turned over a lot, you know, for a few years. I didn't have a lot of stability at that position. He gave me stability for a few years with him.
It was the first name he mentioned. First name he mentioned.
How could it not be?
I was wondering if it was going to be Bolden, but yeah, how could it not be, right? Because Warner just, the two of them together.
His game was great, but Warner elevated him to another level, and they got to win.
Yeah. I would encourage everybody, again, to listen to the entire interview. And not only that, they had Anquan Bolden on today, too. Really good content from Wolf and Luke when it comes to Larry Fitzgerald. When we come back, how are the Diamondbacks going to be operating at the trade deadline? And we'll circle back to Gambo's news that he had yesterday about the restrictions the Diamondbacks have going into the deadline. We'll talk about how restrictive those will be next on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
It's summer's last hurrah. Bunker to Bunker's last two-person scramble event of the summer is on Saturday, August 22nd at the Junior National Golf Club in Goodyear. Come celebrate with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, and big raffle and prizes, all for just $100. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting the Junior National Foundation, changing the lives of youth through the game of golf. Open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. We're a little over a week away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame's newest induction class being inducted. Sorry for the repetition there. Meaning we're getting close to seeing Larry Fitzgerald receive that gold jacket and a bronze bust in Canton. Fitz was a guest of the Wolf and Luke show today. Said there's been a lot of logistical planning leading up to next week, but he's very much looking forward to it.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
That full conversation is available right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, after you're done listening to Fitz's combo, Anquan Bolden also joined Wolf and Luke earlier today. Two great combos there. A third great one, this time with Bickley and Murata. Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall from earlier this morning. Hall told the guys that at the trade deadline, just a few days away, he would be surprised if the Diamondbacks didn't make any changes.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
MLB trade deadline is on Monday. We've actually got the Nationals game on in here right now. And for those of you that are clamoring for a left-handed hitting first baseman, Luis Garcia Jr. already has a double and a home run in this game, which is good in terms of prospects, but not good because it means the Nationals are winning. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Don't miss the summer excitement at Talking Stick Resort. You can earn entries starting August 1st for your chance to win up to $10,000 or a 2027 BMW convertible. More details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Mitch Brad and Cole Drake lead the Diamondbacks to a series win over the Guardians this weekend? We'll preview the series tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show, and we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Gambo and I back together after he very importantly took yesterday off to be able to attend to the family pets and
Mr.
the family
Fred.
in general. Mr. Fred is going to come through with flying colors, we hope. Everything so far so good.
He was in heart failure and took him to the hospital after our vet sent us to the hospital, and they saved him.
Yep.
And he's back home with us now, and they did a tremendous job, and could not believe that they were able to save him. So all glory to God. I prayed for it hard, and Mr. Fred is back with us right now.
So it's good to have everybody back. We got the team here. Not at Cardinals camp. We'll be back there next week. Calvisi filled in yesterday. Did a fantastic job, as he always does. In the meantime, trade deadline. That's clearly the number one story of the day.
Yes.
It's coming up on Monday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And yesterday, Gambo sent out a super long tweet that had a lot of people talking. And I think had a lot of Diamondback fans looking at it and wondering if it meant that the Diamondbacks weren't going to be active at the trade deadline. And I know you know this, and I know this too. Your tweet didn't mean that yesterday.
No, they're going to be active. They're going to do something.
It just meant that we need to temper our expectations in terms of how much money they have available to be able to be active. And we shouldn't expect some massive shopping spree from the D-backs in terms of them acquiring a bunch of names or like one really expensive name.
The biggest thing I started with was they're going to rely more on the players coming back. They've got quality arms coming back in Justin Martinez and Michael Soroka and Corbin Burns. They're going to get a bat back in Jordan Lawler. And the feeling is that they are going to rely more on those guys than they will the deadline. They are going to make a trade. They might make two, but they're limited in what they can add because of where they are compared to the luxury tax. This is a record high payroll for the Arizona Diamondbacks by a lot. They've never spent anywhere close to this amount of money. Unfortunately, right now they've got $100 million on the field and over $100 million on the sideline. It sucks, but that's the reality. They are about $6 to $7 million under the tax line. They are not going to exceed the tax. And the simple reason why is once they exceed the tax, they forfeit the redistribution money that comes from Major League Baseball. That would be roughly $30 million that they would just give up if they do that.
In other words, the check they get from Major League Baseball for not being for being a non-tax-paying
for being
team,
under the luxury tax,
they wouldn't get that tax.
They
wouldn't get that check.
Nope, they wouldn't get the check. There's 9 taxpayers. Those teams are going to pay about $500 million in taxes.
And
half of that money goes to the Players Association. The other half goes to the teams.
Okay.
It's distributed. The Diamondbacks are one of the top teams to get it. It's based on attendance. It's based on record. It's based on a lot of different things. They stand to make about $30 million. The second they go over that threshold, they don't get that money. They're not going to go over the threshold. So now you're looking at about a $6 to $7 million window. That limits the players that you could bring in. You've got to bring in players that are not making that much. Now, if you bring in a player on an expiring deal, the only money that counts, this is the one area where I was a little bit off on this. The gesture of everything I said is completely right. The one thing I was a little bit off on based on the information I was given was that if they sign a player, the whole contract counts for the Diamondbacks in the collective bargaining tax. If it's a player on an expiring deal, it's only part of that. It's only the prorated part. You sign a guy's making $10 million, you go him $4 million, you got only $4 million counts. If it is a player on a multiple year contract, then that collective bargaining tax is higher than just the prorated portion in most cases. So that's I just clarified that a little bit. But the bottom line is everything I said is right. They're not going to go over the tax. They're $6 to $7 million under. That's what they can afford to use in a trade. Yep. They're not going to go over it.
And that's the bullet point takeaway from all of this. They've got about $6 to $7 million to add. Now, you heard Derek Hall on this morning with Bickley Murata, and Derek made it very clear once again, basically saying we're really good at buying and selling at the same time. It's kind of our MO. It's kind of what we do. And I heard that, and knowing your information, I heard that and kind of interpreted that as, hey, look, maybe they've got some salaries they can move to subtract financially to give them more flexibility to add. Now, I thought of like Ryan Thompson. I know it's been a struggle for him the last week or so. Maybe you move off Ryan Thompson, save yourself $1 million or $2 dollars, and that gives you $1 million or $2 dollars more to spend at the trade deadline. Maybe you trade one of your top prospects in the system, but you make that team take on Gurriel's contract or Gallen's contract. And now you've got a lot more money that's available to you at the trade deadline. To me, I think that's what buying and selling at the same time looks like in 2026 for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That's what it would be.
Clearing a little money so you can spend a little more at the deadline.
I'm going to take on this high salary guy, and I will give you these prospects, but I need you to take Gallen, and because I need to get off of this. And that would help me because, again, they're not going to go over that. It's such a risk, right? You get to the wild card, you play 2 games on the road, you lose both, you don't get a home game, you don't get much revenue. You just forfeited $30 million. People don't care about the finances, but it's irresponsible. It's irresponsible to go over that and lose $30 million if you don't have a team that you feel can win a championship. And with all the guys that they have out and injured, I don't know if anybody thinks this is a championship team or even if one player can make them go. There's no J.D. Martinez available as a bat. There's not a bat that's J.D. Martinez. And they might not be one player away from winning a championship. They might be one player away from making the playoffs. But the risk of, trying to go over the tax and losing out on the redistribution money, it's It's just not a wise business decision. And I know people don't care about the business part of it, but it's the reality.
Well, it's whether they care about it or not. I don't want to say it's irrelevant because I understand there are going to be some fans who are just going to say spend, spend, spend. We don't care. It's not my money. I don't care. But what we're doing is we're telling you how it is. All right, this is how it's going to be. This is how they're going to approach it. They're not gonna do this. So what you have to do is you have to look at the trade deadline and you have to look at the names that are available. And you do have to factor in salary. You have to look at like I just pulled up, for example, and I'm just using this guy as an example. I just pulled up Robbie Ray. Okay. Now, I don't think the Diamondbacks are going to trade for Robbie Ray.
$23 million?
$25 million. Okay.
So that's about a 7.5.
Yep. So he's right on the cusp of being a little too expensive for them to go get.
Yep.
Because he's in the last year of his deal. He's got about a third of that annual salary left. He's probably too expensive
about $8 million.
for them. Yeah, so
they can't get him.
They can't get him
unless they traded somebody.
But a guy like Luis Arraez, in theory, they could go get him because he's in the last year of his deal. He's making $12 million total,
so about
which
$5.
means he's owed about $4 or $5 million left on his deal, and he fits.
He sneaks in there.
He sneaks in. So you just have to look at everybody through that filter. That's why I like Luis Garcia Jr. He just barely fits. It's the reason why there are other players like Reed Detmers, Jose Soriano of the Angels.
Who fit.
They fit. They fit fine. And it's just an added filter that you have to look at things through. Again, the big takeaway here is don't misinterpret that as that they're not buying at the deadline. It just might be more cautious buying, and they are also. And I worry about this part a little bit. I do think they are also focusing on the guys they're getting back. Part of me worries, Gambo, they're focusing a little too much on the guys they're getting back because I just don't know how much you can count on the guys you're getting back in terms of how much they're going to give you when they do come back.
Fair question. We don't know.
What's Justin Martinez going to actually be able to do when he comes back? What's Corbin Burns going to actually be able to do?
There's a best and a worst case scenario. If the best case scenario is Corbin Burns comes back and every time he takes the ball, you have a really good chance to win. And Justin Martinez is throwing the ball 100 miles an hour, and he's fine, and he can give you, and he can't pitch back-to-back games, but, he can give you a big arm out of the bullpen.
That's my worry, is that they're counting on those guys a little too much. When we come back, what stands out the most to our lead Cardinals writer, Tyler Drake, through the first week of training camp and the first 2 padded practices. We'll talk with Tyler next here on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a legitimate Football Friday. We'll get you updated on the Cardinals and all the pertinent NFL news. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quiet day for the Arizona Cardinals today. They had not a walkthrough, but what was described as a run-through. But camp continues. 2 padded practices so far. Preseason opener Hall of Fame game is 1 week from today. And look at that bright, smiling face joining us right now in the YouTube chat. That is our own Tyler Drake, co-host of the Cards Corner podcast with Lauren Koval. He's joining us from home right now.
Checked in with me last night on Mr. Fred. Always appreciate Tyler checking in when things like that happen. Thank you.
Tyler's
Yep. That's where I was starting, man. I'm glad everything's good, man. I started reading your tweet last night, and I did not expect to hear good things at the end of that thing.
Yeah, there were so many people that condolences. I'm so sorry you lost your dog. I'm like, you didn't read the whole tweet. He made it. Like, they saved him. I had like 10 people.
I got to admit.
That were like, your dog died. I'm sorry.
I hate to say I laughed about that, but I got to admit, I was reading some of the replies. I'm like, the dog didn't die.
The dog didn't die.
You know, and you responded to every single one of them like, the dog's still alive.
He lived.
The dog's still alive.
It was like the physical too long didn't read me.
Right. Well, people just see a picture and you got a picture of you and your dog, and people automatically assume your dog died.
That's
Mr.
true.
Fred.
Also, hey, I'm down to go see the Odyssey if you guys got extra tickets. Just let me know.
Really?
You could go buy them right now. They're there.
Yeah. Darren Urban apparently was listening to the show, and he went and bought like 5 because they just opened up like a block of a month's worth at the IMAX 70 mil.
Good to hear.
Over there at Arizona Mills. Okay, enough about that, even though that was all good, worthy conversation. Let's talk about the Arizona Cardinals and training camp. And I'm going to ask you, with just from the padded practices alone, like the real football that we've seen, what would you classify as your number one takeaway so far from the 2 practices that we've seen with them in pads, Tyler?
Yeah, I think one thing is that a lot of these position groups are deep. Like, one of the deepest rooms I think right now that I'm seeing is the wide receivers room. I mean, there's guys on the back end of that depth chart that are really starting to show out. I mean, Amir Smith-Marset, like he came out and balled during the last padded practice. And he's also a guy who could be in the return game. You look at Devin Duvernay. He's got a really good connection with Carson Beck right now. That's really stood out. Then obviously I'm going to the running backs because, I mean, you've got Jeremiah Love, who looks like the real deal. He's shifty. lifty. He's quick. He's got the hands. Like everything you thought this guy could be, he's living up to that right now. And obviously, yeah, it's camp. You've got to really take it with a grain of salt. But everything I see, he looks legit. And then you've got Tyler Algier taking a lot of those first team reps, getting first crack there. James Conner working his way back up. And hey, Trey Benson's kind of popping. He's kind of popping. He's back with the team drills now and showed out a little bit. And then, yeah, cornerbacks room. That's another one. Super deep room right now because you've got Max Melton playing a little better. You've got Elijah Jones playing better. You've got Starling Thomas still on the roster too. So there's a lot of these position groups that I think I'm seeing a lot of positive movement there. And now it's just about, hey, when you look at the offensive line, that's where they've got to start getting deeper because that's one of the biggest issues that I've seen so far.
I don't want to talk quarterback or running back because I feel like we do that so much. I want to talk number 2 cornerback and that battle and how good that battle could be because it seems like that could come right down to the wire.
Oh, I think it's already a great battle with Denzel Burke and Max Melton. Like they are going at it. It's first team, second team. They're splitting back and forth. And it's really like one snap. Okay, that's Max's. The other one. Okay, that's Denzel. Like it's a really fun matchup to watch. And it's great because, you know, Max Melton, he's got a lot riding on him. This second round pick, he's got to start popping here. So I really do like how that battle's shaking out. And yeah, I thought Denzel Burke really had a stranglehold on that thing heading into camp. And you can see kind of the Max Melton, he's creeping in there. He's getting in the conversation. So it's going to be, like you said, it is going to come down to the wire, I think. I think the preseason games are really going to show you something.
I think Max fell out of favor a little bit with the coaching staff last year. But then on the side note, Rollis is back. Yeah. So how will that, like, I do think he fell out of favor with Gannon and Rollis, but it's not like there's a new defensive coordinator come in and it's a clean slate. Rollis knows Melton. If there was any negatives last year, I do wonder how that could affect the battle.
Yeah, me too. And then you look at the other side of it. Max Melton's getting more of these return options too. He's in there with the returners. So he's also trying to expand his game a little bit more to where he can be a guy that's not just solely defensive. So that might be part of the equation too. Whereas if Burke wins that job, you still got Melton who can also fill in as a special teamer there.
Tyler Drake is joining us, our Cardinals writer for ArizonaSports.com and our co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast with Lauren Koval, which you guys are recording, once a week now, maybe even a couple times? Okay. Darius Robinson is a very, very important player in this equation, given his status and his disappointing performance so far. Is he popping at camp because he's popping, or is he popping because the offensive line has so many questions?
I think it's a little bit of both. I do think Darius he's got some moves in the pass rush that I think are really working in his favor. I'm seeing a little bit of Calais Campbell just from some of the stuff that he's been able to add to his toolbox. Like obviously Calais is Calais, but the little glimpses there. And, you know, he's working some of these guys. I mean, Isaiah Adams has been talked about a lot, very, very highly here. And when you think about it, like, I see a lot of Darius Robinson getting by him. So I do think part of that is the line, but I do think some of the guys like Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan III, like these guys look like they're taking the appropriate steps. But I will say the right side of the line has got to step up because there's been some moments where Baron Browning has gotten the best of Elijah Wilkinson on a couple spin moves. Like I said, with Darius Robinson, Isaiah, like they have got to figure that side of the line out. That is the biggest worry, I think, for me right now, going through the padded practices and heading into another practice tomorrow.
I'm glad to hear you say that because I am, without being out there every day like you have been since camp opened, I'm profoundly worried about the right side of the offensive line. I mean, like I really am. Like I hear what they're saying about Isaiah Adams. I know that Chase Besantis is a mauler and a baller. Elijah Wilkinson, I just don't know if he's enough over there. And I think if there's one thing, even more than the quarterback position, which isn't staffed with the best around the NFL, if there's one thing that's going to keep this offense from humming the way it potentially could, I think it's those two guys on the right side of that offensive line. I just don't know how much I believe in the guys they have over there.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly how I'm feeling too. Is like the left side, I feel really confident about. You've got Paris Johnson, you know, coming into his own, being that leader. You've got Isaac Seumalo, really that veteran right there. Like he is going to be the guy right there. You've got Yelda, who we all know Yelda now. He's been here for years. He's a guy who gets it done day in and day out. the right side. I mean, there's just question marks. And the other thing too is, who do you have in depth? Like Josh Fryer, can you step in and be that right tackle? I don't know if he can do it for a full season. I mean, you don't have you don't have the luxury of having a guy like Kelvin Beachum. And I know a lot of people want to say, oh, he wasn't good at the back end of his career. He was starting though. They had to have him start. He was getting it done. So like, you don't have that luxury of having a swing guy who has started a lot. So that's where it's really going to be important. And maybe they might have to go back to the well and look and see who might be available once these cuts happen.
Interesting.
It might come down to that.
Interesting.
Last 2 days have been a little crazy for me. Is there any new updates on Josh Sweat?
I have not heard any new updates on Josh Sweat. From what Mike LaFleur said, he's still doing what he's doing, and yeah, no updates. He's still on PUP. Haven't really seen much of him, but it's a very, very interesting situation right now.
I wonder when the concern level will be based on how much time he misses. We got a preseason game coming up next week, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're going. We're going straight from camp to Canton. It's gonna be a grind, and yeah, exactly. There's a lot of question marks. Like, what exactly is going on there? Because Paris Johnson Jr. he got off the PUP in like 3 days, and it seemed like maybe Josh Sweat was gonna be the next block of practices, which would be right now, and that's just not the case.
It's funny. I'm thinking about this. It's not so much a win. Like, I think Josh Sweat could walk into camp a week and a half from now and everything would be fine. He's Josh Sweat. I would assume that physically he'd be prepared to play football. It's why. It's not the win. It's the why. Why is he not here? Because it just seems like by now this issue should have been resolved. And so I guess for me, I'll give it another week and a half or so. And if he's not there, it's not so much about the win. It's the what is it that is keeping him from being there? Because without him, Tyler, what level of danger are we talking if you don't have
Will Robinson danger?
You're 100% right, Gambo. It would be a disaster. I'm just going to be completely honest. There is no proven pass rusher, and no offense to those guys. B.J. Ojulari was on his way till he tore everything in his knee. Jordan Birch is coming up. Baron Browning can give you something, but you cannot be on the field without a guy like Josh Sweat, a premier pass rusher, because that's the only guy they got. And yeah, like you said, why? Because the biggest thing that we've been told throughout offseason, throughout everything else, is that he does his own thing. He does his own stuff. He's on his own program. Why are you not ready to go then? So that it's very much still a question mark of what is going on here, to the point of okay, he should be at least healthy enough. You've been telling us that he's been doing his own thing. He's doing his own training. He always does that. He should be back on the field by now.
Tyler, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us for a few minutes. Next edition of Cardinals Corner is going to drop when?
I think we're gonna try to get one done Monday. I'll have to double check with Lauren, but we're trying to fit them all in when we can.
2 thumbs up from Lauren on that one. All right, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for stopping by, giving us a little insight. Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, guys.
Tyler Drake, Cardinals writer for ArizonaSports.com, Cardinals Corner podcast co-host along with Lauren. When we come back, Paul Sewald is out as the team's closer. What options does Troy Lovello have when it comes to his closer by committee? Who heads the committee? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Get ready for Give-a-thon. Arizona's kids need you. And we'll share some incredible stories of hope thanks to Mattamy Homes. Plus, get you ready to help by dialing the Train phone bank with your donation beginning August 17th. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
I'm Mitch Veraldis, and here is what's trending now. We are a little over a week away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame's latest induction class getting put into Canton. That means we're getting close to seeing Larry Fitzgerald get that gold jacket and his bronze bust. Fitz was a guest of the Wolf and Luke show today. Said there's been a lot of logistical planning leading up to next week, but he's very much looking forward to it.
There's a lot going into it, but I'm really enjoying the process. I get a chance to spend a lot of time with people that I care greatly about, and that's the part I'm really kind of looking forward to. I get a chance to say thank you personally to a lot of people who really played a monumental role in my career.
For that full conversation, you can listen to it right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. That's also where you can find Bickley and Murata's conversation with Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall from this morning. Hall told the guys, trade deadline just a few days away, he'd be surprised if the Diamondbacks don't make any moves ahead of that Monday.
I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and, I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen.
Like I said, MLB trade deadline Monday. Exact time locally, it's going to be 3 p.m. D-backs have 3 more games before then. A 3-game set that starts with the Guardians in Cleveland tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. This summer, get employee pricing plus 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s at Freeway Chevrolet. New retail delivery by August 3rd.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Douglas Santo. Cardinals cornerback Will Johnson is confident about his health headed into year 2. Diamondbacks president Derek Hall said he'd be surprised if the D-backs don't make any trades. And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald stopped by Wolf and Luke to discuss his upcoming Hall of Fame induction. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I didn't even have to look at Mitch. I just know from our history of doing the show, this is way a tip jar song for him. Way a tip jar. And then I looked up at him and he was like boogieing in there.
Perhaps top 5 opening track of an album.
Really?
In like my
Michael Jackson
history.
God, the best opening track to an album of all time.
Like this, More Than a Feeling, Smells Like Teen Spirit. Those are the first 3 that come to mind.
Fleetwood Mac's The Chain.
It's a tough list, though.
Was The Chain the first song on Rumors? We're talking about the very first song you hear.
Secondhand News was first. Still a good one.
What was? Is that what it was?
I think so.
Huh. I have to think about that. Was Where the Streets
Secondhand
Have No
News? He's right.
Where the Streets Have No Name? Was that the first track on the Joshua Tree? I think that
sounds right.
I think that was the first track.
I guess you could do "We Will Rock You" for Queen.
Was that the opening track?
I think so.
Dang, that's pretty good too. I just love those. Oh no, Black Dog off of Led Zeppelin.
By Led Zeppelin.
Okay, now we just sound like a bunch of old guys in here.
The Doors break on through to the other side. Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle.
Oh, Welcome to the Jungle is such a good one. That's such a good one. Black Dog by Zeppelin might
be
Barracuda. Greatest first track ever. You just hear that riff. Hey, Mama said the way you move. Oh,
A Hard Day's Night, the Beatles.
Good.
The Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin.
That's also a good one.
Running with the Devil.
That's also a very good one.
Oh, here's what changes. David Bowie.
Okay. Well,
U2's Sunday Bloody Sunday.
It's you with the Google over there.
Well, I'm just looking at him.
Crazy. So from the best opening,
Tom Sawyer.
Oh, that's fantastic. From the best track to open an album to who is going to finish a game for the Arizona Diamondbacks. You see what I did there? Absolutely. Paul Sewald in a decision that had to happen. It's. I think anybody who was watching Tuesday's game against the Pirates and watching Torrey very carefully answer the question about Paul Sewald after he blew that 3-run
back-to-back home runs
and gave up the back-to-back home runs. He very carefully answered that question and really basically said, we're going to wait and see, and I'm going to have to talk to some people before I tell you what I'm doing. It was really easy to see they didn't have much of a choice, and they had to get Paul Sewald out.
Yeah.
The question is, we'll talk with Torrey about this tomorrow at 2:30. He does not like closer by committee. He likes having a defined guy and defined roles, and that's what he really liked about Paul Sewald. I'm going to give you that job, and we're going to build it backwards. It's going to be closer by committee. You mentioned 2 names that you thought were going to anchor that committee.
Through conversations, I believe that they're going to lean more heavily on Loaisiga and Garcia as their closers. Now, they're open to change and open to seeing, but I think those are going to be the guys that they feel that they could start to build from the back to the front with it. I think that makes more sense than Thompson or Ginkel. I know you like Murillo, and I do too, and I think they like their ability when they need a strikeout for him to come into a certain game and be able to give you that. But I think it's more likely Garcia and Loaisiga. We'll see how it plays out because I do think they're open to anything right now, but I do think they'll probably lean a little bit more on those guys.
I mean, it really, in some ways, the depth that they have, it's a benefit that allows them to make this decision, but it also works against them because whoever you pluck and put in the ninth, you're taking a strength away from your team at somewhere else. Brandon Garcia, I don't love the idea of saving Brandon Garcia for the ninth unless it profiles that you're going to be facing a bunch of left-handed hitters. Then, okay, fine, pitch Brandon Garcia in the ninth. There are times when Brandon Garcia is going to be better served pitching in the 7th inning of a game, right? And I don't want to name him the everyday closer. Loaisiga, we talked earlier about the
high leverage situations.
High leverage, low leverage. There's a 500 gap between the OPS against when he pitches in low leverage situations versus high leverage. High leverage situations, he's got an OPS against over 1,000. That makes me real sketchy when it comes to whether I want him to in the ninth inning closing out games. I think Murillo is the best of both worlds, but I get it. There's no perfect guy to say. That's what made Sewald so great. Is that you could put him in the ninth. He would anchor it. He understands the ninth inning. It's been his job for many, many years. And it just freed everybody else up.
But he always fades around this time of the year.
I know he does.
He just fades.
He does.
And the home runs, look, they the last homestand they had, they were going to pull him. They were going to pull Paul Sewald. And
that was the Cardinals and A's homestand. Yeah. He blew a game against the Cardinals and he blew a game against the A's.
They were going to pull him, and they decided not to. They decided, this is just... you just giving up a lot of home runs. The whiff rate and all this other stuff is pretty good. But they were thinking about pulling Sewald at that time. And that was, he gave up 2 runs again, back-to-back games. He gave up a run against the Cardinals, and he gave up 2 runs against the A's in back-to-back games that he pitched. During that homestand, they were going to pull him. They were going to. And they decided not to. For whatever reason, they decided not to. And then he comes out and gives up 3 runs against the Pirates, and now they have no choice. So I think that they were definitely going to pull him 2 weeks ago. And then they stuck with him, and then he burned him again, and he's got an ERA of 5.26. And he's blown 3 saves, and 2 of them have been in the last 3 games he's pitched.
You know what's funny about that is I remember this now. You're talking about that homestand. In between, he saved a game against the Washington Nationals. I think it was on that Friday night, the opener.
Yeah.
Against the Net. Was it? Yeah, it was Friday night. It was the opener against the Nationals. And he was so fired up after that save. I remember watching him, and he's always a little passionate after a save, but he really put a little extra gusto into that one. It was a 9-pitch save, really easy. He carved through him. And now looking back on it, I wonder if he was sort of told, hey, you're on your last legs here. You better show us something as the closer. We're this close to pulling the plug on this. And that's why there was a little extra oomph to his celebration after closing that game against the Nationals, because I think you're right. I think he
they were going to pull him, and he knew they were going to pull him.
Yeah.
They were going to pull him. He knew they were going to pull him. They ended up not pulling him, but after the Pirates game, they had no choice.
I'm a little look. The bullpen. We've been huge advocates of the bullpen all year long. It's been one of the best. I mean, Paul Sewald has been a great story for the Diamondbacks, whether he's still the closer or not. It's been amazing. They got what they got out of him for $1.5 million, and it should be celebrated no matter how it ended. It's crazy.
Yeah, his ERA on June 19th
3.18,
was
right?
3.18.
Yeah.
And now it's 5.26. His ERA's gone up 2 runs. It's always that late June into July where he just seems to struggle.
What I was going to say was, though, for as good as the bullpen has been this year, we're now entering, I'm not going to call it a danger zone, but I'm going to call it a little bit of an uncertain zone, because now roles are being moved around. Fatigue has started to kick in. We've talked about that a little bit, right? They've had a lot of guys who have made a lot of appearances. I think that wear and tear really showed up over the last 3 or 4 games with the performances. And now, yes, you're going to get Justin Martinez back, but when and how good is he going to be? Yeah, you might get Ryan Nelson and you slide him into the bullpen instead of building him up to be a starter. How good is he going to be and when? And can these other guys make up for the loss of their anchor in the 9th inning with a bunch of roles that are kind of unclear and undefined right now? I think we're entering, again, not a dangerous time for the bullpen, but a very uncertain time for the bullpen, because everything's kind of jumbled right now with that group.
Yeah. I think one of the things you have to look at, too, is you mentioned Ryan Nelson comes back. Could he could he help that bullpen if he comes back? Justin Martinez is going to come back. I don't think he could pitch in back-to-back games. He hasn't pitched in over a year, but I think he could help them. I questioned the other day after the Sewald implosion, they gave up the 3 runs, is bullpen now a priority over hitting?
Yeah. Because
the bullpen is a question. I do think, and I mentioned to you, I do think that the Cabrera kids either going to be on a taxi squad or get called up within the next couple of days.
That'll be interesting.
So keep your eye on Cabrera.
Diamondbacks team president Derek Hall was on this morning with Bickley and Murata, said he wouldn't be surprised if his team didn't do something. Does that guarantee that something's going to happen by Monday? That's coming up. Burns and Gambo.
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fits.
Larry Legend does it again!
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You know, we love the Lincoln line. We really do. And we've always been a Ford, Lincoln, Sanderson, Ford, Sanderson, Lincoln in our family. That's what we buy. You know, kids are all grown up now. My wife has had a Navigator for many, many years. We love the Navigator. But it was time to downsize just a little bit. And so we got a Lincoln Aviator last month. Just about a month ago, we went over to Sanderson Lincoln, and we purchased a brand new 2026 Lincoln Aviator. It's a great time to buy an Aviator or a Corsair or a Nautilus or even a Navigator right now. They've got 0% financing for 36 months for well-qualified buyers. They've got 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 bonus cash, plus complimentary maintenance for 24 months when you shop Sanderson Lincoln. My wife actually went out there, believe it or not, and test drove like 4 or 5 different models. And she kept coming back and saying there's just no power in these cars. Everything was a 4-cylinder. And so what she loved about the Aviator was the power, 400 horsepower. She loves the ability to pass trucks on the road. She wants the power in the car. So, yeah, she test drove a bunch of different makes and models and just wasn't blown away by any of them. We went back to Lincoln. That's where we're comfortable. She got an Aviator at Sanderson Lincoln. Go online for more information at sandersonlincoln.net.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best Eggs. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. First, let me tell you what's coming up here on Arizona Sports. Big Red Rage. LJ Collier is the guest on tonight's Big Red Rage.
Guess what he's going to talk about?
His trip to Lake Como for Dalvin Tomlinson's wedding in the offseason. I know what Gambo's going to be listening to on the way home.
Of course.
He talks about his trip
to Big Red Rage. How could I not?
To Lake Como for Dalvin Tomlinson's wedding in the offseason.
That's your next trip to Italy. You go to Lake Como.
Yeah, we've got a few other, no offense to your beautiful country of Italy, we've got a few other European international destinations maybe before we go back to Italy.
Where do you want to go?
Ireland. We're talking a lot of Ireland.
Beautiful place.
Amsterdam. We're talking about that a lot.
Nice.
Brussels. We've been talking about that.
I've been to Belgium. I can speak a little Dutch.
Can you?
Links, Rex. Goeiedag. That's how you say hello. Goeiedag.
A friend of ours just went and spent some time in the Scandinavian countries. I'd love to go see Sweden.
Oh, I love Norway.
And
I love
that.
Norway.
So,
I like Finland, too. Finland's beautiful. We went to Finland in the winter and loved it.
And then after Big Red Rage, after you hear LJ Collier talk about Lake Como, an hour-long edition of Arizona Sports Tonight with Mitch and Kellen.
Mitchy Mitch.
Following that, if you're so inclined, wild card baseball. Braves and the Nationals are tied right now, 3-3 in the bottom of the sixth. Marlins and the Mets are scoreless in the top of the third. The Reds and the Pirates are tied 2-2 in the sixth. The Giants play the Padres tonight. And I'm looking for anything else that the Cubs already beat the Cardinals today 4-2. Man, those Cubs just can't lose. She didn't hear me say that. So there is wild card baseball tonight if you want to follow that as well. Speaking of the Diamondbacks and speaking of wild card baseball, this is Derek Hall earlier today, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, on what he expects to happen at the deadline, which certainly leads you to believe that something is going to happen at the deadline.
And, you know, and I think focusing on the CBT or that tax level, it's kind of a responsible thing to do, but I don't think it's the driving factor. You know, it is a factor. Nonetheless, I think, you know, Mike and our staff, they're very good at doing both buying and selling. I think we might see a little bit of that. You know, I've had multiple calls every day with Mike, and that's why I'm back in town. But, you know, I can tell you there's a lot going on. We're talking to a lot of teams and a lot of possibilities. So I would be surprised if something doesn't happen. In the position that we're in, you know, I think how many times I was in the elevator and our players would say, hey, we're going to do something. We're going to do something. You know, and it's always been that way. It's not just this year. You know, years ago, I can remember when I was in L.A., you know, I'd have Dodger players come up to me on the field. Hey, we doing something? Come on, we got to do something. But they always want to do something. And I can just tell you the volume of calls that we're making and that we're taking would indicate that there's some good activity out there. However, you know, I warn us before we get too excited. Again, there aren't that many sellers, you know, so for us to be a buyer and a seller, I think that is what probably makes the most sense. We're very good at it, but we'll see if there's opportunities for that.
All right, life is always more interesting when there's a little skin in the game here. So we're gonna go round the table here on the Burns and Gambo show as we close up shop on this Thursday.
Okay.
Deadline is Monday at 3:00 in the afternoon. I want everybody on the show to give me their best guess. You can pick any day, any time between now and Monday at 3 on when the Arizona Diamondbacks will make their first trade at the deadline. I don't know how many they're going to make. Maybe it's
Monday.
just one. Well, okay. Hold on.
Okay.
I guess that means you're going first.
Oh, I don't know. We're all just guessing.
Monday at what time? Because the person who's closest is going to get lunch from everybody else.
Oh, wow. The deadline's 3?
Monday at 3. I got to write this. Lauren, can you write this down for me? Okay, thanks. Monday's at 3.
2:10.
The first deal they're going to make, the first trade the Diamondbacks are going to make is going to happen 50 minutes before the deadline. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I know. We're just guessing.
I'm guessing.
Put me down for Sunday at 10:45 a.m. Mitch?
I just love how Gambo prefaces his guess by "I don't know."
I mean, we
which,
don't
like,
know.
yes, that is. I'm only teasing.
Well, damn it, Gambo, why don't you know?
I'm not gonna lie. There's been some times that I have known.
Look, as long as you're not playing us for chumps this time with lunch on the line, I'm good. I'm fine.
I mean, there are times you guys know I know.